There were thousands of multicolored lights that were like ascension lights, so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. This change stunned the other people of the ancient race. Was Delin too that powerful? Void confinement. Pei Jun's pupils shrank violently. He held the ancient halberd tightly and shouted. He used his full strength, wanting to kill this arrogant and despotic Delin too in front of him. This time, the ancient halberd struck out a world of stars. Because the ancient halberd was made of Star River divine sand, it naturally executed such a powerful attack. It formed a world of its own, wanting to imprison Lin Jiufeng inside and then torture him well, making him become a trapped beast. He would have no choice but to lose. But Lin Jiufeng, who had already activated the life force Great Dao Array formation, didn't care what technique the opponent was using anymore. He only punched. The punch carried the might of the life force Great Dao Array formation. This might was like the power of boundless magic power and endless Dao techniques erupting together, constantly destroying the attacks of the ancient halberd. The so-called imprisonment, the so-called ancient halberd, and the so-called genius were being forced back under Lin Jiufeng's fist, unable to resist. Pei Jun's face turned red. Each of Lin Jiufeng's punches could strike the ancient halberd, emitting a powerful sound that shook the sky. He was like a savage dragon in human form, unstoppable. But Pei Jun was indescribably shocked. He shouted repeatedly and fiercely swung the ancient halberd. Primordial starry sky, Pei Jun used all his strength to execute his immortal king nomological powers. A terrifying scene happened. Boom! Under the ferocious strike of the ancient halberd, ancient stars appeared in this world. They were real and vast, like the stars in the sky. Now, they were here to help Pei Jun. After they appeared, they directly rushed out like the ancient halberd. They slowly rotated and suppressed Lin Jiufeng below, rumbling. Pei Jun wanted to grind Lin Jiufeng to death. Everyone was shocked. Right at this moment, the ancient stars that filled the sky were vast and filled the sky. They were very close to them and were within reach. A vast pressure appeared in everyone's hearts, difficult to resist. This was the might of the ancient star that rushed out of the ancient halberd. Terrifying. Scary. Shocking. But before anyone could react, Lin Jiufeng had already counterattacked. Crack. A cracking sound rang out. Lin Jiufeng waved his fist and increased the energy of the life force Great Dao Array formation once again, erupting its might through his fist. Boom! 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 This time, without any suspense, Lin Jiufeng decisively shattered all the ancient stars one by one. They exploded in the air, causing the entire ancient halberd to tremble. It also made it difficult for Pei Jun to resist, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Impossible! I'm at the 8th heaven of the Immortal King realm. I'm already infinitely close to the peak of the Immortal King realm. I've walked 8 steps on this path, how can I possibly lose to you? Pei Jun found it difficult to accept this fact. He roared angrily with a face covered in blood. Die! Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. He moved like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Pei Jun. Then, he punched down. He wanted to kill Pei Jun. In any case, the other party was the first to make a move. Even if Lin Jiufeng killed him, it was out of self-defense. The more he killed now, the lesser pressure the mortal realm would have. Moreover, Pei Jun was an 8th heaven immortal king. If he died at such a young age, the 7 races of the ancient age would probably feel heartache. But just as Lin Jiufeng's fist was about to land, with a bang, the world froze. Lin Jiufeng was frozen in the air. It was the same for Pei Jun. He was frozen right in front of Lin Jiufeng. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. The others were the same. The black and white skeletons also watched with wide eyes, unable to move. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button. Lin Jiufeng instantly understood something. A king lord has interfered. The immortal emperor realm was equivalent to the crystal skeleton. Lin Jiufeng had already killed several crystal skeletons, so how could he not know what the aura of such a realm was like? A being of the crystal skeleton realm couldn't freeze this place filled with immortal kings. Only the king lords who had surpassed the immortal emperor realm could do so. Is it that father of mine? Lin Jiufeng guessed. Chapter 379, King Dilin. When this king lord interfered, even Lin Jiufeng was unable to break free. This was like a strike from another dimension. Lin Jiufeng, who was fixed in the air, personally felt this terrifying power. The realm of a king lord far exceeds that of the immortal king realm and the immortal emperor realm. No wonder a king lord can support an entire race. I can now rely on the life force grade Dao Ray formation to become invincible in the immortal king realm and roam freely in the immortal emperor realm, but against the king lords, it's still not enough. Lin Jiufeng analyzed very calmly in his heart. This was the first time he came into contact with the strength of a king lord. Scary. Lin Jiufeng only wanted to say this. But he wasn't worried at all, because his identity was now that of Dilin too. King Dilin only had one son. It was impossible for him to let this son die. Before he discovered that Lin Jiufeng was controlling Dilin too, he would definitely save him. This was what gave Lin Jiufeng confidence. Whether the king lord who acted this time was Lord Dilin or not, Lin Jiufeng firmly believed that he wouldn't die. Sure enough, after the king lord froze the air, he didn't do anything else. He only said coldly, "Dilin too, how dare you?" Lin Jiufeng now knew that the king lord who came wasn't his father, but the king of the ancient race. He interfered to save Pejun, otherwise, the death of Pejun would already be a fact. Lin Jiufeng felt a little regretful, but he wasn't disappointed. Since the king lord had made a move, he shall spare Pejun's life. In any case, he could take Pejun's life at any moment. Lin Jiufeng, who was nailed in the air, said calmly, "I don't know what you are talking about, king lord. I, Dilin too, am upright, honest, and always upheld the law. My guts are smaller than anyone else's. I don't know where these words came from." Glib-tongued. Are you going to behave like that too in front of me? The king lord's voice gradually turned cold with a trace of anger. The majesty of the king lords was so deep that anyone who saw them would tremble. Only Lin Jiufeng still dared to be glib-tongued in spouting nonsense. If it weren't for Lord Dilin, Lin Jiufeng would have long been killed. It was also because of this that Lin Jiufeng became even more fearless. He said, "May I know which king lord is this? Is it King Augusto or King Ottos of the ancient race?" In the memory of Dilin too, there were only these two king lords in the ancient race. At least on the surface, there were only these two. The temperaments of these two king lords were completely different. Augusto was very cold and indifferent. He didn't care about anything that had nothing to do with his own interests. But as long as his interests were damaged, the other party would receive his attack and be instantly destroyed. On the contrary, Otto's was more normal. He was in charge of the affairs of the ancient race, so Lin Jiufeng guessed that the person who attacked was Otto's. "You don't have to know my name. You have killed so many immortal kings of the ancient race in succession. You must pay the price. Today, I will deprive you of all your magic power and make you become a mortal for the rest of your life." Otto's said coldly. The arrogance of a king lord made him look down on Dilin too. However, he had no choice but to consider the existence of Lord Dilin behind Dilin too. Otherwise, he would have long killed this Dilin too. Lin Jiufeng roared, "You are a king lord, but you can't be unreasonable. It's your people of the ancient race who came to find trouble with me first. They guys aren't strong enough, and their cultivation bases aren't powerful, but they are still so domineering. I finally know where they learned that from. They learned it from you, a king lord. You didn't ask about the truth or any other reasons, but you just wanted to abolish my cultivation. Have you asked my father? My father is King Dilin, a king lord too." Lin Jiufeng shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng was like a spoiled young master. His acting was perfect. This arrogant and despotic temperament, this kind of using his father as a shield when something happened, made the people of the 7 races of the ancient age have no doubts about Lin Jiufeng at all. This was exactly what the temperament of Dilin too should be. Even Otto's didn't have any doubts. He snorted coldly. "My punishment for you is reasonable and valid. Everyone saw it. I didn't let you pay with your life for the dead immortal kings. That's already giving face to your father. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Even if you move your father out, the outcome today won't change. After saying that, Atos landed a resplendent treasured sword that headed straight for Lin Jiufeng's glabella. If this sword landed, it would directly cripple him. Father, save me! Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and shouted in horror. Boom! Right at this moment, another indiscriminate force descended and directly shrouded Lin Jiufeng, protecting him and preventing the treasured sword from falling. Atos, on behalf of my son, I apologize to you. King Dilin had come. He said in the air, and the 7 races of the ancient age heard him. Atos instantly sneered in displeasure. If I kill a few young immortal kings of your race and then apologize to you, will you accept it? Atos, you are very clear about the ins and outs of the matter. It was your ancient race who provoked my son first. My son was indeed very impulsive, but the ancient race also has a responsibility to bear. I apologize for this matter. Let's end it here. The plan to clean up the mortal realm is about to begin. You don't want to have a big battle with me at this time, do you? King Dilin was very domineering. He used both the soft and tough approaches. Although he didn't show his face, he acted to protect Dilin too and simultaneously released the void imprisonment. Come up here to see me. Lord Dilin sent a voice transmission to Dilin too. He sounded very angry. Clearly, what Lin Jiufeng had done had exceeded his expectations. Lin Jiufeng could move now. He didn't provoke the other party anymore and quickly walked away. The two of you wait for me nearby. Don't run around. Lin Jiufeng transmitted his voice to the 2 skeletons. Then, he flew up to the huge palace in the sky. In the outside world, Atos saw that Lin Jiufeng had already slipped away. He said angrily, Dilin, manage your son well. I will remember this debt. If there's a next time, I will directly kill him. Thanks. After Lord Dilin thanked Atos, this matter was over. As for the instigator, Lin Jiufeng, he had already slipped into the sky. Lin Jiufeng was a little more confident now. Just now, King Dilin actually didn't discover anything about his son being controlled by someone else and saved him. To Lin Jiufeng, this was good news. Only by not being discovered by King Dilin could he do more things that were useful to the mortal realm. Entering the celestial palace, Lin Jiufeng came to a hall and sought his father. A king lord. This was a man with a hooked nose. He looked middle-aged and wore a long robe. He didn't have any other aura, but his eyes flickered with a bright light. There were the sun, moon, and stars floating in his eyes, and they were boundless as if they could instantly see through everything. Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to control Dilin too. Instead, he let him respond to King Dilin according to his original attitude. Lord Father. Dilin too said respectfully. How dare you? King Dilin said angrily. Lord Father, please calm down, Dilin too said softly. You were always locked up at home by me in the past. Why didn't I know that you were so arrogant and despotic? King Dilin questioned. I wasn't strong enough in the past. I had no choice but to endure, Dilin too replied. Oh? So according to you, you should be very powerful now? King Dilin snorted coldly. He sized up Dilin too from head to toe. His eyes were constantly exploring, but he didn't find any clues. In reality, he didn't check his son's soul. This was his only son. Although Dilin was a king lord, he couldn't guess that someone actually used such a strange technique to control Dilin too. Dilin too said proudly, I killed 6 immortal kings from the ancient race in succession and almost killed that arrogant fellow. Pajun, isn't this considered powerful? When you left, you were only at the 1st heaven of the immortal king realm. You are now at the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm. You crossed a few levels and defeated an 8th heaven immortal king. What exactly happened to you during this period of time? King Dilin stared at Dilin too and asked in a deep voice. Father, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, Dilin too said softly. An extremely fortuitous opportunity. He added. Oh, what kind of fortuitous opportunity? King Dalin's face carried a trace of curiosity. He knew his son very well. The previous Dalin too couldn't possibly have done what he did today. It must be because of this fortuitous opportunity. Lord Father, please take a look. Dalin too didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the interior of his body, revealing a huge, majestic mountain range. A dense aura of life rushed over and lingered in the hall, stunning Lord Dalin. This is a Lord Dalin looked at the life force Great Dao Array formation in Dalin II's body and asked in disbelief. This is my fortuitous opportunity. The life force Great Dao Array formation. After obtaining this array formation, my cultivation base rose sharply, going from the first heaven of the immortal king realm to the fifth heaven, and it's still continuing to soar. Not only that, but my body has also been transformed by the life force Great Dao Array formation. I become even more outstanding and am constantly changing. I even used the life force Great Dao Array formation to defeat Pajun and kill those immortal kings of the ancient race. Who do they think they are? How dare they behave atrociously in front of me? I'm the son of a king lord, and I even received the acknowledgement of the life force Great Dao Array formation. I can control it as easily as waving my arms. Since they provoked me, they deserve to die. At this moment, Dalin too was extremely proud and confident. As he spoke, the aura of a profligate son could be seen clearly. But King Dalin's attitude was completely different from before. He stared at the life force Great Dao Array formation without blinking. He reached out to feel it and then asked curiously, "Where did you obtain this life force Great Dao Array formation?" "I was on my way to recruit soldiers when I encountered a dimensional space. I walked in and saw this." Dalin too answered readily. This story was prepared by Lin Jiufeng in advance. It perfectly explained the rapid improvement in his strength in being able to kill enemies of a higher realm. Do you know the origins of this life force Great Dao Array formation? King Dalin gradually calmed down and asked. I don't know. Dalin too directly shook his head. This life force Great Dao Array formation is a good thing. It's something that even I want to obtain. King Dalin sighed. If father likes it, shall I give it to father? Dalin too asked without hesitation. A trace of emotion appeared on King Dalin's face. He only had this one son, so he naturally hoped that he would be successful in life. If it were anyone else, I would have snatched it. But the life force Great Dao Array formation is tightly connected to you now, and it has also acknowledged you. If I take it away, your life will be in danger, King Dalin said. Then I shall just keep it, Dalin too immediately said. You brat. King Dalin scolded, but he wasn't angry anymore. Be more low-key next time. Don't provoke the ancient race anymore. Comprehend the life force Great Dao Array formation properly and the realm of the King Lord won't be far away from you, King Dalin said. I will, but what if the people of the ancient race continue to provoke me? Dalin too asked. They probably won't do so anymore. After the Seven Races convention ends, it will be time to sweep through the mortal realm. At that time, go down and kill more people and exterminate more races to accumulate some battle merits. Then, after the mortal realm is cleaned up, you can focus on comprehending the life force Great Dao Array formation, King Dalin said. Lord Father, you seem to know the origins of the life force Great Dao Array formation? Dalin too asked. Lin Jiufeng controlled him to ask this question. In reality, even until now, Lin Jiufeng still had no idea where the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation and the life force Great Dao Array formation came from. He only knew that these two array formations were very terrifying. In the past, when Lin Jiufeng was in the Western Desert, he obtained a simplified version of the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. The simplified version could complement him at that time and destroy the immortal kings. Now that he had obtained the life force Great Dao Array formation, he could also kill immortal Emperor realm powerhouses. But the problem was, who created these two array formations? King Dalin recognized the life force Great Dao Array formation at a glance. Then, he definitely knew a lot of things. Lin Jiufeng got Dalin too to ask this question to solve something that had puzzled him for a long time. King Dilin thought for a while and said, "The life force Great Dao Array Formation is an array formation that steals the purest life energy in the universe and transforms it into your own energy. This was invented by a powerhouse in the mortal realm during the era of spells." "Didn't everyone from the era of spells die?" Dilin too asked. "Most of them are dead, but not all of them," King Dilin said. "That era of spells was our mistake. We thought that spell techniques were nothing to worry about, but in the end, everyone in the era of spells could communicate with the universe. Just by drawing a rune in the air, they could stop an entire army. In order to destroy the era of spells, all of the 7 races of the ancient age were mobilized. Some of the hidden king lords were also awakened and entered the spell realm to start a war. In the end, the trump card of the 7 races of the ancient age was also used," King Dilin recalled. Upon hearing this, an idea came to Lin Jiufeng's mind. He immediately got Dilin too to fish for information. "What's the trump card of the 7 races of the ancient age?" Dilin too asked curiously. "You don't have the right to know this now. After you digest the life force Great Dao Array Formation and enter the King Lord realm, I will tell you about this trump card. It's the true foundation of the 7 races of the ancient age," King Dilin said. "The trump card is that powerful? Only the king lords can know about it?" Dilin too asked in surprise. "That's right. Only the king lords know about it. Even if the 7 races of the ancient age are wiped out, as long as we still have this trump card, we will return and continue to control the changes in the mortal realm," King Dilin said. "Our 7 races of the ancient age are so powerful, who can destroy us?" Dilin too didn't believe it. Continue to fish information out of him. King Dilin shook his head with a smile. "You are still too young and inexperienced. In reality, in the past, the 7 races of the ancient age were really wiped out before. That was the most dangerous time for us." "Who destroyed us?" Dilin too asked in surprise. Lin Jiufeng also hid in the depths of Dilin too's soul and listened carefully. Chapter 380, Secrets. The 7 races of the ancient age actually had a moment where they were almost wiped out? This was something Lin Jiufeng didn't expect. He suddenly became very interested and controlled Dilin too to ask more. Facing Dilin too's question, King Dilin thought for a while and said, "You have also grown up. Now that you have such a fortuitous opportunity, it's time to tell you some things." Dilin too pretended to listen attentively and humbly. "The 7 races of the ancient age have no creativity. That's why we used the mortal realm as a testing ground to nurture different races. We let them create and learn. From the beginning until now, this is something that will never change," King Dilin said. Dilin too nodded. "This is the foundation of the 7 races of the ancient age. But you have to know that in the beginning, our start wasn't smooth, because we didn't have many powerhouses in the beginning. We wanted to destroy the races that were in the mortal realm at that time, so we launched a huge battle." King Dilin explained tirelessly. "Was the mortal realm at that time very powerful?" Dilin too asked curiously. "The people of the mortal realm at that time were very powerful." King Dilin thought seriously for a while and said, "Actually, the people of the mortal realm of every era are very powerful. There will always be those incredible existences. This is something that we are very envious about." "Then what exactly happened in the beginning?" Dilin too asked. "When the 7 races of the ancient age attacked for the first time, we were almost wiped out by someone. We were caught off guard and couldn't resist at all. It was only by taking out our trump card that we were able to resist that person at that time," King Dilin said. "Who was the person at that time?" Dilin too asked. "Great Emperor Shakyamuni." King Dilin's eyes turned serious as he said solemnly. Lin Jiufeng, who was eavesdropping quietly, was shocked. He didn't expect to hear the name Great Emperor Shakyamuni after so many years. Because in the mortal realm, very few people knew of Great Emperor Shakyamuni. Only those who were familiar with Buddhist scriptures would know this honorific name. He existed 100,000 years ago. Lin Jiufeng once saw Great Emperor Shakyamuni because of an opportunity. He held a huge city in his hand and went deep into the sea. It was just that all the deeds of great Emperor Shakyamuni had been sealed in history. No one knew about them. Since ancient times, everyone had forgotten about him. This forgetting wasn't the responsibility of the common people of the mortal realm. It was the 7 races of the ancient age. Every once in a while, they would clean up the mortal realm. Countless races would be wiped out and no longer exist. Naturally, no one would know the history of the previous era. Lin Jiufeng let Lin Tu continue asking. He listened quietly. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Jiufeng was controlling Lin Tu now, Lin Jiufeng definitely wouldn't have known about these secrets. Who is this great Emperor Shakyamuni? Lin Tu asked curiously. A worthy opponent. He shone in the mortal realm 100,000 years ago and defeated the 7 races of the ancient age. If it weren't for the fact that we had a powerful trump card, we would already be gone, King Lin said. Why is he so powerful? Lin Tu asked in surprise. This is what makes the other races stronger than our 7 races of the ancient age. Creative power. King Lin said. Then, what happened next? What was the outcome of great Emperor Shakyamuni? Lin Tu continued to ask. Of course he died. There's no doubt that great Emperor Shakyamuni was powerful, but he also couldn't defeat the trump card of the 7 races of the ancient age, so he naturally died. After he died, we gradually controlled the mortal realm and began to nurture different races, letting them invent different cultivation methods. From the Buddhist teachings of great Emperor Shakyamuni in the beginning, to the array formations, the spell techniques, and then to the immortal techniques now. There are different things in different eras that are very enlightening to us. Back then, I used the cultivation techniques of the spell realm to break through from the immortal emperor realm and became a king lord. You are going to destroy the mortal realm next. You can carefully investigate the different cultivation techniques that exist there. These cultivation techniques will be useful to you. King Lin said to Lin Tu, analyzing all of this seriously. King Lin was still very good to his biological son. After all, he only had this one descendant. But he didn't know that Lin Tu had already been controlled by Lin Jiufeng. Everything was going according to Lin Jiufeng's plan. Father, with the strength of the 7 races of the ancient age, wouldn't it be easy for us to destroy the mortal realm? Lin Tu said nonchalantly, looking down on the mortal realm. The mortal realm isn't that powerful. It's enough to just send hundreds of immortal kings down. But our goal this time isn't just the mortal realm, King Lin said. Then what else? Lin Tu looked at his father curiously. If the various eras are like a huge river with countless fish inside, the 7 races of the ancient age are the people who rear the fish. When we can harvest them, we will net them out and eliminate them all before switching to another batch. But there will always be a few big fish that will escape. These are the fish that escaped the net. These fish that escaped the net caused us a lot of trouble, and what we want to do is to fish them out. Therefore, destroying the mortal realm this time is a gamble. Let's see how many fish will be lured out. King Lin explained in detail to Lin Tu. Lin Jiufeng's expression changed. This was obviously talking about people like the King of Gods. Their strength was outstanding and they were enemies with the 7 races of the ancient age. They were hidden in the dark and might suddenly appear to give the 7 races of the ancient age a heavy blow. You're saying that there are many powerhouses hidden and waiting to resist the 7 races of the ancient age? Under Lin Jiufeng's reminder, Lin Tu asked in surprise. Of course. Otherwise, why would we make such a big fuss and hold the 7 races convention? It's to tell those hidden people that we're really going all out this time to clean up the mortal realm, King Lin said solemnly. Who exactly are these hidden people? Lin Tu asked curiously. I don't know. King Lin shook his head. How could you not know? Lin Tu frowned. Because they didn't take much action and hid very well. Because of the war between the immortal court and the god race from 20,000 years ago, we discovered some clues and confirmed that such a group of people existed. Otherwise, we would still be kept in the dark until now, King Lin said. Moreover, in the past 10,000 plus years, we have never cared about the mortal realm. It's exactly because someone sealed the 7 races of the ancient age and prevented us from descending into the mortal realm to control the situation. Their intentions are punishable by death. King Dilin said solemnly. Why do I remember that the person who sealed us is called the King of Recovery? Under the reminder of Lin Jiufeng, Dilin too asked. Lin Jiufeng had long known that it was the King of Recovery who stopped the 7 races of the ancient age from entering the mortal realm. This also bought a lot of time for the mortal realm. However, the descendants of the immortal court seized the world's source energy and created a spiritual energy tide, preventing the powerhouses from growing. This period of time in the mortal world was wasted. It was only in the past 100 to 200 years that the mortal realm began to improve greatly. But compared to the accumulation of the 7 races of the ancient age for 100,000 years, it was still incomparable. Therefore, if the 7 races of the ancient age wanted to destroy the mortal realm, this was like an attack from a higher dimension. But their target this time wasn't the mortal realm, but the hidden powerhouses. That was why King Dilin said so much to Dilin too here. He wanted to let his son know what to do. Chapter 381, 7 Races Convention. King Dilin looked at his son and said solemnly, you only know the surface. There are many things on the inside that you don't know. Dilin too could only look at his father, looking at him as if he was seeking knowledge. Our 7 races of the ancient age were sealed by the King of Recovery, but think about it carefully. Even if he has already reached the King Lord level like us, can he seal the entire 7 races of the ancient age? King Dilin asked. Impossible. Both Dilin too and Lin Jiufeng only had this answer. Even a King Lord couldn't seal the entire 7 races of the ancient age for more than 10,000 years, close to 20,000 years. This was impossible. Because among the 7 races of the ancient age, there were also many King Lords. For example, the 2 King Lords that Lin Jiufeng had already encountered so far were already very powerful, not to mention that the other King Lords that had yet to appear. So, what exactly happened? Lin Jiufeng asked Dilin too to ask, since a single King of Recovery can't resist the 7 races of the ancient age, how did he seal us for more than 10,000 years and prevent us from leaving? Why have we been waiting here all this time? King Dilin said, because that King of Recovery came with a powerful treasure, we could only retreat. What kind of treasure can force the entire 7 races of the ancient age to retreat? Dilin too asked curiously. Lin Jiufeng was also very curious. What kind of treasure could make the 7 races of the ancient age retreat for more than 10,000 years? That's an eternal treasure that has been passed down for at least 100,000 years. In the previous era, the 7 races of the ancient age wanted to compete for it, but there was no hope. It belonged to an ancient ferocious man. But later on, this ancient ferocious man was killed by us with our trump card. Then, we lost the whereabouts of that treasure. No one obtained it until more than 10,000 years ago. King Dilin said solemnly. Was it obtained by that King of Recovery? Dilin too guessed. It was brought here by the King of Recovery, but he wasn't the one who obtained it. Someone probably gave it to him, King Dilin said with a cold expression. Who would give such a treasure to others? Dilin too asked, puzzled. It's possible. After all, it's best if someone could use the treasure. If no one could use it, the treasure will just be a piece of scrap iron, King Dilin said softly. Especially those eternal treasures. There are very few of them in the current era. It's already considered not bad if 1 or 2 of them exist. Or maybe there's only 1 of them left, and the King of Recovery brought it to the 7 races of the ancient age. Say, how can we not retreat? King Dilin said helplessly. He also didn't want to retreat for more than 10,000 years. It was just that the price of forcefully breaking the seal was really not worth it at all. Then what kind of treasure is it? Under the reminder of Lin Jiufeng, Dilin too couldn't wait to ask. He was eager to know about this. Great Millstone of Destruction. The eternal treasure, Great Millstone of Destruction. King Dilin looked up into the sky and said. What's the use of this eternal treasure? Dilin too asked. It has a very powerful effect. Once the Great Millstone of Destruction is activated, it will display an absolutely terrifying devouring power. As long as it's anyone or anything in the surroundings, they will be devoured and then transformed into primal chaos. Nothing will exist anymore and will completely turn into dust. Now that the great millstone of destruction is lying above our heads and the King of Recovery has activated it, how do you think we can resist it? King Delin sighed and said helplessly. At that time, once they approached the great millstone of destruction, they would be sucked in and grounded into dust, without leaving a trace in the world. Even the king lords were also no exception. Is the great millstone of destruction that powerful? Delin too asked in shock. The great millstone of destruction itself isn't powerful. It's just a treasure. Although it's eternal treasure, it has never had any thoughts of its own and couldn't give birth to an artifact spirit. Therefore, after the great millstone of destruction was activated, it devoured everything in its surroundings, be it friend or foe. This is an eternal treasure without its own emotions, that's why I said that it's not powerful, King Delin explained. Then why did the situation become like this? Delin too asked curiously. Because of the King of Recovery. King Delin's expression was complicated. His tone also dropped, as if he was reminiscing. What did he do? Delin too asked. Lin Jiufeng was also listening attentively. More than 10,000 years ago, the war between the god race and the immortal court ended. The world was desolate, so we placed the myriad races into the mortal realm. We hoped that the myriad races could replace the immortal court and the god race and reproduce and become stronger. But the problem was obvious. The myriad races couldn't do it. Their shortcomings were too big. In the end, we wanted to clear away the myriad races and start anew. But at that time, a huge battle erupted very suddenly. That huge battle also gave a person a chance to grow. He was the King of Recovery. Although we won that battle, we also paid a considerable price. We planned to recuperate, but in that short period of time, the King of Recovery rose up. He actually descended into the spell realm with the great millstone of destruction, enveloping the spell realm in one go. Although the King of Recovery had just broken through, he was very powerful. His fist broke through the void, and he actually fought 1 against 3. He didn't lose at all. In the end, we mobilized 3 other king lords to surround and attack him together. We are also very puzzled. Why did another king lord appear in such a short period of time? Until we saw the shadows of some acquaintances on the King of Recovery. He was nurtured by those hidden people. He was a peerless freak-like genius. Under the premise of sacrificing himself, he frantically absorbed everything into his body, allowing him to become a king lord in an extremely short period of time. Just like that, he came to us with his mission. King Delin said faintly. What was his mission? Delin too asked with a heavy tone. This was also Lin Jiufeng's mood. Heavy. He knew the King of Recovery, although he had only met him once. Moreover, he only met the King of Recovery after using the 7-sage enlightenment pill. But at that time, Lin Jiufeng still remembered clearly what the King of Recovery had said. I came from the dusty era, shattering the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, overturning the immortal court, and rebuilding the mountains and rivers. At that time, the immortal court that Lin Jiufeng thought he was referring to was the invincible immortal court from 20,000 years ago. But now, Lin Jiufeng knew that the immortal court mentioned by the King of Recovery was the 7 races of the ancient age that had always supported the immortal court. From King Delin's words, it wasn't difficult to discover that the King of Recovery was actually a freak-like genius. He couldn't even be just called a genius anymore. He was a freak-like genius. Then, he was discovered by the hidden people from several eras ago and accepted as a disciple, teaching him diligently. He even didn't hesitate to forcefully raise his cultivation base, destroying his own future. The freak-like genius was destroyed because of this, but a king lord was created in a short period of time. Then, he brought the great millstone of destruction to the 7 races of the ancient age and fought 1 against 6. It was all for his mission. That was why Lin Jiufeng got Delin too to ask what his mission was. Naturally, his mission was to stall us so that we wouldn't be able to interfere with those people's trivial actions. But they were thinking too directly. With just those few people, even if they were given 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to come up with a good plan. Instead, they would lose a genius for nothing. King Dilin sneered, looking down on his defeated opponents. It's just a pity that the King of Recovery, an absolute freak-like genius, took the initiative to sacrifice himself because of his own stupidity. He didn't hesitate to drag the 6 king lords into the Great Millstone of Destruction together with him. After the Great Millstone of Destruction was activated, it suppressed us for more than 10,000 years, King Dilin said regretfully. He expressed his regret for the 6 king lords who were sacrificed, and also for the King of Recovery. Dilin too fell silent. Lin Jiufeng also fell silent. He had thought that the King of Recovery would sacrifice himself to seal the 7 races of the ancient age, but he really didn't expect the sacrifice to be so tragic. His own future and everything about himself was used as a gamble, betting that the Great Millstone of Destruction could suppress the 7 races of the ancient age. Lin Jiufeng was speechless. King Dilin looked at the silent Dilin too and said, "Now that you know these things, you can be considered to have gained an understanding of the geniuses of the mortal realm. After we completely break free from the Great Millstone of Destruction and sweep through the mortal realm, kill a few more to make some contributions and gain more combat experience. This way, you will grow faster. Now, keep a low profile for this period of time and don't cause trouble easily anymore. I still have to compensate the ancient race and ask them to let you go. Stay here quietly for now." After saying this, King Dilin left silently. The strength of a king lord was still unfathomable for Lin Jiufeng. Dilin too sat on the steps and watched lifelessly. Lin Jiufeng, who was controlling him, appeared in his spiritual consciousness. What exactly was this plan that could make the King of Recovery sacrifice himself to seal the 7 races of the ancient age? Lin Jiufeng's heart was very depressed. Strictly speaking, there was a teacher-student relationship between him and the King of Recovery. On Lin Jiufeng's path of growth, the King of Recovery taught him some things. These things were still very useful to Lin Jiufeng now. But now, Lin Jiufeng heard the outcome of the King of Recovery. He had already died more than 10,000 years ago. He dragged 6 king lords into the Great Millstone of Destruction. After it was activated, it suppressed the 7 races of the ancient age for so many years. Unfortunately, the 7 races of the ancient age had already thought of a way to break free from the seal of the Great Millstone of Destruction. Next, they wanted to sweep through the mortal realm and take the opportunity to lure out the rebels hidden behind the eras. Now that I know all of this, I should make some preparations and do my job as a spy well. Lin Jiufeng thought in his heart. Since he wasn't exposed, he would continue to persevere as Dilin too and continue to act like an arrogant and despotic person. Moreover, I can already use the Life Force Great Dao Array formation normally now. King Dilin already knows, so I don't have to worry anymore. The most important thing is that I have to find the trump card of the 7 races of the ancient age. What exactly is it? Why was it able to kill great Emperor Shakyamuni 100,000 years ago? Why did it allow the 7 races of the ancient age to remain undefeated after all these battles? Lin Jiufeng was very puzzled. What exactly was this trump card that could be so powerful? Could it be an eternal treasure? Lin Jiufeng guessed. Because previously, King Dilin had said that the reason why the King of Recovery was so powerful was that he brought with him the eternal treasure, the Great Millstone of Destruction. If the Great Millstone of Destruction could suppress the 7 races of the ancient age after it was activated, didn't that mean that the trump card of the 7 races of the ancient age might also be an eternal treasure? I have to continue investigating the 7 races of the ancient age, so it's better to keep a low profile now. I also need to tell Black Skeleton and White Skeleton to keep a low profile. Lin Jiufeng pondered and immediately sent a voice transmission to them, telling them not to cause trouble and to stay quietly in the palace. As for Lin Jiufeng, he stayed quietly in the hall. King Dilin had instructed him to stay here. Lin Jiufeng wanted to completely make King Dilin believe in him and nurture him. This way, if he caused trouble in the future, King Dilin would also protect him. Hence, on this day, Lin Jiufeng didn't go anywhere. He stayed here. Until dawn, he once again triggered a sign-in. Do you want to sign in at the immortal palace of the 7 races of the ancient age? Lin Jiufeng agreed without hesitation. Sign in. Sign in successful. Received the Taiyi heavy water. Lin Jiufeng didn't know what the Taiyi heavy water was, so he immediately checked the information. Taiyi heavy water is a drop of water condensed from the long river of time. This drop of water can instantly reverse the time of a person back to their youth. This information surprised Lin Jiufeng. This is simply timely help. To me, this is incomparably important. The effect of the Taiyi heavy water is stronger than I thought. Among the 7 races of the ancient age, there are many dangers. I have to deal with many enemies. The Taiyi heavy water can become a surprise attack and help me solve some troublesome or powerful enemies, preventing me from being exposed. Lin Jiufeng put away this drop of the Taiyi heavy water and then began to cultivate. Cultivating diligently without stopping was also the foundation of his constant improvement in strength. But he didn't cultivate for long. Footsteps came from the empty and dark hall. The sound approached from afar, causing Lin Jiufeng to open his eyes. Then, he controlled Dilin Tu to stand up. He asked in surprise, "Father, why are you back so soon?" The person who came was none other than King Dilin, who had previously left. His expression was calm as he said, "Just now, the king lords of the 7 races gathered together and discussed a lot of things. One of them was that before we sweep through the mortal realm, after the 7 races convention begins, we will have a competition to decide who will become the king of the younger generation." Lin Jiufeng had no interest after hearing this. A duel in public sounded stupid no matter how he heard it. Moreover, he couldn't kill anyone in public. What was the point of competing? Seeing that Dilin Tu wasn't in the mood, King Dilin said calmly, "The first place in this competition will not only have a large number of resources, but he will also be able to enter the 7 races arsenal for a month. He will also be able to become the Grand Commander and command the entire army to sweep through the mortal realm." Lin Jiufeng's interest was instantly piqued. Entering the arsenal of the 7 races of the ancient age for a month was very attractive. And being the Grand Commander and commanding the entire army to sweep through the mortal realm attracted Lin Jiufeng even more. As the saying goes, if a general is incompetent, the army will suffer. If I become the commander and simply lead the entire army, wouldn't the chances of me operating in secret to damage this army greatly increase? With this in mind, Lin Jiufeng immediately got Dilin Tu to agree to participate. "I'll participate and obtain first place," Dilin Tu said. King Dilin said in satisfaction, "If it were the previous you, I wouldn't have let you go. The young people of the 7 races are those below 500 years old. Even so, there are also many terrifying geniuses, including some at the 7th, 8th, and 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. I even heard that several of them have already reached the peak of the immortal king realm. They have all absorbed the cultivation techniques of the immortal court and the god race to improve themselves. The creativity of the 7 races of the ancient age is indeed a little low, but our ability to imitate and learn is number 1 in the world. This is also the meaning of us nurturing the races in the mortal realm. They aren't worth mentioning. I will defeat them all," Dilin Tu said disdainfully. With Lin Jiufeng around, who dared to call themselves geniuses? Who dared to say that they wouldn't be defeated? Chapter 382, Aigu King Dilin was very satisfied with Dilin Tu's attitude. If you can take first place and obtain the right to lead the attack on the mortal realm this time, that will be a joyous matter for you and for our celestial race. This is very important, King Dilin said. With the Life Force Great Daorai formation, I will definitely be able to obtain first place. Killing enemies of a higher realm won't be a problem at all, Dilin Tu said confidently. Don't kill anyone this time. King Dilin frowned and said. If we really start fighting, we won't be able to care about much and won't be able to stop at all. Then, what should I do? Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and asked. Someone will stop you guys. There will be immortal emperors and king lords watching the battle. Ensuring safety in a fight for a group of immortal kings won't be a problem, King Dilin said. Then I have no more questions, Dilin Tu replied. In the depths of his spiritual consciousness, Lin Jiufeng sighed. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to kill a few more immortal kings. From the looks of it, he didn't have a chance anymore. But obtaining the right to command is also very important. I want to lure the army from the 7 races of the ancient age to their death. Lin Jiufeng comforted himself. If he couldn't kill the immortal kings, then he would just wait. In any case, there were plenty of opportunities. As long as he didn't expose himself, he was still the son of a king lord. His identity was noble, and in the 7 races of the ancient age, no one dared to easily offend him. Lin Jiufeng remained unchanged and waited for the opportunity to arrive. He was patient. Cultivate well now and familiarize yourself with the life force Great Dao Array formation. From tomorrow onwards, the 7 races convention will begin. Then, it will be a martial competition to determine the candidate to lead the army this time. King Dilin left after saying this. He was very busy. If it weren't for the fact that he only had this son, Dilin too, he wouldn't have reminded him so meticulously. The stronger a person was, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. This was especially true for king lords. They would be overjoyed if they could even have a child in their entire life. Unless they had a child when their strength was still low. The stronger one was, the harder it was to have children. This was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. If powerful people could still reproduce indefinitely, that would be too crushing for the common people. Lin Jiufeng watched King Dilin leave and then began to meditate and cultivate. Dilin too absorbed the spiritual energy and sent it into Lin Jiufeng's body. His 5th heaven of the immortal king realm had already reached the peak, only a step away from the 6th heaven of the immortal king realm. However, this step was still relatively difficult. But Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry. He waited slowly. The speed of his improvement had already exceeded his imagination. Moreover, he was now the son of a king lord. The resources brought by this identity were unimaginable. When I become the leader of the 7 races of the ancient age, I will be able to embezzle without restraint. Lin Jiufeng was secretly looking forward to it. With the life force Great Dao Array formation and his current strength, Lin Jiufeng didn't know who among the young people of the 7 races of the ancient age could resist him. He cultivated quietly and waited for the next day. The next day, Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu's body and arrived at the venue of the 7 races convention. The venue was huge. To the 7 races of the ancient age, this was a rare gathering. Everyone gathering together and participating in one thing together. In the past 10,000 years, such a thing had never happened. Ever since the 7 races of the ancient age were sealed by the King of Recovery using the great millstone of destruction after it devoured several king lords, the 7 races of the ancient age had been living individually on their own. They didn't disturb each other and developed on their own. They had never acted together. Hence, the 7 races convention was also to mobilize the enthusiasm of the 7 races. After all, no matter how big the conflicts within the 7 races were, they were still a single entity. The higher-ups were still very clear about this. The convention square was in the center of the heavenly palace. Hundreds of thousands of people could be gathered here. On this day, it was open to the public, and the people of the 7 races could come here. A large group of people rushed in. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton also came. They had been looking for Lin Jiufeng everywhere. When Lin Jiufeng appeared, everyone immediately noticed him. The most lively thing in the 7 races convention in the past few days was the story of Dilin Tu displaying his might and killing several immortal kings of the ancient race, causing a confrontation between 2 king lords. All the people of the 7 races of the ancient age were watching the show. But contrary to their expectations, the king lord of the ancient race actually didn't pursue the matter and spared Dilin Tu. This made everyone realize how powerful Dilin Tu was and how protective King Dilin was. Hence, when Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu to come out, he was immediately recognized. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting him, as if he was a superstar. Wherever he went, people would give up their seats to him. Lin Jiufeng made Dilin Tu act very arrogant. He ignored the enthusiastic people around him. His eyes seemed to be above his head as he walked into the territory of the celestial race and sat down. He didn't say a word throughout. But his aura was mighty. Hence, the surrounding people actually didn't say a word of dissatisfaction. It was as if what Dilin Tu said was right. A high and mighty young master who was like a god, with a powerful talent, leaped into the world, broke all shackles, and let out his own voice. The people of the world admired strength. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age were no exception. As long as one was powerful, then what one did was right. Especially the people of the celestial race. The way they looked at Dilin too was very fervent. Especially some women, they almost melted him with their eyes. But the ancient race was completely different. Their faces were cold as they stared at Dilin too. Especially when several powerful gazes could really pierce through his skin, making him feel a huge pressure. But Lin Jiufeng didn't give Dilin too a chance to retreat. Instead, he couldn't wait for the other party to hate him. He looked at the other party with a cold gaze. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a wisp of disdain. He mocked the ancient race for having no guts. Even though several immortal kings were killed, they didn't dare to fight back. This ancient race was so angry that white smoke was coming out of their noses. Some even stood up angrily and glared at Dilin too, wishing they could tear him apart alive. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and looked at them calmly. The disdain at the corner of his mouth was there from the beginning to the end. He never stopped. He just looked at them like this, predicting that they wouldn't dare to make a move. Of course, Lin Jiufeng couldn't wait for them to make the first move. This way, he would have a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, there were still calm people in the ancient race who stood forward at this moment. A handsome young man with golden hair and bronze skin shouted, "Sit down." The people of the ancient race instantly didn't dare to be impudent. They sat down obediently, but they still looked at Dilin too angrily. Lin Jiufeng stared at this person. His aura was very strong, and his strength couldn't be underestimated. The energy in his body was like a vast sea. For a time, Lin Jiufeng really couldn't distinguish what realm this person was in. But he was at least an immortal king. "Immortal King Lin, we've been asking around for news these few days. I know this person." Black Skeleton came to Lin Jiufeng's side at this moment and said through voice transmission. Lin Jiufeng said, "Speak." At this moment, Black Skeleton and White Skeleton sat on either side of Lin Jiufeng. That person is the outstanding genius of this generation of the ancient race. His name is Aigu, and he's very terrifying. He's more than 400 years old and less than 500 years old. He can participate in the 7 Races convention this time and is a powerful enemy, Black Skeleton said. More importantly, many people said that Aigu might have broken through to the peak of the Immortal King realm. He's not an ordinary 9th Heaven Immortal King, White Skeleton added. Lin Jiufeng looked at the golden-haired Aigu. He sized him up and judged. He's very powerful, but he doesn't have the aura of a peak Immortal King. Peak Immortal King. It could be said that he was only one step away from the Immortal Emperor realm, which was the Crystal Skeleton level. If one took half a step above the peak Immortal King realm and ascended to the pinnacle, they could also touch the Immortal Emperor realm in a short period of time. This was a very powerful realm. There was no such aura on Aigu. Along the way, Lin Jiufeng went from the mortal realm to the death realm, then from the death realm to the spell realm, and then to the area of the 7 races of the ancient age. He saw many powerhouses. Hence, Lin Jiufeng understood those powerhouses very well. He was very sure that this Aigu was at most at the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm. He definitely didn't reach the peak of the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm. In fact, he wasn't even half step close to the peak. Black Skeleton nodded and said, "I think so too." This Aigu is one of the 3 hopes of the ancient race this time. He originally didn't plan to participate in this 7 Races convention, but because Immortal King Lin killed a few of their immortal kings, he was transferred here. 3? Who are the other 2? Lin Jiufeng asked. Behind Aigu, that refined-looking young master. He's one of them. He cultivates spell techniques and is very powerful. His spells are peerless. His name is a guru. The last is a female. She's not here now, but she'll probably be here soon. They're all here for Immortal King Lin. They weren't the ones who were supposed to participate in the 7 Races convention. The ancient race moved them out at the last minute. Their motive is very clear, White Skeleton said. Don't be wrong. They didn't come for me, Immortal King Lin. They came for Lin too. I'll let Lin too defeat them all later. I want the leadership of the army of the 7 races of the ancient age this time, Lin Jiufeng said confidently. Leadership of the army? Black Skeleton asked in surprise. Lin Jiufeng explained how the number 1 of the 7 races convention could obtain the command power in the attack on the mortal realm. After Black Skeleton and White Skeleton heard this, they expressed their opinions. We must obtain this leadership position. When the time comes, we will set up a huge array in the mortal realm. With Immortal King Lin giving the order, it will be enough to lure them to their death, Black Skeleton said excitedly. Yes, once the command is issued, those who violate it can be directly executed. No one will dare to say anything. We can blatantly plot to harm them. White Skeleton was also very excited. This is my plan too, so I will do my best later and obtain the leadership rights this time. When I enter the mortal realm, I will be able to act according to the situation. Lin Jiufeng agreed with what the two of them said. She's here. The most powerful woman of the ancient race's younger generation is here. Black Skeleton suddenly stretched out its hand and looked into the distance as it said softly. Lin Jiufeng looked over and instantly frowned. This woman was indeed very strong. She was much stronger than Aigu. Even her aura and scent were stronger than Aigu's. Chapter 383, Augusta the woman from the ancient race was otherworldly like an immortal. She had ice skin and jade bones. She wore a veil, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her skin was milky white and her figure was tall, making one fall into love with her at a glance. This was a genius who far exceeded Aigu. She walked over slowly. Her figure was elegant. The immortal fog that shrouded her body scattered, revealing her immortal face. She had bright eyes and white teeth, looking elegant and refined. She carried a cold temperament as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens that stood in the clouds. Her black hair was so bright that it could reflect a person's appearance. She was wearing a veil, but one could only see her curved brows and her eyes that contained a kind of spirit that seemed to see through the earthly things of the world. The goddess Augusta is here. She's the true genius of this generation of the ancient race. She's fair, rich, and beautiful. She can even be described as the most stunning beauty in the world. She's so beautiful that it's indescribable. Whoever can obtain her favor must really have accumulated the blessings of several lifetimes. Miss Augusta is the same as Lin too. Her father is also a king lord. It's just that she has always cultivated alone in the past and has never displayed her might. I didn't expect that she would also come this time. Her motive for coming here is very clear. It's to teach Lin too a lesson. That's right. Lin too has just embarrassed the ancient race so much. He killed 6 or 7 immortal kings and is still safe and sound. The ancient race is also angry. He's the son of a king lord, but it's not like the ancient race doesn't have a king lord's descendant. Now that the king lord's descendant of the ancient race has come, even if they can't kill Lin too in front of everyone, they can still make him lose all his face and become the laughingstock of everyone. Everyone began to discuss. It was obvious that everyone knew that the main reason why this Miss Augusta appeared here was because of Lin too. Everyone from the ancient race could see this. Everyone was happy to see Lin too being taught a lesson, treating it as an amusement. They applauded and cheered for Miss Augusta's appearance. As for Lin too, who had always been the center of everyone's attention so far, he remained expressionless and aloof. This attitude of his didn't place the so-called Miss Augusta in his eyes at all. Is this Lin too always that calm? He's also the son of a king lord, just like Miss Augusta. Why can't he be calm? That's different. Although they are both the descendants of king lords, Lin too has always been the so-called second-generation ancestor by everyone. It was only during this 7 races convention that he rose up once, but it didn't change anything. Miss Augusta has always been a proud child of the heavens. The reason why she has been remembered by everyone is that she's Miss Augusta, a peerless genius, and the hope of the ancient race. The reason why Delin Tu can be remembered by everyone is because of King Delin. Excluding this, there's no comparison between the two of them. Everyone discussed non-stop. They were all praising Augusta and criticizing Delin Tu. But actually, whatever expression Delin Tu had was all controlled by Lin Jiufeng. He deliberately made Delin Tu look down on everything and attract everyone's hatred. This way, when he erupted during the competition, it would shock everyone. Miss Augusta came here and entered the territory of the ancient race. Everyone stood up and welcomed her respectfully, including Aigu and Aguru, the two powerhouses who would be fighting alongside her. In front of Augusta, they also retracted their arrogance. In fact, the two of them even looked at Augusta lovingly. To them, only an outstanding woman like Augusta was worthy of them. Moreover, marrying Augusta was equivalent to having the backing of a king lord. With the help of this father-in-law, it was very easy for them to become the decision-makers of the ancient race in the future. This was ascending to the heavens in a single step. Hence, the two of them welcomed her, each hoping that she would sit beside them. But Augusta only shook her head coldly. She sat aside and then took a look at Delin Tu. She looked at Delin Tu openly and even scrutinized him. Miss Augusta, I don't know why that Delin Tu suddenly became so much stronger, but he's nothing to worry about. He's only at the fifth heaven of the immortal king realm. Even though he's the descendant of a king lord, this factor won't be of any use in the martial arena, Aigu said disdainfully. There's no need for Miss Augusta to make a move. I can already defeat him. Although I won't be able to kill him this time, making him lose all his face is also a method to torture him. Aguro sneered and tried to please Augusta. Be it Aigu or Aguru, they didn't take Delin Tu seriously. In their eyes, Delin Tu's only advantage was his name. Because he was Delin Tu, he could sit there. If the name Delin was removed, he would be nothing. But, why do I feel that this Delin Tu is very powerful? Augusta's voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to, carrying a trace of magnetism that made one excited. Her bright eyes were like water as she looked seriously at the distant Delin Tu. She realized that she couldn't see through this Delin Tu. Although on the surface, Delin Tu was at the fifth heaven of the immortal king realm, the feeling she had, in reality, was completely different. Delin Tu was unfathomable. This made Augusta frown. She originally didn't take Delin Tu seriously, but who would have thought that there would be such a change? He doesn't seem to be the trash that everyone is talking about. Augusta murmured. He's already at the immortal king realm, so how could he be trash? But even though he's not trash, he's just SOSO. The various king lords are discussing matters up there. When the meeting ends later, the Seven Races convention will begin. We won't care about the geniuses of the other races. We will just watch Delin Tu until he makes a move and then makes him lose all face, Aigu said coldly. Yes, the three of us will challenge Delin Tu to let him know what cruelty is. When he loses 3 times in a row, the celestial race will lose all their face. Aguru nodded. Let's do it like this then. The two of you go first. I'll observe and confirm what capabilities he has. Augusta nodded, still looking at Delin Tu without blinking. She was confused. This kind of confusion was something that no one else had. Augusta had always had a secret. Even her king lord father didn't know this secret. From the moment she was born, she had a pair of unusual eyes. She could see things that ordinary people couldn't. She didn't even tell her king lord father and treated this as a trump card until now. She saw something different in Delin Tu. But she couldn't explain clearly what this difference was. Because this was unprecedented. She didn't know how to explain this phenomenon. Hence, she was very confused. Why do I feel that Delin Tu is like a dead person? Augusta was very puzzled. He was already at the fifth heaven of the immortal king realm, how could he be a dead man? Augusta wasn't sure, so from the moment she sat down until now, her gaze had been on Delin Tu. Without blinking. Suddenly, Delin Tu turned around and looked into Augusta's eyes. Then, Delin Tu smiled. To outsiders, this smile looked ordinary, but in Augusta's eyes, it was very terrifying. she saw two people smiling at her together. Under the smile, she felt that she was about to suffocate. How terrifying! Miss Augusta's breathing stopped. She became nervous. Chapter 384, The Birth of the King in the Eyes of Augusta. Delin Tu had two faces. One face was the Delin Tu in everyone's eyes, and the other face was hidden beneath his soul. It was very hidden. If it weren't for her talent, she definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Although Augusta discovered that Delin Tu was different, she didn't expect that he was actually being controlled by someone. She just thought that he was born with two faces. As the proud daughter of heavens in the 7 races of the ancient age, Augusta was absolutely confident that no one could enter this place and then control the son of a king lord. Hence, she believed that Delin Tu had hidden his true strength very deeply. He had two faces or two personalities. Compared to the first personality, the hidden one is Delin Tu's trump card and is unfathomable. When I looked at him, it actually made my heart palpitate. This Delin Tu is too terrifying. He's hidden his true strength too deeply. Augusta was shocked. When you guys encounter Delin Tu later, be careful. He's not someone to be trifled with, Augusta said solemnly to Aigu and Aguru. Aigu and Aguru looked at each other, confused. Wasn't Delin Tu only at the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm? How terrifying could this realm be? Moreover, everyone knew that in the early years, in order to improve Delin Tu's cultivation base, King Delin continuously gave him resources. It could be said that Delin Tu's strength was built up by the accumulation of resources. Such a person was worthy of being taken seriously? Even if they thought highly of him, it couldn't be to the extent that he wasn't someone to be trifled with, right? Aigu and Aguro looked at the beautiful and moving Augusta and nodded in agreement. But in their hearts, they didn't take her warning to heart. Instead, they wanted to beat up Delin Tu ruthlessly and make Augusta look at them in a different light. And in the territory of the celestial race, Lin Jiufeng, who was hiding in the depths of Delin Tu's soul, frowned. She discovered me, Lin Jiufeng said affirmatively to himself. How is this possible? Even the king lords didn't discover me, but this peak immortal king, Augusta, actually discovered me? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. But she doesn't seem to have sensed that I'm controlling Delin Tu. Lin Jiufeng observed Augusta carefully. He discovered that even though she had discovered him, she didn't say anything. Instead, she was just pondering alone. This made Lin Jiufeng feel slightly more at ease. I definitely can't let this woman live. But killing intent still rose in Lin Jiufeng's heart. Since he couldn't kill her during the 7 Races convention this time, he would find an opportunity to solve this hidden danger in the future. Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to look at Augusta. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the competition to begin. The king lords were in a meeting, discussing a series of plans to clean up the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng knew from King Delin that the plan to clean up the mortal realm this time was just a cover. The true motive was to solve all the opponents like the king of gods who were hidden in the mortal realm. I have to obtain the command power of the army before I have a chance to come into contact with some secret matters. Only then can I help the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and thought. Time passed slowly. The people of the 7 races came one after another, filling the huge square of the heavenly palace. There was a sea of people, and the top powerhouses were uncountable. Immortal kings were everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng's heart sank. The mortal realm was really too weak compared to the 7 races of the ancient age. Or rather, there was no comparison at all. In the mortal realm, excluding those hidden forces, there was really no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng clearly knew how heavy his responsibility was. Unknowingly, he had become a sharp blade that was stabbed into the hearts of the 7 races of the ancient age. The 7 races of the ancient age had yet to discover this sharp blade. When they discovered it, the 7 races of the ancient age would definitely pay a huge price for it. I must obtain first place in this 7 races convention, Lin Jiufeng said firmly to himself. It was also at this moment that a few powerful auras descended into the heavenly palace. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the figures that were slowly descending. They were high and mighty, living alone in the 9 heavens. The only things that the people below were looking at were their aspect golden bodies that were thousands of feet tall. They were like giants that looked down on the land. The King Lords. These few terrifying auras opened the curtain of this 7 races convention. It also meant that the matters that the King Lords had discussed had been confirmed. Next was to choose the leading figure to sweep through the mortal realm. Among the 7 races, 7 King Lords had descended. The one from the celestial race was Dilin Tu's father, King Dilin. In the sky above the celestial race, he looked at everything in the heavenly palace, especially his son, Dilin Tu, who had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. He was very satisfied. The 7 races convention officially begins. King Dilin spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to surge and become excited. It's finally starting. I've waited for a long time. After the 7 races convention ends, it will be to sweep through the mortal realm and clean up the mortal realm. It will also let us obtain some useful cultivation techniques to improve ourselves. The 7 races convention this time will definitely be very exciting. All sorts of geniuses that appeared in the past 500 years are finally going to fight. The 7 races of the ancient age have waited for too long. For more than 10,000 years. We have been sealed for more than 10,000 years. We are unable to manage the mortal realm for 10,000 years. This time, we must let the mortal realm know who is the king of the world. The people of the 7 races began to discuss fervently. Many people were more than 500 years old and were unable to participate in the 7 races convention this time. But it didn't matter. Compared to participating in the competition, they knew their own limitations very well. They knew that they couldn't compare to the top geniuses. It was more exciting to watch it live. The main purpose of this 7 races convention is to select the leader to sweep through the mortal realm. Those who are younger than 500 years old can participate. As long as you can defeat all the challengers, you will be the winner, King Dilin announced calmly. As soon as this rule came out, it immediately caused an uproar. This rule could also be explained as that if one wanted to become the leader, they had to suppress all others of their generation. As long as someone challenged them, they had to accept the challenge and defeat the other party to protect their position. This way, it was a huge test of strength, endurance, combat experience, and so on. For a time, everyone looked at the young powerhouses of the 7 races. They were the main force of this 7 races convention. But as soon as the rules came out, no one dared to move anymore. This wasn't a simple one-on-one battle. Even after they defeated one opponent, there would be countless others waiting to challenge them. If they wanted to become the leader of a group of geniuses, they had to face such a cruel situation. Hence, at this moment, the geniuses of the various races began to fall silent. They planned to wait and see, not wanting to be the first to go up. 15 minutes passed just like that. Everyone looked at each other. Was there really no one going up? But seeing that the King Lords didn't rush them, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age copied the King Lords and waited for a good answer. For a time, the scene became a little dull. Silence. No one was willing to be the first to go up. Because this meant that one had to stand on the stage from beginning to end and accept the challenges of others. This was the most difficult and dangerous thing. Right at this moment. Clang. 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 The sound of air being torn apart sounded. Accompanied by incomparably terrifying sword lights that connected the sky and the earth, the endless killing intent made the faces of everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age change. Now, please offer your knees to the birth of your king. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and directly stood on the arena in the center of the square. He looked around, his aura domineering. The birth of a new king. But he wasn't the king of the 7 races of the ancient age. He was the king of the human race. Chapter 385, I'll give you a chance. Dilin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, descended into the center of the square with terrifying sword energy. He looked around domineeringly, shocking everyone from the 7 races. Including the King Lords. Dilin, your son is very brave, the King Lord of the ancient race praised mockingly. This isn't called being brave. This should be called being reckless. Under such rules, the first person to go on stage will definitely bear tens or hundreds of times the pressure later, a King Lord in black said. Don't say that. Perhaps Lin too is confident? Another King Lord said with a smile. It was unknown if he was mocking or encouraging Lin Jiufeng, but his attitude was unclear. The others were also communicating and laughing. King Lin looked at them expressionlessly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone, there's an old saying in the mortal realm. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a different light. Let's not talk about my son's performance today for now. I'm still very happy that he's the first person who dares to go up. This is the temperament that I want. If they want to win the first place, then they should defeat everyone." If it were the previous Lin too, King Lin really wouldn't have had the confidence to say this. But the current Lin too had completely transformed. In addition, Lin too had the help of the life force Great Dao Array formation. King Lin thought that it wouldn't be a problem for his son even if he went up first. His son seemed to have changed into another person, giving King Lin a lot of confidence. All of you, there's no need to say so much. Lin, since your son is going up, the people of the ancient race will definitely go up immediately. From this, it can be seen whether the current generation of the celestial race is stronger or the current generation of the ancient race is stronger, a King Lord said with an indifferent attitude. He really wanted to see a good show. The celestial race and the ancient race had a conflict because of Lin too. Although the two King Lords secretly traded some things and didn't continue to intensify the conflict. But the contradictions had already appeared, they couldn't be wiped out in the short term. Hence, Lin too going onto the stage would definitely incur the anger of the ancient race. Hence, the people of the other races all had an attitude of not caring about this matter. They watched the commotion and stared at the territory of the ancient race, waiting to see their reaction. The three outstanding geniuses of the current generation of the ancient race, Augusta, Aigu, and Aguro, were stared at by everyone. They were all very silent. Boom! Aigu suddenly slapped the chair and said to Augusta, "Miss Augusta, I'm going to teach this spoiled young master a deep lesson. I want him to know what a true genius is." Augusta nodded. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin too. She was still paying attention to the second personality hidden in the depths of Lin too's soul. Her gaze was deep and probing. "Go, but you have to be careful. He's not someone to be trifled with. He's definitely not as simple as you think," Augusta said solemnly. Aigu was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Augusta would evaluate Lin too like this. This made him even angrier. "I will go all out and let him know what cruelty is. If it wasn't because this is a competition and I can't kill, I will definitely let him have a taste of the cruelest method of killing," Aigu said angrily. Then, he took a step forward and directly flew to the stage. Dawn. Aigu was already at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. He was aggressive, his eyes were fiery, and he was angry in his heart. In such a state, how could he possibly be cautious of Lin too? "You profligate son! Aren't you just relying on your father's identity to commit evil? Today, I will let you know that you are just trash. You are still far from being able to compare to a true genius. If it weren't for your father, would you have your current status?" Aigu said angrily. The aura around him rose and rumbled. "I'm at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, and you're only at the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm. Even so, you depended on the accumulation of various resources to climb up to this level. The gap between us is like the gap between heaven and earth," Aigu said coldly. His voice rumbled. Everyone in the surroundings heard it. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that Lin too was as Aigu had said. He was just an immortal king who depended on the accumulation of resources. If they had a king lord as a father and had so many resources, they could also achieve Lin too's current cultivation base. Many people even thought that they could do even better than Lin too if they were him. Under Lin Jiufeng's control, Lin too raised his head coldly. He looked at Aigu and spoke up, "Have you said enough? This is the first time I've seen you with such a tough mouth. If you really want to fight, then fight with your fists, not with your mouth. It's useless to exaggerate. Lin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, took a step forward and said coldly. Since you want to lose your reputation, I shall fulfill your wish. Come, I will defeat you today and tell your people of the celestial race not to think about other things. Be obedient and be the last among the 7 races. As soon as Aigu's words came out, they instantly angered all the celestial race beings. Even those who didn't support Lin too previously were cheering for him now. Boom! Aigu said a lot, but Lin Jiufeng was already impatient. He came here today to suppress the entire scene. He didn't have the time to talk nonsense with this Aigu. In front of all the powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and began to move his hands. Source energy traces appeared one after another, and a huge array formation was set up in this arena. Then, Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and summoned 10 drops of golden blood. This was his blood essence. He integrated them into this complete array. Rumble! At this moment, the entire forbidden array awakened and isolated the surroundings. The sky, the earth, the people, and everything was separated by a clear boundary. Aigu was trapped inside. As for Lin too, he looked at the stars in the distance. Mysterious great Tao appeared around him. Behind him, a huge mountain range slowly appeared and accompanied him. The huge mountain range and the array formation set up by Lin Jiufeng perfectly formed a closed circuit, making him look incomparably mysterious. At this moment, under Lin Jiufeng's control, Lin too's eyes flickered. At the same time, in the golden-colored life force Great Tao array formation, Aigu roared in shock. He didn't expect that Lin Jiufeng would set up a terrifying array formation and trap him inside in such a short period of time. This made him feel aggrieved. He was suppressed all of a sudden and was in a disadvantageous situation, making him want to go crazy. He shouted, "Even if you execute the path of array formations and suppress me, the gap in our realms is too big. I'm several levels higher than you, it's easy to kill you. Today, with the various king lords as witnesses, I can't kill you, but drinking your blood and extinguishing my anger is still easy." After Aigu roared, his body began to burn fiercely. That was his anger and also the source of his strength. He knew that this array was definitely not to be trifled with. Although he was angry and looked down on this Lin too in front of him, he wouldn't be careless and was using his full strength. Rumble! Aigu was using the forbidden nomological powers that he had comprehended. He wanted to use this opportunity to tear open a crack and escape from the array formation. In the array formation, it was always the owner who had the advantage, while the other party would need to fight aggressively. Moreover, Aigu wasn't an ignorant person. He knew that this array formation was very terrifying. If he were to be trapped in it, the consequences would be unpredictable. If he lost because of this, Aigu wouldn't be able to forgive himself. When Lin Jiufeng heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He made Lin too put his hands together and activated an even more complicated array formation. This was the Life Force Great Tao array formation. This was a complete, terrifying, and even forbidden array formation. In the past, it had always existed in Lin Jiufeng's body. But now that King Lin knew about it, Lin Jiufeng no longer had any scruples when using it. Under Lin too's control, energy flowed beneath his palm, transforming into a yin-yang circle that entangled and rotated together. This was like an immortal painting that represented the cycle of life. Then, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared on it. It was like a painting of the world that was directly pressed down. The sky was rumbling. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers entangled together. The Life Force Great Tao array began to activate, surging with a dazzling golden light. It directly shot down, producing a huge amount of energy that spread in all directions. Fortunately, there was the array formation to contain the impact. Boom! A huge energy impact landed, causing Aigu, who had executed the forbidden mystic technique, to vomit blood from his 7 orifices. The terrifying energy penetrated his body and cut off his flesh, leaving only his bones. With a tragic cry, Aigu was directly sent flying, leaving a large expanse of blood in the air. Everyone was stunned. This was a dignified 9th heaven immortal king, yet he was actually sent flying like a scarecrow. It was simply unbelievable. He lost just like that? Isn't this too fast? What terrifying array formation is this? This array formation has imprisoned Aigu. He can't display his full strength. He's like a ball of dough now, being kneaded by others. Aigu was too careless. He actually let Dilin 2 set up the array formation just like that? Sigh, the outcome is going to be clear now. All sorts of discussions erupted endlessly. Everyone was shocked. This scene was too shocking. The terrifying aura he erupted and the vicious words that Aigu said after he went on stage were still vivid in their mind. But now, watching him fly out, blood and bones flying everywhere, why was this scene so funny to them? In the ancient race area, when Aguro saw this scene, he was shocked. He couldn't imagine why it would become like this. Logically speaking, wouldn't it be easy for Aigu to defeat Dilin 2? How did it become like this now? It's that personality hiding in the depths of his soul that acted. Augusta kept staring at Dilin 2. She could clearly see that this array formation was provided by the hidden personality. Dilin 2 was only executing it. So for Dilin 2's two personalities, the first personality is a piece of trash, but the second personality is an out-and-out genius. Augusta's eyes lit up. She felt that she had discovered a huge secret regarding Dilin 2. Continue. Aigu won't lose so easily. He will continue to bring out your trump card. I want to see how deep you are hiding. What exactly is the true Dilin 2 like? Augusta was looking forward to it. As for Aigu, he wouldn't die anyway. Killing wasn't allowed here, so it was better for him to force out some of Dilin 2's trump cards first. When the people of the 7 races of the ancient age were shocked, Lin Jiufeng's expression remained unchanged. This life force Great Dao Array formation was set up outside for the first time because he had obtained a complete one. It wasn't like the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation that he had obtained in the mortal realm. That was incomplete and unstable, so when used, its might couldn't reach the limit. But now, he didn't have this problem. Now that Lin Jiufeng used the life force Great Dao Array formation, he could do whatever he wanted. Aigu roared angrily. His face was aggrieved and his heart was unwilling. In the 7 races convention, under the gaze of everyone, he was suppressed by the array formation of Dilin 2 and was sent flying. He was indignant and unconvinced. How could his unruly character endure such humiliation? He believed that this was because Dilin 2 had caught him off guard and that he wasn't prepared. He absolutely didn't believe that he could defeat him so easily if he was prepared. He wanted to fight back. He was recovering from his injuries now. His flesh and blood had been reborn, and he had returned to his peak. This injury was nothing to him. When fighting, Lin Jiufeng was cold and heartless. He controlled Dilin 2 to form seals with his hands. His entire body emitted boundless light, and the life force Great Dao Array formation beneath his feet was activated once again. Buzz! At this moment, silver light flickered in half the sky, causing countless people to narrow their eyes. The life force Great Dao Array formation was activated. It transformed into a pair of huge hands. Then, with a forceful grab, it split the world apart in the vast silver radiance. At this moment, it was as if the universe had been reversed by someone. It was the same for the life force Great Dao Array formation. It erupted with terrifying power. Above the heavenly palace, the terrifying power directly caused countless huge void cracks and the primal chaos fragments exploded one after another. In the end, this pair of golden hands held the life force Great Dao Array formation and directly smashed down. Boom! 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 Everyone knew who was being smashed. Even though the silver light burst out and was very intense, causing the people to be unable to see many scenes. A world of silver occupied their vision. But Aigu, who had just recovered his body, suffered. Aigu let out a mournful roar from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, his body was almost broken. The flesh that had just been repaired instantly melted, and his entire body became just bones again. His blood was purple. At this moment, purple blood filled the sky and fell like rain. The purple rain deeply shocked everyone. No, I don't believe it. Even if you rely on array formations, how can you be so powerful? Aigu shouted angrily. He was shocked and angry. He was already doing his best to resist. Light burst out from his body, as if he wanted to split the world apart, but he was quickly covered by the silver light. At this moment, Aigu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He was in so much pain that he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to immediately rush in front of Dilin Tu and kill him to vent the hatred in his heart. But reality was cruel. Under the supreme array formation of the life force Great Dao Array formation, he couldn't move an inch. His entire body was covered in purple blood. When the huge palm smashed down, his bones and tendons were broken. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and let the golden hand continue to crush down. It was as if a vast continent was sinking, suppressing Aigu until he was drenched in blood. Radiant light emitted from Aigu's remaining blood and bones, and endless energy surged within them, but it was useless. The current Aigu was almost smashed into a ball of mud. You want to drink my blood with just such strength? Lin Jiufeng's eyes changed. He controlled Dilin Tu and stood high in the sky. His aura was surging. He seemed to have been separated from Aigu by a distance of millions of years. Standing in this life force Great Dao Array formation, he was like a ruler. Aigu rebounded at the last moment and fought back with all his might. Only then did he break free from the golden hand. He recovered the injuries on his body, but he was still in a sorry state. At this moment, Aigu's long hair was in a mess, and purple blood was spurting all over his body. His eyes were filled with a wild sharpness, and there was still a strong sense of aggression in them. He wasn't scared by Lin Jiufeng but was filled with a fighting spirit. He shouted, "Do you dare to fight me seriously? How? You used a higher realm to suppress me, but now, I'm using my own array formation to suppress you. Isn't that fair?" Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and said coldly. Aigu was at the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, while Dilin Tu was at the 5th heaven of the Immortal King realm. The fair battle that Aigu said was in itself an extremely double standard. If he really wanted to be fair, then he would have to suppress his cultivation base to the 5th heaven of the Immortal King realm. But if that happened, Aigu would be smashed apart by Lin Jiufeng's strength. One punch. Lin Jiufeng could directly say that one punch was enough to shatter Aigu. Hence, Lin Jiufeng didn't care if it was fair or not. He only wanted to obtain first place this time. Aigu couldn't stop him. At this moment, Dilin Tu's temperament was outstanding. His clothes were spotless, and he looked elegant and lively. He stood under the sky, surrounded by a huge mountain range, looking indifferent and otherworldly. When Aigu heard Lin Jiufeng's words, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth, but he couldn't voice his bitterness because he was 4 levels higher than Dilin Tu. Then, it was reasonable for Dilin Tu to use an array formation against him. But now, this array formation had made Aigu suffer greatly. He knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Not to mention defeating Dilin Tu, even if he could survive, it was also because of the various king lords. Boom! Lin Jiufeng didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense. He had seen it before. Aigu was really good at talking nonsense. Controlling Dilin Tu, he waved his hands and condensed the huge life force Great Dao Array formation into a small mountain range. Then, he smashed down again, wanting to completely eliminate Aigu. Although he couldn't kill Aigu, it wasn't against the rules to severely injure Aigu and make him unable to fight again. If Lin Jiufeng could leave some fatal injuries that he would never recover from in his life, that would be more in line with Lin Jiufeng's wishes. He built the life force Great Dao Array formation into a small mountain range, similar to the mountain range in the Death Realm. Now, that mountain range resided in Lin Jiufeng's body and was now circling behind him. Lin Jiufeng had comprehended it thoroughly. At this moment, the array formation and the Dao nomological powers fused into one, becoming a truly powerful move that belonged to Lin Jiufeng. Rumble! The life force Great Dao Array formation formed a small mountain range and directly smashed down. This was an incomparably heavy blow. Strands of dense golden light from the array formation crushed this section of the world, causing countless people to look over. They were shocked, in disbelief, and cried out in surprise. Aigu was the same. He hurriedly dodged, but he was too late. He was directly struck. Boom! 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 Directly, his body that had just recovered was once again severely injured. His arms were broken, and his body was sent flying. This was a bloody scene. His body was smashed into pieces. Purple blood spurted, his backbone shattered, and pieces of bone flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Bones and blood flew everywhere. This made everyone gasp as they watched. Wasn't this killing him? But if the King Lords didn't move, it meant that he didn't violate the rules. Dang! With a loud collision sound, a huge purple shield rushed out of Aigu's body. This was his magic artifact. It hovered above his remaining body, and strands of divine power drooped down, blocking the fatal strike for him. Ka! 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 But this shield cracked too. Its source energy had been damaged, and it couldn't return to its peak. It's time for this battle to end. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and said coldly. No, this battle isn't over yet. Give me a chance. I want to truly fight with you. Let's each rely on what we've learned and fight at the same level. Aigu was trying his best to recover. He died a few times, but he recovered from them all. At this moment, he let out a roar. He was extremely unwilling. He thought that he hadn't displayed his true strength at all, and he was extremely unwilling to be defeated like this. Dilin Tu stood under the sky, spotless. His clothes fluttered, like a supreme existence who had crossed over to this world. He looked at him coldly and was silent for a long while. Aigu looked fixedly at Dilin Tu, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. There was indignation and a trace of pleading in his eyes. He was pleading with Dilin Tu, pleading with Lin Jiufeng to give him a chance. An opportunity that he felt was open and aboveboard. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age watched. They all hoped that Lin Jiufeng, who was controlling Dilin Tu, would give Aigu a chance. Aigu didn't even have a chance to fight back in this array formation. Is this array formation that powerful? Agura said in shock, doubt forming in his heart. This was too terrifying. Aigu was beaten so badly. If it were him, he also wouldn't be able to escape this outcome. At this moment, Aguru felt the urge to retreat. But he didn't tell this to anyone. As for Augusta, she stared at Lin Jiufeng, who was deep in Dilin Tu's soul, her brows tightly furrowed. Aigu is already very powerful, but he still hasn't forced out anything more from the other party. What should I do? Augusta was very vexed. She now truly regarded the so-called second-generation ancestor, Dilin Tu, as her opponent. No, she should be treating the other personality in the depths of Dilin Tu's soul as an opponent. That was the true Dilin Tu. As for Aigu's pleading to Dilin Tu, it also made the surrounding people make a sound. Fight fair and square. Don't use the array formation anymore. This array formation is completely cheating. Yes, fight openly and honestly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the people who were talking around him. He smiled in disdain and controlled Dilin Tu to say, whoever's shouting, get the hell up here. I learned the array formation and set it up myself. How is that not fair and square? You bunch of trash. If you don't dare to come on stage, then shut up. Lin Jiufeng went all out. He rebuked the entire crowd angrily. His eyes were cold as he looked around in disdain. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age were angry and enraged by his words. But they really didn't dare to go on stage. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu to smile disdainfully and said, a group of useless people who only know how to talk. After scolding them, he didn't care about the anger of these people. After all, Lin Jiufeng was a professional at drawing hatred. He stared at Aigu and suddenly smiled. He said, since you are begging me like this, I will give you a chance. No. In the distance, the people of the celestial race were anxious. Without the array formation, could Dilin Tu defeat Aigu? The people of the 7 races who had just been scolded by Lin Jiufeng also revealed looks of surprise. He scolded them angrily just now, making them think that this was the end. But now, Lin too wanted to undo the array formation and fight against Aigu? Did Lin too, who originally had the absolute advantage, really want to prove himself and carry out a bloody battle with Aigu? Alright, I will definitely defeat you. I will repay the humiliation you gave me 10 times or 100 times. Aigu was overjoyed. Under his excitement, he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth that were extremely sharp. He was like a wild beast as he said these words coldly. When Lin Jiufeng heard this, he suddenly raised his brows and said, "I'm giving you a chance. Yet, you aren't grateful and even dare to provoke me?" Boom! Suddenly, the golden life force Great Tao Array formation rumbled. An extremely terrifying energy descended from the sky and suppressed towards Aigu. It was like an endless expanse of starlight falling, vast like the sea, and smashed onto Aigu's body. You didn't keep your word. Aigu roared angrily and activated the shield on his head to resist. Boom! The shield was a top-grade Immortal King magic treasure. Its main power was in its defense and was very powerful. But even so, it couldn't withstand the impact of the life force Great Tao Array formation time after time. It had already cracked just now. Although it blocked a portion of the attack now, at this moment, it completely exploded and split into countless pieces. Aigu's recovered body was torn apart once again. In the surrounding space, blood and bones flew everywhere. He suffered an unimaginable injury. This was the life force Great Tao Array formation. It was something that even King Lords wanted to obtain. Once activated, it could definitely cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Although Lin Jiufeng was only at the 5th heaven of the Immortal King realm and his strength wasn't enough to completely activate the life force Great Tao Array formation, Aigu was also just at the Immortal King realm. He wasn't an immortal emperor, so how could a body of flesh and blood resist such a powerful array formation? Even if he had the strength of the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, it was also not enough. Lin Jiufeng looked at Aigu, who was once again recovering his body, but his progress was slow this time. He replied coldly, "I've always kept my words, but remember this. I'm pitying you and giving you the so-called fair battle in your eyes. You are already a defeated opponent under me. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. This time, it can be considered a lesson to you. If you continue to be unruly, I will continue to grind you. No matter how powerful you are, if I grind you 5 or 6 times, I will still be able to grind away your Immortal King realm. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you and make you unable to climb up for the rest of your life." Aigu's newly repaired body was instantly angered to the point of spurting blood. Fear, shock, anger, and even cowardness. At this moment, Aigu experienced it all. Chapter 386, A Fair Battle? After Aigu was sent flying this time, his injuries became grave. His body was almost split into pieces. A purple rain of blood scattered in the air. It was very difficult for him to recover. In addition, after being stimulated by Lin Jiufeng, his blood energy surged. He couldn't control it at all. It surged up all of a sudden, and blood spurted out of his mouth, shocking everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age. The Lin too controlled by Lin Jiufeng was really too terrifying. He controlled the invincible array formation and directly sent Aigu flying, almost shattering him. What kind of combat strength was this? What kind of array formation was this? The people of the 7 races of the ancient age were all silent. This scene was too shocking, and their hearts turned cold. Many people immediately calculated that if they were in Aigu's place, they would definitely be directly beaten into a bloody mist. Moreover, they didn't have as many revival abilities as Aigu. How valiant was Aigu? Everyone in the 7 races of the ancient age knew that he was a peerless genius of this generation of the ancient race. He was definitely not a profligate son like Lin too. Previously, in everyone's hearts, Lin too was just a spoiled young master who relied on his father and had no other capabilities. Aigu was different. Since he was young, he was a fierce character who liked to fight. In the other races, the people of the same age were often beaten up by him. Along the way, it could be said that he won more and lost less. His combat strength and reputation were truly built from fighting. But now, Aigu, who was a powerhouse in the eyes of the people of the world, was like a toy in front of Dilin Tu, who was regarded as a profligate son in the eyes of the people of the world, allowing Dilin Tu to knead him as he pleased. Even though he erupted with terrifying strength, he still couldn't withstand Dilin Tu's powerful suppression of the array formation. He almost died on the spot. If it weren't for his terrifying revival ability, the King Lord of the ancient race would have long come out to stop this battle. But even so, the current King Lord's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was so aggrieved that he couldn't say a word. On the other hand, Dilin had a smile on his face. He didn't mock loudly, but he looked at the King Lord of the ancient race in disdain. This attitude completely provoked the King Lord of the ancient race. But he couldn't say anything. He could only wait aggrievedly for what would happen next. He couldn't count on Aigu anymore. He only hoped that Dilin Tu would be arrogant and remove the array formation to fight with Aigu and expose more of his strength. Speaking of array formations, these King Lords all noticed that this array formation of Dilin Tu's was very special. It was definitely not ordinary. The King Lord of the ancient race said mockingly, "For your son, you really put in a lot of effort. This array formation must have an extraordinary background." King Dilin smiled inadvertently. He didn't mind his words at all, nor did he say anything else. If he mentioned the Life Force Great Dao Array formation now, these King Lords wouldn't be able to sit still anymore. "Continue watching," King Dilin said calmly. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu to once again beat Aigu until he spat out blood. Then, he stopped using the array formation. In front of everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age, he deactivated the array formation. Seeing this, Aigu smiled coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Dilin Tu. Anger burned in his eyes, unwilling to stop. He was hysterical. This was the only chance he could seize. His voice was hoarse, and his words were stained with blood. "You have made me completely angry. Now that I escaped from this damn array formation, I won't give you a chance anymore. I won't step in again. As for you, you will receive the most painful torture, one that can completely tear you apart. I want to tell you that without this array formation, I will return the humiliation I suffered just now to you." Under everyone's gaze, Aigu roared. He, who was quite injured, actually began to gather the white bones that had been shattered by the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. In the air, all the purple blood that had scattered down just now began to flow backward, entering Aigu's body and starting to reborn his flesh and blood. Under Lin Jiufeng's tacit consent, Aigu reformed his body and said sinisterly, "You still talk too much. You've said so many useless farts, it's simply annoying. I've already fulfilled your wish. Come and fight," Lin Jiufeng said calmly. He purposely let Aigu return to his peak. Lin Jiufeng wanted to defeat him completely at his peak, not giving him a chance at all. Defeating a weak enemy was far less satisfying than defeating a person at the peak. Also, Lin Jiufeng was treating Aigu as a whetstone to temper his cultivation base. Ever since he entered the 5th heaven of the Immortal King realm until now, Lin Jiufeng had never stopped comprehending his path of cultivation. But comprehending on his own wasn't as fast as fighting with others. No matter how lousy Aigu was, he was still at the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm. He was still more than enough to be a whetstone. Of course, Aigu didn't know this. He had already gone crazy. He had been tortured by Lin Jiufeng just now and lost all his face. Now, anger had clouded his sense of rationality. He had to defeat this Dilin Tu in front of him in order to wash away his previous humiliation. At this moment, Aigu reassembled his body and returned to his peak. He was in high spirits. Without the array formation, the fear, worry, and pleading in his eyes disappeared. Now, there was endless killing intent and unforgettable hatred. Aigu roared into the sky. The entire sky trembled with it. All the time and space trembled. He, who had reached the peak, had a peerless aura. "Spear, come." He opened his fingers and clenched them tightly. Boom! In the distant horizon, a spear that was crimson like blood flew over. With a wang sound, it was held in his hand and trembled in it. Blood-red patterns flowed on this spear, like fresh blood. It was as if this spear had fought in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was even to the extent that faintly discernible waves of phoenix cries sounded from this war spear. It was piercingly cold and deafening, making one's soul tremble, as if their souls could be sucked in at any moment, minced, and sink, unable to come out. That's the Doomsday Spear. Yes, the Doomsday Spear, the former most terrifying killing weapon, is actually in the hands of Aigu? Why didn't he use it just now? The array formation isolated everything just now, he couldn't summon it. Now that the array formation is gone, he can summon it out. No, that's a replica. Once the true Doomsday Spear is summoned, it will be more than 10,000 times stronger than this one. Yes, this was created by a senior of the ancient race by imitating the Doomsday Spear. Although it's an imitation, it's still infinitely powerful and very terrifying. This time, Lin too has overestimated himself. He deactivated the array formation and let Aigu return to his peak. With the imitation Doomsday Spear in hand, the situation has been reversed. The advantage is on Aigu's side now. The surrounding 7 races of the ancient age discussed. They were obviously very surprised. Aigu was still very powerful. He was only trapped by the array formation just now. Now that the array formation was gone, everyone felt how terrifying Aigu was from a close distance. Especially this Doomsday Spear. No one expected that this ancient spear would actually end up in his hands. Although it was a replica, its value still couldn't be underestimated. When it was first created, an extremely precious cold-blooded gold material was added to it. Also, thousands of different divine materials were mixed together to create this Doomsday Spear that looked like it was bleeding non-stop. It was also because of that superb imitation skill that this weapon became a world-shocking weapon that was treasured and passed down by the ancient race. It was extremely powerful. At the same time, a huge purple bell flew out of nowhere. It trembled leisurely as it descended from the sky and hovered above Aigu's head. Boom! Aigu was surprised himself. He raised his head to take a look. This purple bell was relatively mysterious. There was no mark on it. As it rotated, waves of purple gold immortal energy drooped down, forming a shield. No one was blind. They knew that this was definitely made of rare divine material. Ha ha ha, I have a peerless magic treasure for both attack and defense. Lin too, let's see how you are going to fight against me now. Aigu instantly knew who the huge bell belonged to. Only a king lord could send him this huge bell in such a situation. He became excited and roared loudly. After enduring so much humiliation just now, Aigu had suppressed it all in his heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Now, he wanted to vent it out as much as he could. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too. He smiled coldly and said, "No matter how many treasures you have, you won't be able to defeat me. Because you are just trash. Even when wielding peerless magic treasures, trash is still trash. Shut up. Give me your life." Aigu was completely enraged. He let out a furious roar. He had the huge purple bell on his head to defend, and he held a replica of the Doomsday Spear to attack as he charged over. His aggressive aura swept frantically in the sky and was peerlessly domineering. But Lin Jiufeng didn't let him have his way. He immediately counterattacked. Buzz! 3,000 great Dao flew out of Lin Jiufeng's body. Just like the purple bell, they hovered above his head. Thousands of silk streamers drooped down and protected him inside, impervious to all attacks. Because this was the 3,000 great Dao that Lin Jiufeng comprehended on his path of cultivation. It was very powerful, and now, it was even more terrifying. It protected Lin Jiufeng well and prevented all attacks from touching him. At the same time, a soft clang sounded. The sword of the ancient battlefield appeared in his hand. It let out a dragon roar that was incomparably sharp. Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to use the immortal slaying sword. It was a huge killing machine, one of Lin Jiufeng's trump cards. It wasn't worth taking it out to deal with Aigu. The key was that if he took it out, it would be difficult for Lin Jiufeng to explain. Also, he could keep it as a trump card. It would definitely be useful if he caught his enemies off guard with it. Kill! The two of them let out a low roar and transformed into two resplendent beams of light that rushed together. They launched an earth-shattering battle. The 3,000 great Dao trembled together at this moment. They directly collided. With a bang, the purple bell wailed and retreated. In this round of battle, Lin Jiufeng held the absolute advantage. Because Lin Jiufeng comprehended the 3,000 great Dao himself, he could display 200% of its might. The purple bell was only something that was thrown down by someone else to protect Aigu. Aigu had just obtained it and couldn't control it by himself. He even limited its might. The power of the purple bell was very restrained, so how could it be a match for the 3,000 great Dao? Boom! 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 The sword of the ancient battlefield collided with the doomsday spear, creating a sonorous sound. Lin Jiufeng attacked. The sword of the ancient battlefield instantly let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, colliding intensely with the doomsday spear. The blood energy of the doomsday spear was also very powerful, making Lin Jiufeng feel pressure. Although Lin Jiufeng said that Aigu was trash, in reality, he was really very powerful. Aigu was at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, so even though he had suffered the torture of the array formation just now, after he completely recovered, he was still energetic. He fought a bloody battle with Lin Jiufeng, like an evil dragon roaring out of its cage, peerlessly domineering. The 9th heaven of the immortal king realm wasn't a joke. It was truly powerful. At this moment, having left the array formation, Aigu completely displayed his might and terror. When the many immortal kings in the surroundings saw this scene, they were all terrified. They knew that if they were to go against Aigu, they would definitely be quickly killed. If they encountered Lin Jiufeng, they would also die, just at the speed of death. Among these people was also Augusta. She had been watching without blinking. She was staring at Lin Jiufeng, who was in Dilin Tu's body. Not bad. Aigu has forced out one of Dilin Tu's trump cards. That's the 3,000 great Dao, right? This Dilin Tu is indeed not simple. He has all 3,000 great Dao in his hands. Augusta watched excitedly. Every time she saw Lin Jiufeng revealing a little of his trump cards, she would be very excited. She also firmly believed that with her meticulous research, when she went on stage, she would definitely be able to defeat this dual personality Dilin Tu in front of her. Chapter 387, Defeating Aigu. Releasing Aigu and letting him completely display the might of the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm was the path that Lin Jiufeng chose. Facing the doubts of the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng was fearless. He had already won just now, let alone now. It wasn't like he could only depend on the life force great Dao array formation. Lin Jiufeng was full of treasures. Although he couldn't take them out because he was pretending to be Dilin Tu, he wasn't worried at all about dealing with a single Aigu. Even though Aigu was at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, for Lin Jiufeng, fighting against him was just a means to temper himself. This was Lin Jiufeng's character, calm and composed. Boom! Aigu suddenly attacked, his aura surging. If he wanted to wash away the humiliation, he had to defeat this Dilin Tu in front of him. And he must defeat him in an open and upright manner. Hence, Aigu executed a mystic technique and burned his blood essence to make himself reach the peak, or even step one step above the peak. One spirit into 3 pure ones, 2 terrifying pairs of fists suddenly appeared behind Aigu and joined the battlefield. Boom! 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 Under the terrifying energy impact, Aigu actually split into 3. The current me, the passing me, and the becoming me. This was the supreme secret technique, 1 spirit into 3 pure ones. The mystic technique was passed down from a long time ago and had been kept by the 7 races of the ancient age all this time. It could no longer be found in the mortal realm. It was found in the treasury of the 7 races of the ancient age by Aigu, and he had been cultivating it all this time. It was only now that he took it out to deal with Lin Jiufeng. You can be proud that I'm using the 1 spirit into 3 pure ones from the ancient era to deal with you, Aigu said coldly. In the ancient race area, Augusta nodded slightly. This was indeed Aigu's trump card. 1 was divided into 3, and the other two clones could inherit 70% of his main body's combat strength. Together, this was already considered a joint attack. I wonder how this Dilin 2 will defend against this mystic technique. Augusta watched expectantly. She believed that the mysterious Dilin 2 wouldn't be defeated so easily, so she looked forward to Lin Jiufeng's response. The others were also watching. They originally thought that the reason why Dilin 2 could defeat Aigu was because of the array formation. Now that Dilin 2 had taken the initiative to remove the array formation and no longer suppressed Aigu, it was in itself a sign of arrogance. Especially when they saw Aigu display such a terrifying peerless technique, everyone mocked Dilin 2's decision. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care how they ridiculed him. When he saw the three pure ones, his eyes lit up. Then, without any scruples, he domineeringly pressed over. In an instant, there was a thunderous sound as he slapped down, holding the 3,000 Great Dao in his hand. Boom! This strike that carried the 3,000 Great Dao directly sent one of the three clones of Aigu flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, unable to withstand it at all. The 3,000 Great Dao were an unbearable force for this clone. It wasn't instantly destroyed or dissipated by Lin Jiufeng, already showing how powerful it was. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng executed the triple title of waves. This technique could instantly increase his strength by 3 times. It was very terrifying. Lin Jiufeng, who was already at the 5th heaven of the Immortal King realm, was now 3 times stronger. Although his strength hadn't reached the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, he wasn't far from it. Facing the empowered Aigu. Facing the peak condition Aigu. With a slap, everything disappeared. This is your peerless technique? Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin 2 and asked disdainfully. His words attacked Aigu's heart. Although Lin Jiufeng was very powerful, he never underestimated his opponents. He was also very skilled in using words to attack the heart. Aigu was shocked and angry. He suddenly realized that even though he had executed the ancient peerless technique, the one spirit into 3 pure ones, he was still no match for this Dilin 2 in front of him. This was too terrifying. His clones inherited 70% of his strength and were comparable to an ordinary 8th heaven immortal king. But it was actually almost killed by a slap? Although the clone wasn't destroyed yet, it didn't have any combat power left. It was beaten into an illusionary state and couldn't last for long. The confidence that Aigu gained was instantly wiped out by Lin Jiufeng. He watched in surprise and anger as his heart began to panic. Aigu, regardless of whether I use an array formation or not, you are no match for me. I originally wanted to treat you as a whetstone, but you are really too weak. I don't have the time to waste with you. I will give you 2 choices now. Give a mystic technique to buy your life. Hand over the one spirit into 3 pure ones and I will let you leave. Otherwise, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Everyone was petrified, all of them shocked. Aigu was arrogant, but Lin Jiufeng was even more so. Now, he actually wanted Aigu to use the ancient peerless technique, the one spirit into 3 pure ones, in exchange for his life. This was too shocking. Go die. This is my peerless technique, yet you still want to obtain it? Aigu roared, finding it difficult to accept. He had already recognized the reality. Since he was going to lose, then so be it. It was impossible for him to give the one spirit into 3 pure ones to Dilin 2. In that case, I will make you pay the price in blood. This is your choice, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Boom! At this moment, Lin Jiufeng rushed forward, leaving countless phantoms in the air. A pair of golden fists drew a dragon-shaped curve as they moved rapidly. With a bang, his fists directly sent the 3 clones of Aigu flying. Bang bang bang! The 3 clones of Aigu spat out blood in unison. 2 of them exploded on the spot, transforming into terrifying energy that spread in all directions, charging into the blue sky and white clouds. The remaining self, the real Aigu, was in great pain. His mouth was filled with blood, his body trembled, and his bones shattered. He was completely defeated. Lin Jiufeng attacked and directly defeated Aigu. There were several levels of difference in the cultivation bases between them, but Lin Jiufeng's move was clean and efficient. He launched a thunderous strike as soon as he acted, almost crippling Aigu. The bones in Aigu's body cracked in many places, and he couldn't even clench his fists. You want to kill me? You dare to kill me? Aigu roared like an injured wild beast. The purple blood flowed backward and gathered towards his injured body. He was repairing his injured body. He had already experienced this many times. The broken and cracked bones crackled as they were rebuilt, glowing with a new life force. But his heart was filled with coldness. Because he could clearly feel that Lin Jiufeng wanted to kill him. He let out a furious roar. He was completely frightened. Because he knew that he didn't want to die. Yes, I want to kill you. Lin Jiufeng admitted bluntly. In front of everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng's killing intent was undisguised, blazing and surging. Cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was so real, so cold that it was terrifying. Everyone who saw the scene was terrified. They clearly sensed that Lin Jiufeng really wanted to kill. This is the 7 races convention, killing is not allowed. Aigu gritted his teeth. He felt aggrieved. This was simply a form of humiliation. To him, although he had been defeated several times, he was still a peerless genius. Why was his dignity wiped out in front of this Lin too? I know that it's the 7 races convention, that's why I didn't kill you immediately. But I remember that the 7 races convention only said that killing wasn't allowed, but it didn't say that crippling the opponent isn't allowed. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. You want to cripple me? These words were like a bolt of lightning out from the blue, making Aigu tremble. He stared at Lin Jiufeng. The fear, worry, and even terror in his eyes retreated. He, Aigu, was also a peerless genius. He could lose, but he couldn't be crippled. Hearing that Lin Jiufeng wanted to cripple him, Aigu's fighting spirit didn't decrease. Instead, it rose high. He stared at Lin Jiufeng coldly. A powerful faith rose in his heart. Even if I can't defeat you, I will still skin you alive and show everyone what kind of person you are. You want to cripple me? Dream on. Aigu, who had reignited his confidence, had his hair dancing in the wind. His gaze was cold and became increasingly terrifying. A powerful battle aura surged, causing heaven and earth to tremble. That terrifying aura rushed in all directions, making the people of the 7 races of the ancient age couldn't help but retreat. No one expected that Aigu would be so persistent. He was repeatedly injured and reborn. He knew that the gap between them was too big, but he still had this fighting spirit. I am invincible. Aigu roared. He was giving himself confidence. At this moment, purple energy covered his entire body. Blood energy lingered, and his hair stood on end. His brows also shot up. A terrifying aura struck the entire sky, and the ground trembled violently. At this moment, he was unafraid of anyone. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the previous battle with Lin Jiufeng and suffered a huge loss later on, he was still very confident at this moment. Boom! Aigu's fist soared through the sky and broke the 3,000 great Dao that was shrouded by Lin Jiufeng's aura. His fist split the sky, and blood energy filled the air. It was like 2 purple long rivers that seemed to connect the past and present. Its might was world-shocking. This was Aigu's strength. You overestimated yourself. Lin Jiufeng had a cold smile on his face. His body moved at the same time, blocking and executing a ruthless attack. He superimposed the triple tidal of waves, grabbed the 3,000 great Dao, and then executed a peerless forbidden spell. Heaven-broken forbidden technique. This was a peerless technique from the era of spells. In the past, Lin too had also learned the spells and forbidden techniques of the spell realm, so when Lin Jiufeng executed them, he wouldn't expose himself. Boom! The heaven-broken forbidden technique displayed its might. At this moment, terrifying energy erupted and suppressed down. Boom! 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 Aigu was once again sent flying. If he were to fight against a normal 5th heaven immortal king, he would naturally be able to fight. There was no doubt about his strength. His reputation among the 7 races of the ancient age wasn't undeserved. But against an immortal king who had experienced countless trials and tribulations and even revived after death, it was very strenuous for Aigu. At this moment, Aigu's arms were in tatters, and his body was almost crippled. The force of this strike was too terrifying, causing him to crash into the walls of the heavenly palace. Pang, 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 pang. Aigu smashed through 81 walls in succession. There's no need to go into detail about the gap between us. Are you willing to hand over the one spirit into 3 pure ones now? Lin Jiufeng didn't want to waste time. Be it the array formation or the so-called upright battle, it already proved everything. He completely crushed Aigu. If he really could kill him, Lin Jiufeng would have long killed him. Boom! The light in Aigu's eyes suddenly burned like torches, and his blood essence burned. His body was recovering in the ruins. This was abnormal because he had really been defeated by Lin Jiufeng many times. The energy needed to recover was also more or less used up. But now, he was still like a war immortal that had descended into the world. He was extremely powerful and unyielding. He executed the peerless technique, one spirit into 3 pure ones again, instantly separating 3 of himself to attack Lin Jiufeng, who was in the center. Everyone was shocked. Their hearts pounded. They all widened their eyes and watched the scene. Everyone could see that Aigu actually burned his immortal King Dao fruit in such a situation. That was why he could become so powerful all of a sudden. But the consequences of burning the immortal King Dao fruit would definitely be very tragic. In the ancient race area, many people were shocked. They shouted for Aigu not to be impulsive. If he lost, so be it. Burning the immortal King Dao fruit wasn't worth it. Augusta was also shocked. She didn't expect Aigu to be so unyielding. Or rather, his anger had burned his sense of reasoning. He didn't care about the consequences at all. He burned his immortal King Dao fruit and attacked Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, Aigu's speed was too fast. He was like a ghost moving out as the 3 of them attacked Lin Jiufeng at the same time. Because he burned his immortal King Dao fruit, his clones also had world-shocking combat strength this time. It was equivalent to 3 ninth heaven immortal kings attacking together, shattering the sky. Purple energy surged, vast and boundless. Boom! At this critical moment, Lin Jiufeng retreated a little. Great Dao patterns appeared beneath his feet. He avoided Aigu, who had burned his immortal King Dao fruit. But Aigu chased closely behind. He and his 2 clones surged with torrential divine might like 3 demon venerables, their ferocious auras surging. One of them held the Doomsday Spear and waved it over, piercing through the universe. The other executed a supreme secret technique and pressed forward. The last Aigu attacked with an assassination technique, wanting to destroy Lin Jiufeng's soul. I know that you want to cripple me. You have your father to protect you, I know that you won't receive any punishment. Since that's the case, I might as well burn the immortal King Dao fruit on my own and drag you down with me. No matter how powerful you aren't at the immortal emperor realm yet. Today, I will pull you along and enter hell, Aigu said coldly. His thick purple hair danced in the wind. He had already destroyed himself, not leaving himself any escape route. The hearts of everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age trembled. Aigu was indeed heaven-defying. At this moment, he was so decisive. He wanted to die with Lin Jiufeng. Let me ask again. Do you want to buy your life and hand over the one spirit into 3 pure ones? Lin Jiufeng wasn't worried about Aigu, who was burning his immortal King Dao fruit for strength, and asked coldly. Dream on. Aigu replied coldly. Alright, this is you seeking death yourself. I want to tell you that no matter how many means you have, you will still be defeated by me. Lin Jiufeng executed another mystic technique and began to suppress and kill. Baron Great Technique. This was a peerless cultivation technique, it was very powerful. At this moment, golden energy surged. Behind Lin Jiufeng appeared a desolate world. In this world, there was an immortal sword trembling, a bell ringing, an ancient pagoda floating, and a treasure mirror flickering. This was a desolate world. It destroyed and disintegrated everything. Anything that entered would become desolate. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng carried this desolate world and instantly shrouded Aigu inside. Under everyone's shocked expressions, Aigu's body instantly became desolate. Aigu let out a tragic cry. The two clones instantly became desolate too. They directly transformed into void energy that disappeared between heaven and earth, unable to resist the might of this attack. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng himself appeared in front of the real Aigu. In an instant, he attacked hundreds of times, striking Aigu until he was unable to resist. Blood flew everywhere, bones shattered, and the immortal King Dao fruit was already burned to ashes. Boom! Aigu was sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and he was completely weak. He fell onto the martial stage like a dead dog. Aigu lost his immortal King Dao fruit and directly fell from the immortal King realm. Although he didn't die, he was already useless for the rest of his life. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng suddenly restrained his aura. He stood calmly and looked around. His heart was pure and clear. Ignoring his surroundings, it was as if he was the only one left in this world. All the mystic techniques, ancient techniques, and various other offensive techniques that he had executed just now flashed in his heart. As for those that he had yet to use, they also appeared at this moment and slowly hatched in Lin Jiufeng's perception. Defeating Aigu wasn't a big deal. Lin Jiufeng had previously said that he treated Aigu as a whetstone and wanted to use him to comprehend the Tao. Now, after defeating Aigu, he indeed had the tranquility of comprehending the Tao. The various techniques in the world are just forms, all of them are just the embodiment of the methods. The truly powerful one is still oneself. Lin Jiufeng silently comprehended, entering an ethereal state. He had a feeling in his heart, a different kind of comprehension. He wanted to become a truly terrifying and powerful person. There would only be one invincible person in the world. And that would be him, Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 388, Augusto Aigu smashed onto the martial stage, looking very tragic. He couldn't recover like before. At this moment, half of his upper body flew out diagonally. The exposed parts of his body were covered in bones and large patches of purple blood were scattered everywhere. Everyone in the 7 races of the ancient age seemed to have been cursed. They remained motionless and silent. After removing the array formation, Lin too still defeated Aigu. Aigu lost completely. The bodies of the people from the ancient race seemed to have been frozen. They were dead silent. Lin Jiufeng stood there dressed in white, aloof from the world. A breeze blew, and his clothes fluttered. He looked like a peerless immortal, invincible. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's heart was empty. There was no longer a trace of killing intent in his heart. His expression was peaceful and calm as he looked calmly at everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age. There was a resplendent galaxy and boundless universe in his eyes. After fighting with Aigu, Lin Jiufeng really tempered himself. Aigu was very powerful. There was no doubt about this. After all, he was at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, and he was at the peak of it. He was really terrifying. After fighting with him, Lin Jiufeng really gained a lot. Now, as he stood quietly, he entered a strange and mysterious state. Under this state, his body and primordial spirit reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm, becoming bright and flawless. In the depths of Lin Tu's soul, Lin Jiufeng's body flowed with crystal-like immortal radiance. This was a person's strongest state. He could break through to the 6th heaven of the immortal king realm at any moment. This realm could no longer imprison him. In the depths of the heavenly palace, several king lords fell silent when they saw this scene. The king lords who had mocked and teased King Lin previously also stopped talking at this moment. The king lord of the ancient race had an ugly expression. He tried his best to control his anger, but his breathing inevitably became heavier. His eyes also became very cold. Alright, you've already thrown down the purple crystal bell that you once used, but you also didn't manage to protect Aigu. Your ancient race has lost completely this time, a king lord said to the king lord of the ancient race. This king lord of the ancient race gasped with an ugly expression. He suppressed his anger. After a long time, he let out a long breath and snorted coldly. Trash! Boom! This king lord reached out and grabbed. The purple bell and the replica doomsday spear flew back and were stored in his sleeve, hidden from view. A ninth heaven immortal king was actually defeated by a fifth heaven immortal king, and he even lost so miserably. He lost both times. This is simply infuriating, this king lord said angrily. But this Dilin too is really vicious. Although he didn't kill Aigu, he still completely destroyed him. He was the hope of our ancient race. A ninth heaven immortal king was destroyed by him just like that. This is simply preposterous. The king lord said angrily. Don't speak nonsense. Aigu burned his own immortal king Dao fruit and fought forcefully. My son has never oppressed him. Not only did he give Aigu 2 chances, but he also spared his life. This is still sufficiently benevolent. King Dilin immediately spoke and took the initiative to justify Dilin II's actions. He didn't want to let the king lord find an excuse to personally handle his son. Although he also knew that his son had really treated Aigu in a vicious manner this time. If it weren't for Dilin II's pressing and provocative actions, igniting Aigu's anger and burning his rationality, Aigu wouldn't have burned his immortal King Dao fruit. But even though he knew that his son had gone too far, King Dilin still wanted to protect his son. If it was said that King Dilin didn't have any expectations for Dilin II at all previously, just wanting his son to live a good life and expand their family. Then, now, he was shocked by the changes in Dilin II from the bottom of his heart. His expectations instantly rose to 100 points. Hence, he had to protect Dilin II well and oppose the king lord of the ancient race. He had to justify Dilin II's actions and calm the situation down. That's enough. Aigu lost fair and square under our eyes. You've seen Aigu being given 2 chances. He was too persistent and refused to admit defeat. Now that he has fallen to such a state, he can blame no one. Let him recuperate in peace. If he can return to his peak, he will be a legend. Another king lord spoke and confirmed this matter, not giving the king lord of the ancient race a chance to make trouble. This made the king lord of the ancient race's expression turn ugly again. Alright, since you guys say so, then let the following battle be a little more bloody. All of us shall not interfere. Let them directly fight it out. Let fate decide their life and death. How about it? The king lord of the ancient race suppressed his anger and wanted to change the rules of the 7 races convention. There's no need to do this. We haven't even cleaned up the mortal realm, yet we are already fighting among ourselves. This isn't good. A king lord immediately objected. Then what about this matter regarding Aigu? His immortal king cultivation base has already been wiped out, and he's like a cripple now. Wanting him to pull himself together again is a pipe dream. No matter what, your celestial race should give me an explanation for this matter. The king lord of the ancient race launched an attack. He held the advantage and looked coldly at King Dilin. Regarding the crippling of Aigu, he definitely wanted an explanation for it. Previously, your son had already killed several immortal king juniors of the ancient race. You used your sincerity and the big picture of the 7 races of the ancient age to persuade me. I chose to let bygones be bygones. But now, are you still planning to continue muddling through this matter? The king lord of the ancient race stared at King Dilin and said coldly. The other king lords frowned and looked at King Dilin without saying anything. On the martial arts stage, everything is done openly. Aigu fought against a 5th heaven immortal king at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm and lost. Yet, he still isn't convinced. This is obvious to all. His outcome now is a little tragic, but he indeed brought this upon himself. You even gave him the magic artifact in the middle of the battle. I didn't say anything, so don't look like you've been wronged. I'm not going to let you act as you wish. If you're really not convinced, let your daughter go on stage. Didn't you bring your daughter here this time? I heard that she's one of the strongest in this generation of the ancient race. No one can compare to her. Let her fight. Have a fair fight with Delin too and don't let anyone interfere. If she's really powerful, let her defeat Delin too and make him suffer a little. But whatever the case, no killing is allowed. King Delin said calmly, turning his words to Augusta. That's right, this king lord of the ancient race was Augusta's father, Augustu. Augusta looked at King Delin and sneered. He said, all right, since you were so confident, I agree. This time, I will definitely make my daughter beat up that son of yours and avenge the ancient race. Hee, let's make things clear first. Don't go back on your words after you lose and start acting shamelessly again. It's embarrassing, King Delin said mockingly. I also hope that you can sit still when your son is blasted apart. Augusta said ruthlessly and communicated with his daughter through their souls. Chapter 389, Augusta entering the stage. After Augustu and King Delin officially had a war of words, they decided that no one was allowed to interfere and let their children compete with each other. Augustu was absolutely confident in his daughter. Even though Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin too and beat up Aigu until he was a tragic sight. But against his daughter, it was still useless. This was the confidence that he had accumulated since his daughter was young. His daughter was born with an inborn phenomenon. She was a proud daughter of the heavens and had broken a series of records of the ancient race since she was young. Others like Aigu and Aguru, these peerless geniuses that were praised by others, were completely not worth mentioning in front of his daughter. Hence, if the ancient race wanted to defeat Delin too, he needed to rely on Augusta. But once Augusta acted, Augusta wasn't sure if King Delin would secretly interrupt and save his son shamelessly. This way, although Delin too would lose, he wouldn't be harmed. Hence, Augusta used this opportunity to force King Delin to agree not to interfere under the witness of the other king lords. Augusta was communicating with his daughter, thinking that she would definitely win. The thought that his daughter would lose this competition never crossed his mind at all. Hence, he only said one sentence to Augusta. Cripple Delin too. Do whatever you want. I will help you solve the rest. He, Delin too, has the support of a king lord, and so do you. Hearing this, Augusta's beautiful eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. She only revealed a smile, charming and cold. King Delin looked at the peerless beauty of Augusta, his face expressionless. The higher-ups of the 7 races of the ancient age all knew how outstanding Augusta was. She was also thought highly of by everyone. They thought that she was a seedling among the young people of this generation who could break through to the king lord realm. Even King Delin had to admit that Augusta was very likely a future king lord. If it were in the past, King Delin would never agree to let Delin too fight with Augusta. What was the difference between that and seeking death? But the current situation was different from before. Delin too suddenly became enlightened. He was very lucky and obtained the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. He raised his level from an ordinary person to a peerless monster that wasn't inferior to Augusta. With the addition of the Life Force Great Dao Array formation that even he, a king lord, desired for, his son was completely capable of fighting against Augusta. In fact, he might even defeat Augusta. Hence, King Delin was very calm. He believed in his son, Delin too. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age didn't know about the private agreement between the 2 king lords. Everyone only saw Aigu being carried down by the people of the ancient race after he was easily defeated. The entire place was quiet. Delin too's might exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected him to be so powerful. And now, Aigu had been defeated so miserably. Although he managed to survive, he would still be a cripple in the future. This was a huge blow to the ancient race. It could be said that Aigu was already an immortal emperor powerhouse to them. He had a very high chance of entering into the king lord realm and had a promising future. The ancient race had high hopes for him. Along the way, they had given him countless resources. Originally, they wanted to let Aigu become the right hand and left hand of Augusta to help her manage the ancient race. But now, all of this had become a dream. Aigu was crippled. He burned his immortal King Dao fruit and his cultivation base had already dropped below the immortal king realm. From the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, he directly fell out of the immortal king realm. With such a serious injury, it was already lucky that Aigu didn't die. In the future, he would also suffer a great Dao scar. He was dreaming if he wanted to reach the peak again. Hence, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age all stared at the ancient race with curious eyes, wanting to see how the ancient race planned to get back at Dilin Tu for this. The people of the ancient race stared at Dilin Tu angrily. First, Dilin Tu killed a few king realm cultivators of the ancient race, causing a lot of commotion. In the end, it was the king lords who came forward to settle the matter. And now, Dilin Tu had beaten up Aigu to such a state. It could be said that Lin Jiufeng was controlling Dilin Tu and stepping on the prestige and dignity of the ancient race to rise up. The people of the ancient race hated Dilin Tu to death. They only regretted that they didn't have this strength. Otherwise, they would have long gone up. All the angry people of the ancient race immediately looked at Aguro and Augusta. These two were the hope of the ancient race now. As long as they acted, they would have a chance to compete with Dilin Tu. Being watched by countless people, the pressure on Aguro was huge. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, how could he not go up? But did he want to do so? He didn't want to. Aigu was on par with him. Even if he won against Aigu, it would be a tragic victory, or even an internecine outcome where both sides died. Hence, facing Dilin Tu, who had defeated Aigu and beat him out of the immortal king realm, Aguro's fighting spirit was gone. His hand was trembling slightly. He knew that he was already afraid. He was afraid that he would end up like Aigu. Hence, just like the other ancient race people, Aguro looked up at a beautiful figure sitting at the highest seat. Augusta. The descendant of a king lord of the ancient race, a proud daughter of the heavens since she was young. No one had been able to surpass her all this time. She was a legend in the ancient race. Among the 7 races of the ancient age, she was also reputed to be the next king lord. Those who knew her wouldn't suspect that she couldn't break through to the king lord realm at all. Such a beautiful figure had now become the hope of the ancient race. Under everyone's gaze, Augusta stood up. Her beautiful legs were long and slender, and her skin was snow white. She was so beautiful that she seemed unreal. She intoxicated men and women. This was a captivating beauty. Unfortunately, she also had the power to overturn the world and rebuild it. Augusta said nothing. Her face was calm as she took a step forward. Boom! In the air, strands of starlight appeared. The great Dao interacted with each other, accompanied by a dense colorful fog. Augusta danced agilely, like a fairy crossing the waves, transcending the mortal world. 10 spacetime wheels appeared behind her head. They were filled with the energy of the resplendent starry sky as they pressed down with a terrifying aura. Wherever she went, the void collapsed and the great Dao fell into chaos. Clearly, they couldn't withstand Augusta's aura that was gradually becoming stronger. Augusta didn't continue forward. She raised her head and looked at Dilin Tu, who was standing quietly in the distance. She wasn't looking at Dilin Tu's body, but at Lin Jiufeng, who was hidden in the depths of Dilin Tu's soul. Ancient race, Augusta, I'm here to slay your Dao fruit today. Augusta's voice sounded like spring water falling on the green stones, but also like the sound of an oriole bird, tugging at one's heartstrings. Her words were vicious, but her voice seemed to be able to intoxicate one and make one unable to extricate themselves. This huge contrast made Lin Jiufeng look at Augusta. Kneel down now and recite my name. I can take you in as my maid and allow you to warm my bed. If you give birth in the future, I can also let our child inherit the ancient race. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and said these shocking words. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age widened. This Augusta was so domineering, yet Dilin Tu actually dared to tease her? To let the Augusta that the ancient race treated as a pearl in their palm to warm his bed, give birth to his children, and inherit the ancient race. Was this something that a person could think of? In the sky, the faces of the king lords from the other world also turned strange. The other king lords couldn't help but laugh, finding it funny. Someone even teased, these two are both so outstanding, just nice, they can make a couple. This way, their outstanding genes won't be wasted. If the two of them get together, it will really be the strong combining with the strong. They are both very outstanding. They can even resolve the enmity between the ancient race and the celestial race. Isn't that great? The teasing of the other king lords made King Dilin's eyes narrow. He chuckled and said, "As long as that brat agrees, I have no objections. Everyone can see how outstanding Augusta is. It's my honor for her to be my daughter-in-law. What do you think, in-law?" Augusta's defense was broken by King Dilin calling him in-law. He shouted angrily with a livid expression, "Who's your in-law? Are you dreaming? How can my genius daughter marry that trash son of yours? Let me tell you, don't even think about this matter. Augusta is the hope of the ancient race. It's impossible for her to marry your son. On the contrary, she will immediately beat up your son." Augusto gritted his teeth. He really hated Dilin too from the bottom of his heart. King Dilin was unmoved. He was just trying to disgust Augusto. He calmed down and watched as Dilin too faced off against Augusta. After hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, the calm and indifferent attitude that Augusta had always had instantly disappeared. Her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed, and her aura was violent. She shouted with a cold expression, "Today, I will cut off your immortal King Dao fruit and blow up your original appearance. I will make you lose to me completely. Let's fight to decide who's the winner and also to decide life and death. Come, I will beat you until you kneel in front of me and recite my name to protect you and grant you eternal life." Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too to say this, confident and domineering at the same time. Chapter 390, Life Force Great Dao Array Formation. Lin Jiufeng controlled what Dilin too said, causing Augusta's expression to sink. Her figure was elegant. She stepped on the air and shrouded herself in a halo, like a peerless star spirit that looked down on the past and present. "You want to use words to disturb my Dao heart. This move is useful on Aigu, but it's useless against me. Next, I will seal my emotional parts and fight you with absolute rationality. I will let you know what despair is." Augusta's eyes were cold. She knew that if she maintained her emotional existence, she would definitely be disturbed by Lin Jiufeng's words. Hence, under everyone's gaze, a hexagram array formation appeared between her brows, completely sealing her emotional parts with a bang. Her feelings were sealed, leaving only the rational Augusta. Her aura became even more violent and rose by 30%. What was even more terrifying was that she was now in an absolutely rational state. Her expression was calm as an ancient well as she looked at Lin Jiufeng. There was only cold killing intent left in her eyes. Lin Jiufeng frowned. This Augusta was much stronger than Aigu. This move of hers sealed her emotions. To Lin Jiufeng, the attack of words was no longer able to disturb her. Therefore, Lin Jiufeng didn't speak and just watched calmly. "This isn't a place for us to fight. Our battle is a battle of life and death. I will definitely defeat you today, so I won't hold back. The aftershocks of fighting here will be very troublesome," Augusta said coldly. Lin Jiufeng frowned. This place was indeed not a good place to fight. Go to the abandoned world. It's fine even if it's shattered. A voice suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It came from King Augusto. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The void instantly split apart, and a shattered and incomplete world appeared in everyone's eyes. This was a world from a long time ago, a world that existed before the spell realm appeared. At that time, they resisted us and were completely destroyed. Then, everything no longer existed. Only this incomplete world exists. Fight inside this world, Augusta said solemnly. Lin Jiufeng looked at this world. A trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. This was the predecessor of the mortal realm. The mortal realm was ruled by the human race now, but before the human race, it was the era of the myriad races. But the era of the myriad races was just a transition period. Before the myriad races, the era of the immortal court and the god race was the true peak. They had ruled for tens of thousands of years. Before the immortal court and the god race was the era of spells. It was a very powerful era, but it had very few records. And before the era of spells, Lin Jiufeng deduced that it was an era that belonged to array formations. The life force Great Dao Array formation was born in that era. But this era was also completely wiped out too. There were no records of it at all. The 7 races of the ancient age shattered that world and even preserved the incomplete world. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but think that if the mortal realm was defeated and completely wiped out this time, would the mortal realm also be put away by the 7 races of the ancient age and be taken out to show off or be casually dealt with one day in the future? With this in mind, Lin Jiufeng's eyes became sharp. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Without saying a word, Lin Jiufeng took the lead and stepped out into this world. Looking at it, the mountains and rivers had collapsed, and the entire world was incomplete like a broken cloth, swaying in the wind. This world was dilapidated and filled with desolation. There were traces of the battle everywhere. Lin Jiufeng saw some array formation patterns that were especially ancient and intermittent. This used to be a vast world, but now, it was abandoned and shapeless. After Lin Jiufeng entered, Augusta also entered. She said with absolute rationality, "Delin too, I shall now kill you." As her words fell, Augusta attacked. She summoned her magic treasure and raised her hand to strike. Boom! 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 This was an absolutely terrifying impact. Accompanied by a wisp of green light, a jade ruler flew out. The jade ruler was entirely green in color. There was a layer of clear radiance flowing on it, emitting a terrifying ancient feeling. This weapon had existed for countless years. This ruler was made of the most mysterious green gold. It wasn't an ordinary magic treasure. When it was held in Augusta's hand, it seemed to be able to cut through the sky and shatter the world. It was extremely powerful. The onlookers outside the incomplete world were stunned when they saw this ruler. Isn't this the heaven-measuring ruler? Someone recognized it. It's indeed the heaven-measuring ruler. I know about this. It's very terrifying. There are records of it in the library of the 7 races of the ancient age. The heaven-measuring ruler was possessed by a peerless and terrifying powerhouse in the ancient era of our race. It had once shattered countless worlds. How did it end up in the hands of Augusta? Someone asked curiously. No, this isn't the authentic version. The authentic heaven-measuring ruler has long been lost in an unknown place. No one knows where it is. Even the king lords can't retrieve it. This is a replica, someone said affirmatively. A replica? Then, it's similar to the doomsday spear that Aigu wielded? No, it's definitely different. It's indeed different. The doomsday spear that Aigu replicated is completely incomparable to this heaven-measuring ruler. This heaven-measuring ruler came from a king lord who's good at refining magic treasures. He refined it with the extremely rare green gold, and its might is equivalent to a king lord weapon. Then wouldn't Delin too definitely lose? That's for sure. What can Delin too use to resist such an attack? I think so too. He will definitely lose. Augusta is already very powerful. With such a terrifying magic treasure, she can smash Delin Tu's head into pieces. The people of the 7 races of the ancient age discussed fervently. The conclusion they came to was that Delin Tu couldn't withstand a single strike from the heaven-measuring ruler. In the heavenly palace, in the residence of the various king lords, King Delin's expression darkened. He stared at Augusta and said angrily, "You actually gave the heaven-measuring ruler to her? Augusta is my daughter and my future successor. If I don't give her the heaven-measuring ruler, who should I give it to?" Augusta's lips curled up as he said slowly. He looked at the gloomy King Delin and chuckled. He said, "If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being unwilling to give your treasures to your son. Just watch the battle peacefully. My daughter might really cripple Delin too." King Delin smiled coldly and said in a loud and clear voice, "All right, watch in peace. I only hope that you can smile so happily next. Don't go back on your words when your daughter loses. If you act against our agreement, I won't spoil you." King Delin was still very confident. Delin too had the life force Great Dao Array formation hidden in his body. That was a heaven-defying item. Even he was jealous of it, and it was stronger than the heaven-measuring ruler. Augusta sneered, thinking that King Delin was just being stubborn. He narrowed his eyes and watched the battle between Delin II and Augusta in the dilapidated world. This battle would definitely be world-shaking. Boom! Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin II and erupted with an invincible aura, illuminating this dilapidated world. An aura that was like a wave counterattacked and covered the sky and the earth. Blood energy and tempestuous waves surged. Anyone who saw this would tremble. Boom! Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin II to erupt. The terrifying might collided with the heaven-measuring ruler, emitting a loud sound that shook this dilapidated world. The heaven-measuring ruler emitted a light curtain, causing the world to become misty. Accompanied by flashes of blood, a beautiful figure holding the heaven-measuring ruler stood between heaven and earth and directly smashed down. Crack! The terrifying aura that Lin Jiufeng controlled and erupted from Delin II was shattered on the spot. There was no trace of it at all, as if the surging aura from before was just an illusion. After it was shattered by the heaven-measuring ruler, no traces were left behind. Kill! Augusta shouted coldly. She, who was left with only her rationality, waved her hand and executed a peerlessly terrifying attack. The heaven-measuring ruler waved, erupting with world-destroying immortal lights one after another. They flew out and directly exploded this dilapidated world, shattering the sky in the huge dilapidated world at this moment. Many living beings could only see that in this exploded world, a beautiful figure in white stood under the sky. She let the stars dissipate, watched the sea turn into smoke, and the world turned into ashes. She remained immortal throughout, and the heaven-measuring ruler in her hand erupted with a huge pressure. At this moment, the beloved daughter of the ancient race, Augusta, displayed to the 7 races of the ancient age why all the king lords unanimously believed that she would definitely be the guide of the ancient race in the future. The emotional ceiling left behind a rational Augusta. At this moment, she was dressed in white. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were deep. There was only absolute rationality in them as she pondered on how to defeat or even kill Delin II. The people of the world saw that in these eyes, the gaze seemed to be able to split the world apart. It was calculating the scene of the destruction of the galaxy. There was no emotion, only absolute rationality. It was very terrifying. Augusta was too powerful. With the heaven-measuring ruler in hand, she didn't prepare any defense at all. The terrifying world-destroying light that erupted from her seemed to have crossed through the ages and spread to this era. It penetrated deep into the hearts of everyone in the 7 races of the ancient age. Boom! At this moment, everyone was even more certain that Delin II was definitely no match for Augusta. She held the green ruler in her hand. It could destroy the world, kill gods and immortals, cross the dimensions of time and space, and shatter the universe. At this moment, illusions appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if they could see that the dilapidated world had buried Delin II. With this strike, nothing existed anymore. The power of this strike could be said to be world-shocking. No one in the world could stop it. Many people trembled from the bottom of their hearts. This was just one strike from Augusta, but it was already enough to destroy a broken world. If they were inside, they would definitely be easily killed too. After the heaven-measuring ruler erupted, any trace of light coming from it could destroy all of them thousands of times. Even the phrase of ants looking up at the dragons in the sky wasn't enough to describe how insignificant they were. She's too powerful. This woman has become even stronger. 50 years ago, I could still exchange more than 10 moves with her. But now, I can't even withstand a single move. As an ancient race member, a guru said with a trembling voice. He had personally witnessed how Augusta had become stronger step by step. Her improvement was unimaginable and terrifying. As expected of one of the few great freaks of the ancient race. This terrifying degree definitely surpasses the so-called geniuses. This is a freak. Someone exclaimed. Delin II is about to lose this time. I want to see if he will still be so arrogant after being crippled. Someone from the ancient race laughed out loud. He couldn't wait to see Delin II being crippled. an eye for an eye. Among the 7 races of the ancient age, those who couldn't wait for Dilin Tu to die were the ancient race. Originally, they placed their hopes on Aigu, but he couldn't defeat Lin Jiufeng and lost miserably. They were watching that battle aggrievely and resentfully just now. There was nowhere to vent. But now, Augusta was too powerful. As soon as she appeared, she far exceeded Aigu. She was tens of times more terrifying than him. She was unfathomable, and the people of the ancient race couldn't estimate her strength. They couldn't even look up to her. But this was what made them happy. The people of the ancient race watched excitedly, hoping to see Augusta defeat Dilin Tu ruthlessly to vent the hatred in their hearts. But the battle had just begun. The light of destruction that descended from the heaven-measuring ruler was nothing much in Lin Jiufeng's eyes. The heaven-measuring ruler was very powerful, far stronger than the doomsday spear that Aigu used. It wasn't that Lin Jiufeng didn't have magic artifacts to deal with them. He still had the immortal slaying sword. But he couldn't take out the immortal slaying sword. Taking that out wasn't easy to explain. Lin Jiufeng could only use the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. This was different from setting up the Life Force Great Dao Array formation previously. That was just setting up the Life Force Great Dao Array formation to trap Aigu. In the array formation, Lin Jiufeng defeated Aigu with his own strength. But this time, Lin Jiufeng wanted to integrate the Life Force Great Dao Array formation into his body to improve his absolute combat strength. Lin Jiufeng also admitted that Augusta was very powerful. She was really the most talented member of the 7 races of the ancient age that Lin Jiufeng had seen so far. She was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. In fact, she had already stepped out with 1 foot, just like the bone dragon in the death realm. Half-step immortal emperor realm. This couldn't be underestimated. After all, Lin Jiufeng was only at the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm. The difference was a little too great. Moreover, she was now holding the heaven-measuring ruler and had even sealed her emotional side, fighting with absolute rationality. This placed a lot of pressure on Lin Jiufeng. Hence, he activated the Life Force Great Dao Array formation in his body. Boom! 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 Just as everyone thought that Dilin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, was about to lose. A vast chaotic fog erupted from Dilin Tu's body, covering everything. The world-destroying immortal light rushed into the vast chaotic fog and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw Augusta make a move. They thought that she was about to win, but from the looks of it, Dilin Tu was also quite strong. He actually forcefully struck out and blocked the immortal light that erupted from the heaven-measuring ruler. Primal chaos fog? Augusta's rationality was calculating. She calculated very clearly that this chaotic fog wasn't worth mentioning. Boom! In the very next moment, the heaven-measuring ruler flew up into the sky. It also carried with it a torrential chaotic aura and released a terrifying immortal power. At this moment, thousands of immortal lights descended into the primal chaos fog released by Lin Jiufeng. These immortal lights could kill all living creatures in the world. They were abnormally terrifying. But Dilin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, was still unafraid. He reigned supreme in the primal chaos. Today, I will shatter your heaven-measuring ruler. Dilin Tu roared, accompanied by a vast immortal light erupting from his body and directly sweeping away these immortal lights. With an unstoppable force, it swept through everything and destroyed the space, causing the dilapidated world to become even more dilapidated. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the world fell silent. In the primal chaos, no one could see anything. But everyone could see that in the world outside the primal chaos, although Augusta's expression was still so calm, the heaven-measuring ruler in her hand still flew to the top of her head. It descended with immortal radiance to protect her body. Augusta didn't defeat Dilin Tu in 1 strike. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. These people who were watching the show were anxious to death. Everyone looked at the primal chaos fog eagerly, but they couldn't see anything. Why can't we see through this fog? This is a true freak-like genius fighting. Are we not even qualified to see this battle? Many people made such sounds, feeling very regretful. They couldn't see what capabilities Dilin Tu had to resist the heaven measuring ruler. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. I saw it, I saw it. Dilin Tu attacked. Behind him, there was a huge array formation that supplied him with terrifying energy. He attacked the immortal radiance with his bare hands and shattered them. This was an immortal king. He usually had the aloofness and pride of an immortal king and paid great attention to his bearing. But now, he was like a young man, shouting excitedly to vent the shock in his heart. He had a pair of eyes that could see through the void, allowing him to capture the scenes in the primal chaos. He saw Lin Jiufeng activate the Life Force Great Dao Array formation and then strike down the immortal radiance with his bare hands. Defeating the immortal radiance with bare hands, is this something that a human can do? That's right. That's the immortal radiance emitted by the heaven measuring ruler. It's not an ordinary item. It's a very terrifying item. The heaven measuring ruler was activated by Miss Augusta. Dilin Tu can actually strike it down with his bare hands. How powerful is his body? The others were also shocked. Their hearts were trembling as they watched eagerly. Slowly, the primal chaos fog dissipated. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and walked out. Sure enough, as that immortal king said, a complicated, exquisite, and huge array formation slowly appeared and rotated behind him, providing him with a lot of energy. At this moment, Dilin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, was like a peerless war god walking over from the distant past. Like a legend, he walked out a path of life in this shattered world. Wherever he passed, the shattered world automatically recovered. The plants were rejuvenated, the earth's veins were repaired, and spiritual energy began to erupt. Wherever Lin Jiufeng passed, all things would awaken. The desolate land became Greenland, shocking everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng walked forward step by step. It was as if he was walking towards an unknown shore, towards his future, towards the prosperity of the mortal realm, and towards immortality. Everyone was like clay statues as they watched in a daze as Dilin Tu advanced step by step with a firm gaze. At this moment, he looked handsome and mighty. His black hair naturally scattered down, and the clothes on his body also bloomed with spots of plum blossoms. His bearing was extraordinary, and his appearance was jade-like. Even though everyone hated Dilin Tu, they had to admit that at this moment, he was like a god. Augusta had no emotions, only cold rationality. But at this moment, she didn't make a move anymore. She knew that the personality in Dilin Tu's body had acted. At this moment, she wasn't fighting Dilin Tu, but a strange man. Her eyes were constantly thinking as she searched for the other party's weaknesses. Unfortunately, the current Dilin Tu didn't let her discover his weaknesses. Even the rational Augusta fell silent on the spot. She used the heaven measuring ruler to protect herself. In another space, all the king lords stood up and watched in shock. This is the Life Force Great Dao Array formation? Augusta's pupils dilated as he stared at King Dilin and asked in shock. Chapter 391, Defeating Augusta. Augusta was shocked. He lost his composure, which was rare. His eyes stared fixedly at Dilin Tu, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. The complicated and exquisite array formation behind Dilin Tu stunned everyone. This array formation supplied endless energy to Dilin Tu, allowing him to withstand the heaven measuring ruler and repel its attack. The others of the 7 races of the ancient age couldn't see what this array formation was. They only felt that it was very powerful. But the king lords could tell. No wonder I felt that the array formation set up by Dilin Tu was very familiar and powerful when he defeated Aigu. It's a pity that I couldn't see its complete form just now. Only now that I've seen the complete array formation could I tell that this is the Life Force Great Dao Array formation, a king lord said in shock. Before the era of spells, during the era of array formations, the Life Force Great Dao Array formation was the most dangerous weapon used to attack our 7 races of the ancient age. I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, this weapon still existed and was even obtained by Dilin Tu, another king lord said with emotion. It's indeed incredible. How exactly did Dilin Tu obtain the Life Force Great Dao Array formation? Many years ago, this was the trump card of that supreme existence. Another king lord was puzzled. Everyone looked at King Dilin unanimously. Because from the beginning until now, King Dilin wasn't surprised. He watched all of this calmly, which meant that he had long known that Dilin too had this array formation. I indeed know that he has the life force Great Dao array formation, and he even perfectly integrated himself with the life force Great Dao array formation. This is also the reason why he has improved so much. But I also don't know how he obtained it. This is his fortuitous opportunity. I won't ask about it. In any case, the life force Great Dao array formation that we regarded as a serious problem back then has now fallen into the hands of my son. It can be considered a coincidence, King Dilin said humbly. The smile on his lips was so glaring. Suddenly, King Dilin looked at Augusto and said with a smile, "Let your daughter admit defeat and marry my son now. Everyone will be safe and sound. The two of them are the best talents of the 7 races of the ancient age. Very few people can compare to them. They are simply a perfect match for each other. In-law, what do you think?" Augusto's face turned livid as he glared at King Dilin. He knew that these words weren't sincere. King Dilin knew that it was impossible for him to let his daughter, the future of the ancient race, marry someone. Even if she really wanted to get married, the male would have to marry into his family instead. Hence, King Dilin really just wanted to disgust him. Dream on. As I said, my daughter won't marry that trash son of yours. Even though Dilin too obtained the life force Great Dao array formation, the gap between him and Augusta is still huge. The heaven measuring ruler will definitely be able to crush him to death, Augusta said angrily. King Dilin's eyes turned cold as he said, "Then watch how your daughter is defeated. The life force Great Dao array formation has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. This time, I must let you guys see how terrifying this array formation is." In that shattered world, Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and looked at Augusta. She was still so beautiful and immortal looking. The heaven measuring ruler hovered above her head. It rotated slightly and dropped a green shield that protected her from all attacks and injuries. But at this moment, Dilin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, received a terrifying and thick energy infusion after activating the life force Great Dao array formation. It was unknown how powerful his body was now. His power crossed the void and the might he emitted made the stars in the sky tremble as if they were about to fall. Countless people's faces changed. This was too terrifying. He was in a broken world, but he could even affect the trembling of the stars in the outside world? Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and directly walked in front of Augusta. Then, he stretched out his hand and patted. This move was very simple. It carried the energy of the life force Great Dao array formation. Hence, this simple action became complex. Boom! In the very next moment, the void shattered, opening a passageway of primal chaos. At this moment, Dilin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, was really peerless and terrifying. Wherever he passed, everything would turn to dust and be destroyed. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers. They were all shattered. He was like a god that appeared in the world, causing all creatures to tremble. Will Augusta be defeated? The people of the 7 races of the ancient age cried out in surprise. The terrifying might of Dilin too had completely overturned everyone's understanding. Everyone couldn't believe that the so-called invincible Augusta, who held the heaven measuring ruler, was actually suppressed by Dilin too in terms of aura. No one expected this. At this moment, Dilin too was incomparably powerful. Behind him was a huge and exquisite array formation that transmitted energy into his body. His entire body was glowing as if an ancient immortal emperor had been resurrected and was ruling the world. Boom! Dilin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, directly arrived in front of Augusta. He raised his hand, wanting to kill Augusta. He was peerlessly powerful. This fluctuation made the immortal kings present feel despair. This level of power wasn't something that they could reach at all. Boom! But Augusta wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was extremely powerful. Under her absolute rationality, her thoughts were very pure and straightforward. She wanted to defeat the person in front of her. The Delin II controlled by Lin Jiufeng was already right in front of her. How could she not take action? At this moment, two golden lights shot out from Augusta's eyes. The energy in her body burned. Just like Delin II, her entire body was radiant. Her bare hands were slender, but they carried with them supreme lightning as she directly slapped down. She pressed forward and fought against Delin II. This lightning tribulation wasn't simple. It was the divine lightning of the 9 heavens, and its might was huge. When it smashed down, it could shatter this world. Boom! 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 At this moment, the endless lightning tribulation was slapped out by Augusta, instantly colliding with Delin II's attack. With a bang, the broken world trembled. It was very terrifying. The attack of Delin II that Lin Jiufeng controlled was negated by Augusta. Instead, the endless lightning tribulations created by Augusta covered the sky. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, he wasn't moved at all. His body flew in the air as he faced the endless heavenly tribulation. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble! This mouth almost emptied the lightning tribulation, drawing them into Delin II's body. The lightning was destroying his body, but the life force Great Dao Array formation instantly repaired it. Therefore, no harm was done to him. Lin Jiufeng gathered this divine lightning of the 9 heavens that he absorbed on his right fist and looked at Augusta. Then, with a loud roar, he punched out ruthlessly, transforming into a world-shocking punch that shattered the sky, dimmed the sun and moon, and only this punch remained in the world. Everyone gasped. How powerful was his body to withstand the terrifying divine lightning that filled the sky? In everyone's eyes, Delin II's body had transformed into a golden color at this moment. He was incomparably terrifying, like a true god. This scene was too terrifying. In the vast sea of lightning, the endless divine lightning of the 9 heavens was almost sucked dry. It was swallowed into Delin II's body in one gulp and gathered on his fist. At this moment, he was glowing. He released a boundless light and delivered a shocking punch. It was also at this moment that various different chanting sounds appeared in Lin Jiufeng's body. Those were the various cultivation techniques that he had learned along the way. At this moment, these cultivation techniques seemed to have their own spirituality. They began to operate on their own, transforming into small humans and then evolving into statues. Each of these statues was Lin Jiufeng himself. Anger, might, sadness, hate, joy. They were all different. With the help of the life force Great Dao Array formation, Lin Jiufeng swallowed this vast divine lightning in one gulp. It was simply the power of a true god. He was now like the god of lightning, wanting to punish the mortal realm, scaring the people of the 7 races of the ancient age into trembling. Boom! Amidst a blazing light, Delin II's right fist smashed out. It collided head-on with Augusta through the shattered void of this world. Pooh! Augusta's face instantly turned pale. Her blood energy surged, and then an unhealthy blood-red color appeared. She tried her best to suppress the lightning that was frantically drilling in her body, but she couldn't suppress it. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and her aura weakened. This was an extremely terrifying scene. There were lightning snakes swimming in the air, lightning warhorses galloping, long lamps flickering, and a vast lightning kingdom. He defeated Augusta on the spot. This punch from Delin II wasn't a problem at all to destroy the many immortal kings present. Because the power of this punch was too terrifying. The dilapidated world was trembling. Countless mountains and the void exploded. The already dilapidated world was now even more dilapidated. But looking at it with the naked eye, one would discover that it was very beautiful. Like fireworks blooming. The already torn world seemed to be displaying the last of its existence as it was being completely destroyed. It was as if it was sending off for Augusta or the 7 races of the ancient age. This scene was too shocking. The outcome of the collision between Delin II and Augusta was determined. Under such an impact, the heaven-measuring ruler was unable to protect Augusta well. Because this lightning was originally released by Augusta. For such majestic divine lightning of the 9 heavens to appear in such a large quantity, it could be said to be destroying the world. It was shocking. But what made everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age tremble even more was not this. It was that Lin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, actually swallowed these divine lightning in one gulp. If this divine lightning was placed in the outside world, it would probably only take a short period of time to turn the 7 races of the ancient age that were watching the show into ashes. The immortal emperors and king lords could be spared from danger. But the others, even immortal kings, were unable to withstand such an attack. This was Lin Jiufeng using the life force Great Dao Ray formation to repair his body continuously and absorb the divine lightning of the 9 heavens. He was giving Augusta a taste of her own medicine. Even a freak-like genius like Augusta was also defeated by such a fist that flickered with lightning. This kind of divine-like attack and incomparable impact made the expressions of the king lords who were watching the battle change. It was too terrifying and peerlessly powerful. Rumble. At this moment, the sky and earth split. The sky in all directions collapsed. The broken world was torn apart. A huge abyss spread out with no end in sight. This place was destroyed. It was completely destroyed. The dilapidated world no longer had any value for existence. Lin Jiufeng personally destroyed it. Just like tens of thousands of years ago, after the battle of that era ended and the defeat of the Array Formation realm, it already announced that this world would be destroyed. But it was only now that it was completely destroyed. Lin Jiufeng was actually a little sad. Would the current situation of this dilapidated world be the future of the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to imagine. He was unwilling to see this scene. Hence, he had to do something. The most important thing now was to cripple this Augusta in front of him. If one punch didn't cripple you, then 2 punches would. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin Tu to roar at Augusta. He wasn't going to let her off. He attacked with all his might, charging forward and attacking decisively. Heaven Measuring Ruler. Augusta summoned the King Lord Treasure, Heaven Measuring Ruler, and began to fight against Lin Jiufeng. Her rationality told her that if she didn't resist, she would definitely die. This Lin Tu in front of her would really kill her. Boom! 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 In the dilapidated world, the 2 figures rushed towards each other. They collided one after another, producing a huge impact. Energy surged like a tide, like a tsunami, surging and sweeping through the world. This was simply unimaginable. This was a pure life and death confrontation. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin Tu and smashed down ruthlessly with the life force Great Dao Ray formation. Boom! The divine radiance of this punch directly drowned Augusta. This was the might of the condensed life force Great Dao Ray formation. It transformed into a punch that could destroy the world. The universe split apart, the earth collapsed, and primal chaos surged. It was as if a new world was being created. This is too terrifying. These 2 people don't seem to be at the immortal king realm at all, especially Lin Tu. He's so terrifying that he seems to be at the immortal emperor realm. In the distance, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age murmured. The immortal kings were all in despair. They didn't dare to compare to Lin Tu at all. Augusta, who was watching, had a gloomy expression. It was extremely ugly. He knew that Augusta was about to lose. The current Augusta was relying on the Heaven Measuring Ruler to resist Lin Tu. But the Heaven Measuring Ruler couldn't withstand many strikes. Lin Tu's punches became heavier than before. Energy poured down, causing the Heaven Measuring Ruler to tremble. Augusta couldn't even hold on anymore. At this moment, Augusta and Lin Tu were still fighting intensely. The 2 figures were like rocks that split the sky, dragons that soared into the sky, and demonic apes that leaped into the sky. They moved and fell like lightning, causing the world to tremble. Boom! Lin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, punched out ruthlessly, producing countless bolts of lightning. It was actually the reappearance of the divine lightning that had already disappeared. But this time, it wasn't from Augusta. This time, it was the divine lightning condensed by the life force Great Dao Ray formation. Rumble! The divine lightning of the 9 heavens smashed down from the sky and covered the earth, drowning Augusta. A sea of white appeared, and blazing world-destroying lightning was everywhere. Relying on the protection of the heaven-measuring ruler, Augusta trembled in the lightning tribulation. At this moment, Delin too stood in the dark and dilapidated world, staring at the boundless sea of lightning. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were sharp and terrifying. Augusta's face was pale from the lightning tribulation. Her vital energy was weak, and her entire body was trembling. She couldn't even grip the heaven-measuring ruler tightly, so she could only let it float on its own. She knew that she had lost. Her absolute rationality told her that she should surrender now. But before she could say anything, Delin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, punched again. Lin Jiufeng didn't give her this chance. He wanted to kill her. But at this moment, a world-shocking aura appeared. It stared fixedly at Delin too, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. It was the King Lord who was secretly watching, wanting to save Augusta. It seems that I won't be able to kill her. Lin Jiufeng felt regret in his heart. He knew that this King Lord was unwilling to let him kill Augusta no matter what. But severely injured Augusta was also good enough. At the very least, when they sweep through the mortal realm next, she should be unable to display her combat strength anymore. One less enemy. Boom! Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin too and punched the air above Augusta. The void exploded and the primal chaos was just about to split apart. Augusta was affected and spat out another large mouthful of blood. This time, her organs seemed to be about to be coughed out. Her source energy was injured. Chapter 392, No One Dares to Challenge the Battle finally ended. The dilapidated world became even more dilapidated. It was like a piece of tattered cloth fluttering in the wind. There was no cover at all, and it was thrown aside just like that. The King Lord had no intention of taking back this broken world. Indeed, the broken world could no longer be repaired. It could only slowly shrink. In the end, after its source energy was drained empty, this broken world would completely disappear. Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin too to stand in the air. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Behind him was the life force Great Dao Array formation. Strands of golden light overflowed from his body. His entire body was resplendent and his blood energy was exuberant, shaking the world until it rumbled with thunder. Lin Jiufeng controlled Delin too and walked towards Augusta. Using his finger as a sword light shot out with a p sound and headed straight for the already bloodstained Augusta. I will cut off your cultivation base now and make you completely lose your future, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Augusta's expression was filled with indignation. She stared at Delin too and said, "You are the son of a king lord. You are arrogant and despotic. You can naturally bully others, but I am also the son of a king lord. If you want to cripple me, you have to defeat my father first." This was the first time in Augusta's life that she used her father's prestige to intimidate her enemies. Her previous opponents had all been personally dealt with by her. There wasn't a need for her to make use of her father's reputation. But now, facing Delin too, she had no choice but to use her father to scare him away. Otherwise, with Delin too's character, he would definitely cripple her. I want to give it a try. Lin Jiufeng was still unwilling to give up. He didn't want to let Augusta live. This woman was too terrifying. If she continued to grow, she would become a huge threat to the mortal realm. Although Lin Jiufeng had destroyed a little of her source energy, as long as she rested well, she could still make up for it. Although this battle injured her, it didn't kill her. Lin Jiufeng wanted to give it a try. He exerted strength through his fingertips, and the sharp sword light was already pressed against the center of Augusta's brows. That dazzling sword light carried with it a terrifying killing intent as it cut through the center of Augusta's brows. A blood seal appeared, and blood flowed down, causing Augusta to become weak. She didn't resist. Blood flowed from her glabella to the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale and her breathing was very weak. It seemed that she would die in the very next moment. Boom! But at this moment, a dazzling light shone from the sky and descended, causing the various immortal kings to tremble. They all knelt down, unable to resist this terrifying pressure. Amidst the dazzling light, a majestic figure scanned everyone coldly. In the end, he stared at Lin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng. The substantialized killing intent was about to break through the barrier. It was also because of his existence that Lin Jiufeng took the initiative to retreat, letting Augusta live. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was Augusta's King Lord father. His appearance forced Lin Jiufeng to restrain his killing intent. This person was very terrifying. If he really killed Augusta, he wouldn't be able to live either. Even with King Lin around, he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Jiufeng when there was only such a short distance between Augusta and him. Lin too, you have already won. There's no need to kill. Sometimes, too strong a killing intent isn't a good thing, Augusta said coldly. Lin Jiufeng could clearly see that he was suppressing his urge to attack. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Jiufeng who saw through it. Everyone could tell. After all, the look in one's eyes when wanting to kill someone couldn't be concealed no matter what. Thank you for your teachings, King Lord. I have received your teachings. Take Augusta back with you. She's already such a big girl, it's time for her to get married. If you think that I'm not bad, I will take her in as a concubine. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and boasted shamelessly. Augusta was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth and said in a rumbling voice, "Brat, you want my daughter to be your concubine? Don't be angry, King Lord. Since all of you unanimously think that she can break through to the King Lord realm, then doesn't that mean I, who defeated her, will also be able to break through?" Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and frantically predicted. I feel that in the future, I might even surpass the King Lord realm. Therefore, at that time, even if Augusta is willing to, I won't want to accept her as my concubine anymore. Only now, I will give her this chance. I hope you can know what's good for you. Silence. Everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age looked at Lin too. None of them spoke. They all felt that this was incredible. The venue of the 7 races convention suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, why would they hear such a ridiculous statement? Lin too actually wanted the descendant of a king lord, Augusta, to become his concubine? Moreover, he said it personally in front of King Lord Augustu. This was too humiliating. As everyone watched, they were instead quite shocked. They were afraid that Augusta would suddenly go berserk and kill Lin too with a slap. Good. Very good. I like your confidence, but be careful when you are alone. Augusta was furious. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. If it weren't for the fact that King Lin was staring at him from behind, he would have really killed Lin too now. This anger was suppressed in his heart. He had nowhere to vent it. He was simply aggrieved. That was why Augusta issued a threat. He wanted Lin too to be careful when he was alone. If Lin too really angered him further, he would directly kill Lin too himself. If a king lord wanted to assassinate Lin too, there was no way for Lin too to live. As for the pale-faced Augusta, she suddenly opened her eyes. There was a bloody mark on her glabella. The blood had already stopped, but the wound on her forehead had deliberately not healed. She wanted to keep this wound and constantly remind herself to remember how she felt now. Lin too, you want to humiliate me? Your goal has been achieved. I lost to you, so I will stay at home and not come out. I will improve myself well. The next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. There's no need to use words against me. You have to know that an immortal cannot be humiliated. Augusta gritted her teeth and said seriously. After saying this, she directly left. She didn't continue to stay. No matter how much a loser said, it was just quibbling. Augusta looked at Augusta's back in satisfaction. His daughter hadn't been knocked down yet. Failing once wasn't a big deal. Her future was still promising. As for Lin too, Augusta looked at him coldly. He had already decided in his heart that he would definitely kill Lin too. But now that King Lin was watching, it wasn't good for him to make a move. He could only turn around and leave without saying a word. As soon as Augusta left, someone immediately announced, Lin Tu has defeated Augusta and won. He will continue to stand on the stage and accept the challenge. Next challenger, please come on stage. But no one responded. In everyone's eyes, if this was just the start of the competition, someone might have gone on stage. But after Aigu and Augusta were defeated in succession, no one wanted to go on stage anymore. Aigu was very powerful, right? But his immortal king Dao Fruit was beaten by Lin Tu until it collapsed, his realm dropped, and he was crippled for life. Wasn't Augusta powerful? But she was beaten until a king lord appeared to protect her. Moreover, Lin Tu wasn't the kind to show mercy. He attacked ruthlessly and showed no mercy. Even Aigu didn't end up in one piece. Unless their father was a king lord, they wouldn't be able to leave unscathed from Lin Tu's attack. Who would participate in the competition in such a situation? Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised to see that no one went on stage. This was the prestige that he had gained from the battles he fought. Standing on the stage, he waited silently. Out of boredom, Lin Jiufeng placed his gaze on the array formation realm. The already dilapidated array formation world was even more dilapidated now, but it was still a world. Lin Jiufeng acted and absorbed this dilapidated world into his arms. He didn't know what he was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to give this world that had once resisted its enemy a more dignified end. Chapter 393, Strategy and Plans. The broken world was opened by a king lord. It was originally useless, so now that it was taken away by Lin Jiufeng, no one said anything. Since Augusta didn't care, the others naturally wouldn't speak either. Putting away this broken world, Lin Jiufeng stood on the martial stage and looked at the other members of the 7 races. Looking over, there were countless powerhouses. Those who were confident in participating in this 7 races convention were all at least at the Immortal King realm. But now, they had lost their courage against Lin Jiufeng. He single-handedly suppressed the 7 races. No one dared to go on stage. Just the fact that Lin Jiufeng destroyed Aigu and defeated Augusta made everyone tremble. Moreover, after the 2 battles ended, Lin Tu, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, still looked unscathed. The energy he used up during the battles was instantly recovered, and he was still in his peak state. Who would dare to make a move? When Lin Jiufeng, who was controlling Lin Tu, saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up. The 7 races of the ancient age weren't as terrifying as he thought. They were defeated by him now, wasn't it? If it weren't for the loss of more than 10,000 years, the number of Immortal King realm powerhouses in the mortal realm wouldn't be weaker than the 7 races of the ancient age. Every time he thought of this matter, Lin Jiufeng would feel regret. In the more than 10,000 years that the King of Recovery had sealed the 7 races of the ancient age, the mortal realm had wasted this precious time to catch up because the descendants of the Immortal Court had stolen its source energies. Otherwise, even if they couldn't compare to the 7 races in terms of top combat power now, at least the number of immortal kings in the mortal realm wouldn't fall behind by much. But there's still hope. I alone suppressed the immortal kings of the entire 7 races of the ancient age until no one dared to accept the challenge. This also gave me a lot of confidence. At the very least, the 7 races of the ancient age aren't eternity invincible. Lin Jiufeng's mood instantly became much better. He looked around and controlled Lin Tu to say coldly, "To be frank, all of you here are trash." As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused an uproar. The young immortal kings with self-esteem all glared at Lin Jiufeng. They clenched their fists and looked angrily at Lin Tu, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. But despite their anger, no one dared to step forward. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, he smiled in disdain. The 7 races of the ancient age weren't as powerful as he thought. If no one comes out, the winner of this 7 races convention will be Lin Tu. An immortal emperor stood up and announced loudly. The scene became a little boisterous. Many people were unwilling to let the people of the celestial race lead them. But no one dared to come out. Even some top races with peerless geniuses shook their heads gently, thinking that it wasn't worth it to fight to the death with Lin Tu. The current Lin Tu's aura was flourishing. If they really fought, it was difficult to say who would win. Moreover, Lin too had the momentum of defeating two geniuses, so they didn't want to fight. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no movement at all. No one went on stage. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and looked at the immortal emperor. This immortal emperor was also straightforward. He said loudly, "The winner of this 7 races convention is Lin too. Lin too will become the leader of the army that will sweep through the mortal realm. Everyone shall listen to his orders." When Lin Jiufeng heard this, he was relieved. This was what he wanted. An incompetent general would drag down the army. He was going to be this incompetent general next. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin too and directly left the martial stage. He entered the territory of the celestial race and sat down. He was bold, arrogant, and his eyes carried an arrogant aura. The people of the celestial race looked at Lin too in admiration. They were very excited and proud. But they didn't dare to approach Lin too. They were afraid of him. But the 2 guards who were close to Lin too instantly came up to him. "Immortal King Lin, you are too powerful. I was really excited when seeing you fight. You defeated Igu and Augusta in succession, causing the others to not dare to go on the stage. The 7 races of the ancient age isn't as powerful as we thought," Black Skeleton said excitedly through a voice transmission. "Calm down. It isn't because the 7 races of the ancient age is weak, it's because I'm just too powerful," Lin Jiufeng said calmly. "Immortal King Lin, you are now the leader of the army. What should we do next?" White Skeleton asked a key question. "I don't know. I have no idea at all now. The current strength of the mortal realm is completely incomparable to the army of the 7 races of the ancient age. We can't win at all. Even with me leading the 7 races of the ancient age and scheming against them, it's still not enough," Lin Jiufeng said in distress. This was a very troublesome problem. Because the gap in strength between the mortal realm and the 7 races of the ancient age was too big. Even if he wanted to do something, he couldn't find a good angle to start at. Black Skeleton pondered and said, "Didn't that King Lin previously say that there are actually many powerhouses hidden in the mortal realm? You can use these people to kill the army of the 7 races of the ancient age." White Skeleton directly shook its head. "Impossible. Although the army of the 7 races of the ancient age must listen to immortal King Lin, they aren't fools. Moreover, the powerhouses of the 7 races of the ancient age will also keep an eye on the powerhouses of the mortal realm. Didn't immortal King Lin already say that cleaning up the mortal realm this time is just a cover? The true goal of the 7 races of the ancient age is to lure out those true powerhouses in the mortal realm." Lin Jiufeng was silent. This was also what he was worried about. Although he wanted to be a useless leader and lead the army of the 7 races of the ancient age to be wiped out, thinking about it carefully now, this wasn't that easy. This won't do and that can't work. This is too difficult. Black Skeleton's head hurt. The current strength of the mortal realm, coupled with the group of 5 colored skeletons that came out of the death realm and the several crystal skeletons, has increased slightly. But I wonder if they can stop the army of the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. I can communicate with them in advance and contact them in private. Then, they can lie in ambush and set up a killing array. At that time, immortal King Lin just needs to send a portion of the army there and kill them in one go. White Skeleton suggested. That's right. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. Not only can we set up a killing array, but we can also set up a chain of killing arrays. Our troops are divided into 10 directions. You guys can just wipe them out in 10 places at once and completely teach the 7 races of the ancient age a deep lesson, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. His brain was constantly thinking, analyzing, and combining various situations. This is a good idea, but what kind of array formation can kill so many people in one go? Black Skeleton asked. White Skeleton also fell silent. They knew many array formations, but none of these array formations could deceive and kill so many immortal King Realm powerhouses. Lin Jiufeng looked at Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. The corner of his mouth curled up as he let out a cold smile. His gaze was long and looked through the river of time. It was as if he was fixed on a certain moment in the future. He saw a blood-red light rush into the sky. Actually, before I obtained the Life Force Great Dao Array formation, I also had a life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. This is a good thing. Although I didn't have the original life-reversing Great Dao Array formation, I once trapped and killed hundreds of immortal king powerhouses in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty with it. Now, I will teach this array formation to you guys. Then, I will send the two of you away first. You guys must make the best use of your time and unite the forces in the mortal realm to set up the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. Only then can you stop the 7 races of the ancient age and stop the calamity of the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. Chapter 394, Wasteland. Lin Jiufeng diligently imparted the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. The two of them learned diligently. Reality proved that Black Skeleton and White Skeleton's talent was indeed very stunning. For some reason, the two of them learned things with twice the results and half the effort. It completely exceeded Lin Jiufeng's expectations. Lin Jiufeng had just imparted the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation when he heard King Dilin's voice transmission. "Come and see me." King Dilin's voice was filled with joy. Lin Jiufeng immediately agreed. Then, he said to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton, "The two of you learn this array formation well. I will find a chance to send you two away." Black Skeleton and White Skeleton also knew that their tasks were very important. They focused on learning the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu's body and left the arena of the 7 Races convention. In any case, he had already obtained what he wanted. There was no need for him to stay here anymore. In the empty hall, black was the main theme. In the eyes of ordinary people, this place was lonely and cold, but it was also noble. Because this was the mansion of the only king lord of the celestial race who still frequently operated in the open. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu and walked in. He saw King Dilin at the end of the darkness. He was dressed in a long robe, his face hidden in the darkness. The light and shadow landed on his face, half negative and half positive. "You did well this time." King Dilin saw Lin Jiufeng and took the initiative to praise him. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the result of this 7 Races convention. "I didn't expect it either. It's mainly because the Life Force Great Dao Array formation is too powerful," Lin Jiufeng said humbly, pushing everything to the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. In front of outsiders, he was arrogant and even domineering. But in front of King Dilin, Lin Jiufeng knew how to be humble. Lin Jiufeng's control of the human heart had already reached perfection. He knew that King Dilin wouldn't doubt his identity unless he obtained concrete evidence that his son was controlled by someone else. Whether it was out of arrogance or because he believed in his son, King Dilin wouldn't suspect that someone else was pretending to be Dilin too and being so high profile in the 7 Races of the ancient age. Moreover, in his conversation with King Dilin, Lin Jiufeng inadvertently changed the topic to the Life Force Great Dao Array formation because he didn't want to talk about himself. Simply put, what Lin Jiufeng wanted to create was that the previous Dilin Tu was trash, but the current Dilin Tu was actually also trash. The only difference was that he had the Life Force Great Dao Array formation now. This was the reason why he repeatedly defeated geniuses. King Dilin waved his hand and said, "No matter what it is, it's your fortune and fate. I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to defeat Augusta's daughter. She's one of the most outstanding people of the current generation of the 7 Races of the ancient age and also the hope of the ancient race. There wasn't anyone in our celestial race who was comparable to her in the past, but now that you have stood forward and defeated Augusta, you have completely and ruthlessly suppressed the prestige of the ancient race and slapped Augusta's face. You don't know how ugly Augusta's expression was the moment the battle ended. It can't be described with words. He was trying his best to suppress his anger, but everyone could tell at a glance that he was really on the verge of erupting." King Dilin was very happy and said a lot. This was different from the taciturn him when Lin Jiufeng met him for the first time. Perhaps it was because he was too happy. They were already at odds with the ancient race in the first place, but King Dilin couldn't do anything to Augusta in the past. Now, looking at how angry Augusta was because of his son, King Dilin felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Lin Jiufeng smiled gently and said, "I'm just afraid that this Augusta will take revenge on me." There's no need to worry. I'm here. I'm still alive. If he dares to make a move, I will make the ancient race accompany him in death, King Dilin said domineeringly. He was full of confidence and wasn't afraid of Augustu. I'm not worried. In any case, it's impossible for him to lower his status to deal with me. Next, I still have to enter the mortal realm and clean up the mortal realm. I won't be under his nose either, Lin Jiufeng said. Yes, don't worry. We are going to do something big next. Augustu is also going. I will keep a close eye on him. He himself has no time to find trouble with you, King Dilin said. Lin Jiufeng's heart moved. He controlled Dilin too and asked calmly, what are you guys going to do next? King Dilin wasn't on guard against his son, Dilin too. Moreover, this wasn't a secret. He fell into deep thought and said, we are going to the wasteland next to find those powerhouses hidden in the dark. It's been so many years, it's time to end this. They are like rats. Although they can't hurt us, they are very disgusting. Moreover, the rats are reproducing too fast. It's time to eliminate them. Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled. This was a big matter. He immediately asked, what kind of place is this wasteland? Lin Jiufeng really didn't know where the wasteland was. He knew that the first world referred to the mortal realm. He also knew that the third world was once the territory of the god race, but it was now completely gone. In addition, he also went to the death realm and came to this world that was once the spell realm and now lived in by the 7 races of the ancient age. But from beginning to end, Lin Jiufeng had never heard of any wasteland. What kind of place was this? He looked at King Dilin curiously. King Dilin explained, it's normal that you don't know about it. It's been a long time since we heard of this wasteland world. If it weren't for the fact that we discovered active information about the former enemies on the wasteland, we wouldn't have thought that they would reuse that destroyed world. King Dilin's words carried emotion, killing intent, and admiration. Lin Jiufeng looked at King Dilin curiously and listened quietly. He really wanted to know the origins of the wasteland. You also know that the mortal realm is now the main world. Every time we carry out a great purge, seeds will be scattered in the new world. The old world will shed and move to the side. This has never changed since ancient times. The former third world was the territory of the god race, the former spell realm, and the former formation realm were all shed and transformed from the mortal realm, King Dilin explained. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and nodded. But the wasteland isn't like this. It's like the mortal realm, a complete main body, but it's a world that was cut off. It wasn't called wasteland in the past, but after the endless war and everything in that world was destroyed, it was called wasteland. The wars didn't destroy wasteland? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. For example, the formation realm was a broken world that was affected by the war and now fell into Lin Jiufeng's hands. A main world can't be destroyed and shattered. It can only become a wasteland and can't give birth to living creatures. The Great Daoan wasteland is chaotic, and the nomological powers are chaotic, that's all, King Dilin explained. Then what was wasteland called previously? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Chapter 395, 6th level of the Immortal King Realm. The wasteland wasn't called wasteland in the beginning. It was only called this after it was destroyed. What exactly was the original wasteland world called? It was different from the main world, the third world, the spell realm, and the formation realm. It was a world that would be beaten into a wasteland but still wouldn't be destroyed. Just like the mortal realm, they were both major kiliocosms. Lin Jiufeng was guessing in his heart that perhaps the wasteland and the mortal realm was one single world in the past. Hence, he asked King Dilin, wanting to know the answer. King Dilin recalled the past and said, when I was young, the 7 races of the ancient age were also different from now. I also participated in a huge battle, but I only participated in the battles at the borders and didn't enter the core battlefield. That time, I personally witnessed a top powerhouse of the mortal realm. It was really terrifying. That time, the 7 races of the ancient age buried a few top existences and completely destroyed the Mountain Sea realm, King Dilin said softly. Lin Jiufeng was surprised. The original name of the wasteland was the Mountain Sea realm? He controlled Lin Tu and asked, "Why is it called the Mountain Sea Realm?" Lin Jiufeng was no stranger to the Mountain Sea Realm. When he was in the mortal realm, he lived in the Mountain Sea Realm for a long time. At that time, the little white cat had yet to transform. There were still very few immortals in the mortal realm, and everything was so quiet. At that time, Lin Jiufeng found it strange that there was actually a Mountain Sea Realm in the Northwest Territory. No one could explain the origins of that Mountain Sea Realm clearly. As for why it was called the Mountain Sea Realm, no one knew. In any case, that was what everyone called it, so it continued. Lin Jiufeng originally didn't care, but now that he knew from King Lin that the wasteland was originally called the Mountain Sea Realm, it immediately made him think of the Mountain Sea Realm in the Northwest Territory. But the two were incomparable. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if there was a trace of connection between them. The Mountain Sea Realm once gave birth to the most terrifying group of people in the mortal realm. Those people are still alive now. I originally thought that they would hide in the mortal realm, but I didn't expect that they would revisit their hometown and treat the wasteland as their base camp. At that time, I had only just entered the immortal king realm. But after tens of thousands of years then, I have already become a king lord. This time, these people must die. King Lin said coldly. His eyes looked into the distance as if he could see through the world barrier and the wasteland that was hidden somewhere. Is that seal no longer a problem? Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin Tu and asked. That seal is only powerful because of the eternal treasure, the Great Millstone of Destruction. Now that we have gradually stabilized the Great Millstone of Destruction, the seal naturally can be opened easily, King Lin said confidently. What they were afraid of was the Great Millstone of Destruction. Then, can we enter the mortal realm now? Lin Jiufeng's heart moved and he asked. If they could enter the mortal realm now, it wouldn't be easy for him to set up the array formations in advance. The situation would instantly deteriorate. The mortal realm would definitely not be able to withstand the army of the 7 races of the ancient age. If the mortal realm was caught off guard, the 7 races could even sweep through the mortal realm cleanly and easily. This was definitely not what Lin Jiufeng wanted to see. That was why he asked in concern. King Lin said, "The 7 races convention has already ended. The army is about to be assembled. You are the leader. You can arrange the battle plan yourself. It's up to you to decide how to attack the mortal realm and when to attack." Lin Jiufeng was delighted. As expected, it was very useful for him to participate in the 7 races convention and seize the leadership of the army. Okay. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin Tu and nodded. Clean up the mortal realm. Be careful, King Lin said with concern. Isn't the mortal realm very easy to clean up? Lin Jiufeng's heart moved. He controlled Lin Tu and asked curiously. In the mortal realm, although the top powerhouses aren't around, there are still some hidden dangers. But with an army in your hands, if you fight steadily and don't fall into the enemy's trap, there won't be a problem. You are already very powerful now, I believe in you, King Lin said. He was quite confident in Lin Tu. I will pay attention. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin Tu and replied firmly. Rest here for 2 days. When the army is completely assembled, the Great Millstone of Destruction and the array formation will also completely disappear. That will be the time for you to attack the mortal realm. King Lin got up and left, leaving the empty hall to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng watched King Lin leave, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat on the ground, his body covered in the color of the night. His expression was deep in thought as his fingers subconsciously tapped the floor tiles, emitting a weak sound. He was thinking. How to send Black Skeleton and White Skeleton away. This was a very important matter. In a few days, it would be the time to completely clean up the mortal realm. There wasn't much time left for the 2 skeletons. Even if Lin Jiufeng was stalling, he wouldn't be able to stall for much time. Seeing that the sky outside had darkened, Lin Jiufeng realized that today had already passed. The 7 races convention also came to an end. The one who stood out the most was only Lin Tu. Even if the others battled each other and someone later on, they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The most shocking thing had already happened, and they wouldn't be able to stir up any waves anymore. In the dead of the night, in the area of the Seven Races Convention, everyone cultivated quietly. In the huge room, only Lin Jiufeng was alone, thinking about how to destroy the army of the Seven Races of the Ancient Age. As he was thinking, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Defeated Augusta. Do you wish to sign in? Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed. He said without hesitation, sign in. Augusta was very powerful. After defeating her, what could he sign in for? Lin Jiufeng was looking forward to it. Sign in successful. Received the One Spirit into Three Pure Ones technique. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Aigu was much weaker than him. Although Aigu was at the ninth heaven of the Immortal King realm, in terms of strength, he was completely incomparable to Lin Jiufeng and Augusta. But after he used the One Spirit into Three Pure Ones, he split out two other selves that had 70% of his main body's combat strength. Together, the two of them were equivalent to one peak self. This was simply a great help when fighting and killing. At that time, Lin Jiufeng wanted to ask Aigu to hand over this cultivation technique, but he refused. At that moment, under the gazes of everyone, Lin Jiufeng didn't go overboard and gave up. He didn't expect to be able to sign into this technique. This was a pleasant surprise. A profound cultivation technique appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. He closed his eyes and cultivated silently. The night became darker and darker. In the hall that was shrouded in darkness, there was only a wisp of light that scattered beside Lin Jiufeng. The hall was very empty. But gradually, under Lin Jiufeng's cultivation, another him appeared beside him. It changed from illusory to real and finally became another new Lin Jiufeng. In another place that the moonlight couldn't reach, there was also another Lin Jiufeng. One Spirit into Three Pure Ones, success. Lin Jiufeng kept his two clones back in his body. With a bang, he successfully broke through the realm that he had been stuck in. Fifth to sixth heaven of the Immortal King realm. To Lin Jiufeng, the accumulation and battles during this period of time had benefited him greatly. He had comprehended quite a lot. Breaking through was a matter of course, there were no obstacles. Chapter 396, Tearing open the seal. After breaking through to the sixth heaven of the Immortal King realm, Lin Jiufeng's strength greatly increased. Moreover, he obtained the One Spirit into Three Pure Ones, making his combat strength even stronger. The night was long. Lin Jiufeng cultivated silently without stopping for a moment, constantly improving himself. At dawn, when the dark curtain was broken, Lin Jiufeng continued to cultivate. But suddenly, with a bang, a huge explosion covered the sky. It was deafening. The terrifying energy impact directly shattered the sky that had just lit up. Roar! A huge roar smashed into the hearts of everyone from the seven races of the ancient age like a huge hammer. In the sky, this roar actually penetrated through the ceiling array formation, causing the blood and energy of many people to surge, almost falling onto the ground. Everyone was shocked. This person was too powerful. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but his entire body was suffused with blood energy that shrouded the sky. His aura penetrated the sky as if a vast sea was surging. The fist that he waved smashed down like a small mountain, attacking the ceiling array formation in the sky. This ceiling array formation was left behind by the King of Recovery back then with his life. Now, this person was suddenly smashing at this array formation, his attacks rumbling, his divine might matchless. This special array formation had 2 layers of protection. It sat in the sky above the spell realm. It was huge. In addition, with the great millstone of destruction as the core to suppress the array formation, it was powerful enough to seal the 7 races of the ancient age. For more than 10,000 years, it had never been damaged. But at this moment, it was trembling violently, as if it was about to be broken. Lin Jiufeng was also jolted awake. He quickly got up and came to the door to take a look. In the sky, the terrifying giant, the dense blood energy, and the baleful light had already cracked the array formation. Could this be the method the 7 races of the ancient age chose to break the array formation? Lin Jiufeng was shocked. This giant was definitely a king lord. Moreover, looking at his fast and ferocious attack on the array formation, he could guess that this giant belonged to the 7 races of the ancient age. It was time for this array formation that had sealed them for more than 10,000 years to disappear. The reputation of the 7 races of the ancient age should also be spread throughout the world. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were also jolted awake. They quickly arrived beside Lin Jiufeng. Immortal King Lin, what happened? Black Skeleton asked in surprise and doubt. White Skeleton frowned as it watched. Its heart was very heavy. The terrifying might in the sky made it difficult for it to breathe. This was definitely a terrifying existence. This is the 7 races of the ancient age destroying the array formation and opening the path to the mortal realm. There's no need to worry, it won't hurt us, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. His thoughts were active. His inspirations were erupting. His eyes were observing. As Black Skeleton and White Skeleton looked at each other, Lin Jiufeng discovered hope. He grabbed the 2 of them and flew towards the edge of the array formation. This array formation is about to be broken. The passageway to the mortal realm will also be broken. At that time, I will send you guys out. You guys have to seize the limited time to contact all the powerhouses in the mortal realm, as well as that group of skeletons that entered the mortal realm from the death realm. Tell them that danger is coming and they must join forces to set up the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. I will maintain contact with you guys at all times. The mortal realm must gather together and directly kill the first batch of troops that will be entering the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng instructed carefully. This was the opportunity that he had discovered. He had to seize it. Although the time was very tight, Lin Jiufeng was confident in Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. White Skeleton and Black Skeleton also became serious as they stared at the giant in the sky. When Lin Jiufeng brought the 2 skeletons to the edge of the array formation, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age were all awakened by this huge commotion. Everyone discussed and stared at the sky. This is too terrifying. What realm has this person reached? He actually caused damage to this array formation. I can't see his face clearly. I wonder where he came from and what his background is. This array formation is used to restrain us. Could it be that a top powerhouse of our race is destroying the array formation? Everyone was shocked in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. This person was too powerful, the blood energy he released was even more magnificent than the galaxy, shocking their souls. Each of the giant's attacks was earth-shattering. This array formation had been around for more than 10,000 years and was still very powerful. Especially with the great millstone of destruction, even the king lords couldn't easily destroy it. But now, this array formation was about to be broken. The terrifying impact made one's scalp turn numb. They all opened their mouths in shock. At this moment, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age were all alarmed. They were all tongue-tied and breathing rapidly. Roar! The giant roared. In the sky, he waved his mountain-like fist and smashed it into the sky above the array formation. Boom! 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 Array patterns appeared one after another, and ancient imprints appeared successively. They were like clusters of immortal flames burning. The great Dao rumbled, and its aura devoured the sky. The array formation was also resisting and tenaciously supporting itself. In the very next moment, the array formation transformed into a huge city that blocked the giant. This city was majestic and glorious. Its aura was magnificent. The city walls were like mountains, tall and thick, emitting a majestic aura. But the giant directly smashed down with a punch. With a bang, it shook the sky. The energy impact shattered the eardrums of many people, it was unbearable. The huge city exploded on the spot. The array formation couldn't withstand the might of the giant anymore. In the very next moment, the giant grabbed the array formation and pulled forcefully. Boiling hot energy poured down, and the array formation was shattered on the spot. When the people of the 7 races of the ancient age saw this scene, they immediately confirmed that this was their ancestor. He was here to undo this seal that had sealed them for more than 10,000 years. They cheered loudly. When a king lord saw this scene, he said excitedly, "this is an elder that had been in seclusion, he's our ancestor. He has torn apart the array formation. Next is to attack the mortal realm and sweep through the mortal realm." The people of the 7 races of the ancient age immediately cheered, all of them were excited. They had stayed in the spell realm for too long. Nothing here was new to them anymore. They wanted to enter the mortal realm to take a look. When Lin Jiufeng heard this, he looked at the array formation that had already been torn apart. He immediately discovered the gap and sent a voice transmission into the ears of the 2 skeletons. "The 2 of you hurry up and leave through that gap. Remember, time is pressing. We will maintain contact at all times. I can only buy 2 to 3 days for the 2 of you. You have to do your best to persuade the powerhouses in the mortal realm to set up the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation." This was a very important mission that concerned the safety of billions of living beings in the mortal realm. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton looked at each other and felt the pressure, but they nodded firmly. "Immortal King Lin, we will definitely do our job well. Please believe in us." Lin Jiufeng naturally trusted the 2 of them. Although they looked quite timid on usual days, when they encountered trouble, they dared to stand out and didn't shrink back. "We shall leave now." Black Skeleton and White Skeleton took advantage of the chaos and escaped from this remote place where the seal was broken. They disappeared into the world barrier. As for Lin Jiufeng, after sending Black Skeleton and White Skeleton away, he only heard a loud sound. A huge hand stretched out from a distant space and instantly grabbed the great millstone of destruction. "Since you are here, then stay. The great millstone of destruction has sealed us for more than 10,000 years. From now on, this is ours." The giant that shattered the seal snorted coldly. "You guys aren't worthy of possessing the great millstone of destruction." The newcomer snorted coldly. He stretched out a finger, and 10+ beautiful flowers directly exploded in the air. Blood-red flowers. He was here to take away the great millstone of destruction. He wouldn't let anyone stop him. Chapter 397, The Person on the Bridge. The battle caught everyone off guard. The huge hand also came unexpectedly. No one expected it. The sudden huge hand directly caused blood to bloom on the giant's body. In the chaotic sky, it looked very beautiful but also very dangerous. The giant was also very powerful. His powerful palm covered the sky, stopping this huge hand from taking away the great millstone of destruction. The great millstone of destruction had already tortured them for more than 10,000 years. Now that the array formation was broken, they naturally wouldn't let the peerless magic treasure, the great millstone of destruction, be taken away by anyone. But in the very next moment, this huge hand directly used the finger like a sword and slashed into the void. The huge hand that covered the sky was directly broken. Blood streamed down, causing the people of the 7 races of the ancient age to watch in shock. Their ancestor was actually injured just like that? Not only that, but there was also something even more terrifying. After that huge hand held the great millstone of destruction, it smashed down ruthlessly. With a bang, the void trembled. The giant was directly sent flying from the impact, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. It couldn't withstand the impact of the great millstone of destruction at all. "Stop him!" the giant roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. This wasn't because he was incompetent, nor was it because he lost to the other party. The one he lost to was the great millstone of destruction. The terrifying might of the great millstone of destruction was proven once again. This strengthened the determination of the 7 races of the ancient age. They couldn't let this invincible magic treasure be taken away. After Lin Jiufeng sent away the 2 skeletons, he immediately hid in King Dilin's palace and watched silently. Who exactly is this? He actually dares to snatch the great millstone of destruction in the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age? Could he be a big shot from the various eras? I remember King Dilin saying that there are powerhouses hidden in the mortal realm. The thoughts in Lin Jiufeng's mind kept spinning as he kept thinking. This scene was too shocking. The giant who tore apart the array formation with an invincible attitude just now was now being beaten until he spat out blood by a huge hand. Although this huge hand held the great millstone of destruction, his true body didn't appear after all. If his true body came, wouldn't he be even stronger? This is a big battle in a true sense. I seem to have started to come into contact with the true powerhouses of the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng became serious. He didn't dare to be careless at all. He stared at the sky. Above the sky, the void was shattered, and primal chaos appeared. From the primal chaos, a person walked over. Boom! This person walked over from the primal chaos. After he appeared, he was incomparably domineering. Billions of multicolored lights rushed out from his body, and his might covered the sky and the ground. He punched over with a torrential divine might. His black hair danced in the air. The might of his fist was simply terrifying, it could be said to be world-shocking. Let me guess who you are. A king of the spell realm? An undead from the era of array formations, or an old monster from an even older era? You bunch of people who are on your last legs and hiding in a corner like rats are simply annoying. This person punched out. The aura of a king lord was vast and mighty, covering the sky and the ground. If one didn't reach the king lord realm, it would still be a grain of sand in the end. Once they crossed this threshold, it would be a qualitative transformation. They would step onto a heavenly staircase and achieve the sublimation of life. As he spoke, his words were filled with extreme disdain. He constantly guessed the identity of the huge hand, revealing very important information. It was only at this moment that the people of the 7 races of the ancient age knew that there were still some powerhouses who survived in the previous eras of the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled too. Then, he was overjoyed. The mortal realm wasn't fighting alone. Some of the powerhouses from the previous eras had still been preserved. For example, the king of the spell realm, the undead from the era of array formations, and some even older monsters. These people brought hope to Lin Jiufeng, hope to defeat the 7 races of the ancient age. In the past, he had only heard of these people and had never seen them before. Now that he saw it with his own eyes and saw them fighting back and forth with the ancestors of the 7 races of the ancient age, Lin Jiufeng felt a sense of realness. He stared at the battle without blinking, watching this battle carefully. Boom! The huge hand chose to use force to resist the might of the enemy. With the great millstone of destruction in hand, it fought against the mighty figure in front of it. A battle between peerless powerhouses. This was an intense collision. This was definitely a battle at the level of the King Lords. Boom! The huge hand destroyed the other party's fist once again with the great millstone of destruction and sneered. Xuanhuang, you destroyed the era of array formations, buried the era of spells, and ended the era of the immortal court and the god race. You have offended too many people. The 7 races of the ancient age have to pay a price in blood in this era. The huge hand held the great millstone of destruction that emitted primal chaos energy and said the name of the person in front of him. Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang wasn't surprised. In the various eras, he had always been the vanguard, the first person to attack. Naturally, he was known by many people. He sneered and said with extreme disdain, "These are just the wails of the losers. Since you are here today, there's no need for you to leave. I will keep you here. You rats must be wiped out in this era. I won't give you guys a chance to scheme against us anymore." At this moment, Xuanhuang's black hair danced in the wind. Golden blood energy rushed into the sky, spreading immensely, magnificent and vast. His face was blurry. What the people of the world saw was only the endless great Tao flickering in his eyes, the black of his hair, and the flickering luster of his body. Rumble! This was a peerless and terrifying aura. The golden blood energy scattered the primal chaos. He was definitely a very powerful existence among the King Lords. He could even reign supreme over the past and present. He stood there, looking down on the world. A person displaying such divine might could be considered to be world-shocking. Boom! Xuanhuang directly attacked, peerlessly domineering. His body was slender and strong, his black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were deep. It was as if billions of stars appeared in his pupils, terrifying beyond compare. As for that huge hand, it wasn't to be outdone either. It directly held the great millstone of destruction and attacked. Its true body couldn't come, but with a peerless magic treasure in hand, its might wasn't inferior either. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the sky, Xuanhuang and the powerhouse holding the great millstone of destruction directly launched an intense fight. Their bodies, spells, vital energy, and mystic techniques were executed one by one. In an extremely short period of time, they exchanged blows hundreds of times. Their speeds were so fast that even Lin Jiufeng was a little overwhelmed. The two of them collided forcefully with each other. Golden blood energy filled the sky, dyeing the sky and earth golden. They fought until the world collapsed and the sky trembled. They were peerless and valiant, their divine might unstoppable. At this moment, Xuanhuang's aura of supremacy surged with a roar. His well-built body, fluttering black hair, cold eyes, and exuberant golden blood energy could be said to devour the mountains and rivers. Roar! Xuanhuang let out a loud roar and directly shattered a large area of the sky. His golden fist power overflowed and struck 30,000 miles horizontally, causing the world in all directions to tremble violently. The spell realm seemed to be about to collapse. The other party wasn't to be outdone. He directly activated the great millstone of destruction and began to emit cracking sounds. It contained the heaven and earth inside, wanting to grind everything into pieces. From afar, the golden blood energy drowned the sky. Amidst the golden blood energy that filled the sky, a self-revolving great millstone of destruction let out cracking sounds, announcing the countdown of this world. Rumble! The two collided, directly causing several terrifying auras to begin to awaken in the 7 races of the ancient age. It was obvious that Xuanhuang had called for help. He wanted to keep the great millstone of destruction and the owner of this huge hand here. But at this moment, in the vast golden light, a huge bridge flew over from the depths of the endless primal chaos. With a bang, it directly shattered the golden blood energy that filled the sky, destroying all of Xuanhuang's attacks. It even forced Xuanhuang to retreat and watch in surprise. On the bridge, a tall and handsome figure descended. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Millions of lights drooped down from his body, blocking his appearance. There was only a rough outline. This was... Xuanhuang was surprised. When he saw this bridge, he thought of a terrifying existence. But... that person was already dead. He had died in the spell realm 50,000 years ago. Xuanhuang was very anxious in his heart. He didn't believe that that person would revive. He shouted, "You're already dead? It's impossible for you to appear again. Don't even think about taking away the great millstone of destruction." Boom! Xuanhuang's eyes were cold. Golden lightning pierced through the starry sky. He executed his mystic technique. An ancient mirror appeared between his brows, shooting out an immortal light that could illuminate the ages. It was resplendent and directly rushed towards the figure on the bridge. With a cracking sound, the void collapsed and the primal chaos retreated. This strike could be said to be extremely powerful even when compared to the past and present. Its might was peerless. Clang! But the person on the bridge was neither fast nor slow. He was neither anxious nor hurried as he raised his hand gently. On the bridge, an invincible immortal sword materialized. It transformed into a huge dragon that soared into the sky and slashed through the past, present, and future. This sword could only be an illusion, but it was extremely terrifying, peerlessly sharp, and its offensive power was peerless. It cut through eternity. Lin Jiufeng looked at it in surprise. He discovered that he had a very familiar feeling about this sword. "What's this?" Lin Jiufeng stared at it curiously. In his body, the immortal slaying sword actually let out a cicada cry. It seemed to be excited but also seemed to be recalling the past. The immortal slaying sword wanted to fight. This strike directly cut off the strike of Xuanhuang's ancient mirror. The huge hand also took the opportunity to throw the great millstone of destruction onto the bridge. It then quickly retreated and disappeared above the spell realm. "Who exactly are you? Who am I fighting with? The divine light in Xuanhuang's eyes shot out. At this moment, he executed another mystic technique without hesitation and attacked. He wanted to know if he was really fighting with that invincible powerhouse from before. The mystic technique was activated. At this moment, lightning flickered in the sky. Battle energy rumbled, and an extreme killing intent rushed out. Above, it shook the 9 heavens. Below, it shook the 9 netherworlds. It illuminated the universe. But the bridge in the air directly shook. Dawn. The spell realm seemed to have stopped. Xuanhuang's attacks stopped at this moment without any fluctuations. His eyes widened as he watched the scene in disbelief. That bridge and that figure left the spell realm calmly. King Dilin and the others didn't come out to stop them. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, his mouth opened wide. He took a deep breath and stabilized his shocked heart. He's really powerful. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng deeply felt that he was very, very weak. Although reaching the 6th heaven of the Immortal King realm was already very fast, facing the current situation, he was quite stretched out. I have to become stronger. I have to be invincible in order to save the world. Lin Jiufeng looked firmly at the sky. The array formation had already been torn apart. The passageway to the mortal realm was gradually stabilizing. Next was the great battle. Chapter 398, split into 7 paths after the storm ended, what was left was a mess. Xuanhuang was quite angry. He roared, "At the end of this era, I will definitely not let you guys off. You guys have lost in the past era, and you will still lose in this era." The giant that tore the array formation also said angrily, "It's time to clean up the mortal realm. This era is extremely chaotic. Just directly destroy it, and a new era will begin." Following this sudden battle, the 2 king lords were quite angry. Their plan to clean up the mortal realm was directly activated. After daytime came, Lin Jiufeng immediately saw the people sent by the 7 races this time. Among them, the leader of the ancient race changed from the original Augusta to a guru. Aigu was crippled, Augusta needed to recuperate, so a guru was the best candidate. The people of the other races also sent their own representative figures. Everyone gathered around Lin Jiufeng and waited for his orders. In the vast hall, there was a long table. Lin Jiufeng sat on the main seat, his 2 sides filled with people. They were all at the Immortal King realm. Moreover, they were all very young immortal kings. All of them were energetic and high-spirited. They had completely different mentalities from those very old immortal kings. Lin Jiufeng waited for everyone to take their seats. He didn't say a word throughout and watched expressionlessly. He didn't speak, and the others didn't dare to speak either. If it were the previous Dilin too, this group of high-spirited young immortal kings wouldn't be afraid at all. Instead, they would look down on Dilin too, a piece of trash who relied on his father, from the bottom of their hearts. But now, the situation had reversed. They had personally witnessed Dilin too, who was controlled by Lin Jiufeng, defeat Augusta. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. Everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Now, when they saw Dilin too, they didn't dare to be impudent at all. Did they? In the quiet hall, only the sound of Lin Jiufeng's fingers tapping the table could be heard. The others remained silent, or they just looked down. Lin Jiufeng looked at them and asked, "Is everyone here?" The others' spirits instantly shook. The ancient race's guru nodded and said, "Everyone is here. The powerhouses of the 7 races are all here. Everyone is waiting for you to speak. Is the army of the 7 races also ready?" Lin Jiufeng's expression was calm as he asked. "We are all prepared. Although we didn't join forces, according to our past experience, each of our races prepared an army of 30,000 this time." A young immortal king nodded and said. Lin Jiufeng's heart sank. Each race had an army of 30,000. The troops were definitely very powerful immortals. In addition, many immortal kings were leading these armies. This force was a little too terrifying. His expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Since you guys are already prepared, what do you guys plan to do next?" These words made the immortal kings of the 7 races look at each other. A guru frowned and said, "Shouldn't we listen to you, the leader of the 7 races, about what we should do next?" "That's right. You are the leader of the 7 races army this time. Without your orders, no one dares to act rashly. If we anger you, we will suffer," an immortal king with a slightly unruly character said in a strange manner. But when Lin Jiufeng turned his eyes over and stared at him expressionlessly, he was instantly scared speechless. He sat quietly, not daring to speak. "Although I'm the leader of the army of the 7 races, I'm not an overbearing person. There's no need to gather the entire army of the 7 races under me. That mortal realm is very weak. There's no need for that." Lin Jiufeng began to numb this group of immortal kings. Although the potential of the older immortal kings couldn't compare to the younger ones, they were definitely experienced enough. They knew what it meant to sweep through one's acupoints like lightning, strike down with an overpowering force, and hunt down a rabbit like a lion. The young immortal kings had arrogant personalities and looked down on the mortal realm. Now that Lin Jiufeng said this, they naturally became happy. "I've said long ago that this era's mortal realm is really a shelter for trash. Some time ago, the powerhouses of my race had investigated the mortal realm. The most powerful people in the mortal realm are only a few immortal kings. There are only a few of them, not dozens. How shabby is that? Just the immortal kings here added up to 50 to 60. It's enough to sweep through the mortal realm." The unruly immortal king, Sinan, laughed out loud. "In the 7 races of the ancient age, the mortal realm is worse than a dog. Indeed, the mortal realm is too weak. It's a waste to prepare so much this time. I wonder what terrifying cultivation techniques have been created in the mortal realm of this era. Will they be of any help to us? I'm stuck at the immortal king realm. I need a magical cultivation technique to break the barrier." "Don't think about it anymore. What good cultivation techniques are there for you to break through in such a poor mortal realm?" "That's true. The mortal realm of this era is too poor. In my opinion, it's better for everyone to do their own thing and sweep through the mortal realm. I wonder what leader Lin Tu thinks." An immortal king asked Lin Jiufeng with a trace of provocation. What he said was that he didn't want to listen to Lin Jiufeng's orders and play his own game. The others couldn't be bothered to mock the mortal realm now. They all looked at Lin Jiufeng. If Lin Jiufeng didn't agree, then he would definitely be angry with the one who suggested this. Even the immortal king who suggested this looked relaxed on the surface but was nervous on the inside. He knew that Lin Tu was relatively domineering. Now that he publicly looked down on Lin Tu, would Lin Tu be enraged? But just as everyone was worried, Lin Jiufeng smiled. He wasn't angry. Instead, he said in a relaxed manner, "All right. Since you guys don't want to unite the army together, then you guys can each lead your own teams. I've no problem with that." All the immortal kings widened their eyes. This was also possible? Was Lin Tu that generous? Then why did he compete for the leadership of the 7 races? Many people were confused as they looked at Lin Tu, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tu, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng, raised a finger and said, "Don't look at me like that. I agree to each of you managing your own troops, but there's a prerequisite." "Leader Lin Tu, what exactly are the conditions?" an immortal king asked impatiently. As long as it wasn't overboard, they would definitely agree. Even if the conditions were overboard, they would still fulfill them partly. After all, to be able to lead their own armies without integrating with other races and scattering them, they would definitely have unlimited power in their own armies. "I want you guys to strictly follow the routes that I give you. The army of the 7 races will divide into 7 routes to attack the mortal realm. If any of you dares to violate the route that I gave you, the outcome will be death." Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. He stretched out his hand and waved. With a bang, his true chi appeared and transformed into a map of the mortal realm that appeared on the platform, and 7 routes were clearly marked on it. On these 7 routes, there would be the life-reversing Great Dao Array formations that would be set up by the mortal realm powerhouses, led by Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. Lin Jiufeng separated them because he didn't want their forces to be gathered together. Separating them and killing them one by one was Lin Jiufeng's plan for this trip. There are 7 routes. Each of you chooses one. After choosing, if anyone dares to violate the path that I have designated, I will personally execute him. You guys know that I have the right, the strength, and the guts to do this. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Chapter 399, Work as one. Lin Jiufeng's distribution of roles didn't incur the displeasure of the others. Instead, everyone agreed with such a division. They were in charge of their own race's army. In this case, there wouldn't be problems like disruption, disobedience, and team building. They were naturally very happy. They even thought that it was because Lin too saw through these problems. In any case, he was the nominal leader. When they succeeded in sweeping through the mortal realm in the end, no one could take away Lin too's credit. After he stabilized his position, he didn't want to expend his efforts in exchange for the support of others. After maintaining the original state and passing down some orders to sweep through the mortal realm, he also had the confidence to claim the credit. At this moment, the immortal kings of the various races felt that they understood what Lin too was trying to do. They agreed readily. They carefully chose the 7 routes that Lin Jiufeng gave them. Each race took one path. Leader Lin too, watch carefully. This time, we will definitely strictly follow the path and sweep through the mortal realm. The immortal king of the celestial race immediately offered his loyalty and said firmly. Lin Jiufeng was quite satisfied. Right now, the entire celestial race worshipped Lin too very much. Moreover, everyone acknowledged that he was the leader of the celestial race's immortal kings. They would naturally worship him a little. Other than the celestial race, the people of the other races also nodded in agreement. The immortal kings of the ancient race, wind race, earth race, blood race, destiny race, and Holy Spirit race all expressed that they would definitely attack according to the route and sweep through the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng was secretly delighted when he saw that they were all full of confidence, as if they were confident in defeating the mortal realm. The more arrogant they were now, the more they would suffer. Everyone, it's time to let the people of the world know how terrifying and powerful the 7 races of the ancient age are. We haven't descended into the mortal realm for more than 10,000 years, and the people of the mortal realm have forgotten about us. From now on, we will return a heavy blow to the mortal realm. Remember, at this moment, the advantage is on our side. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. The immortal kings of the 7 races of the ancient age were all excited by Lin Jiufeng's words. They stood up excitedly and looked at Lin too, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng, as they shouted loudly. The advantage is ours. Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction and said, Go back and organize the troops. I will give you 2 days. 2 days later, attack the mortal realm on time. If anyone dares to decline, I will definitely kill them. Although the immortal kings of the 7 races were puzzled as to why Lin Jiufeng asked them to wait for another 2 days, they were already very satisfied with the current situation. Waiting for another 2 days wasn't a big deal to them. The mortal realm was weak, wouldn't it be easy for them to handle it? Hence, all of them agreed confidently and went back to prepare. They firmly believed that they would definitely sweep through the world 2 days later. Lin Jiufeng watched them leave and sat alone on the chair. He began to communicate with the 2 skeletons that had already entered the mortal realm. He sent a voice transmission. You guys only have 2 days. In these 2 days, you have to make the best use of your time and set up the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. They have already chosen the 7 routes that we discussed previously. As long as nothing goes wrong this time, we will definitely be able to make the 7 races of the ancient age suffer a huge loss. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were very, very cold. The 7 races of the ancient age had always cleaned up the mortal realm and had never failed. This time, Lin Jiufeng shall let them know what it meant by the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The enemy often disintegrated from the inside, not the outside. After sending the message to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton, Lin Jiufeng sat on a chair and thought carefully. Who were the 2 powerhouses who barged into the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age and snatched away the great millstone of destruction? Especially the hazy figure standing on the bridge. His appearance and his actions made the immortal slaying sword in Lin Jiufeng's body tremble. It wanted to unsheath itself and go out. Could that person be the owner of the immortal slaying sword? Lin Jiufeng guessed in his heart. His gaze was faint as he looked at the bustling and prosperous 7 races of the ancient age outside the hall. I'm not fighting alone. I'm the so-called Great Emperor Jiufeng of the people of the mortal realm. I will protect the mortal realm and the people well, even if I have to give it my all. Lin Jiufeng thought firmly. The mortal realm. Ever since Lin Jiufeng seized the opportunity and sent Black Skeleton and White Skeleton into the mortal realm, the two of them had never stopped for a moment. They quickly contacted the immortal king powerhouses in the mortal realm. Originally, there weren't many immortal kings in the mortal realm. There was only one Xuanhuang Jiatsua in the western region and a few others. But later on, Lin Jiufeng conquered the Well of Heaven Ascension and let the skeletons in the Death Realm enter the mortal realm. They were all at the immortal king realm. After entering the mortal realm, each of them found an opportunity to reborn their bodies and recover to their original appearance. Then, they searched for their former memories in the mortal realm. Some went to the territories they lived in when they were alive. On the ruins of these places, ancient cities were established there. The common people of the mortal world lived and thrived, creating a thriving scene of the secular world. Some went to the tombs of the people they loved the most when they were alive. After time passed and the world changed, the tombs had long been flattened by time. They grabbed a handful of soil and tears flowed down their faces. There were also people who let go of everything and wandered around the world to take a look at the beautiful scenery of the mortal realm. In the morning, the rosy clouds rose and all things germinated. In the afternoon, in the Jiangnan area, the sounds of nature lingered and the soft words made people immersed in them. At night, the desert was straight and the long river was round. These people didn't cause any trouble in the mortal realm. They didn't create any conflict at all. After all, they were people who had died once. They had cultivated twice and experienced what they should have experienced. They had long become indifferent to all fame and fortune. Now, as long as they stayed in the mortal realm, they would have a sense of belonging in their hearts. The mortal realm was their hometown. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't abandon their hometown. But just as these people were feeling their hometown, Black Skeleton and White Skeleton appeared, emitting the aura of an immortal king. They openly found all the immortal kings and said anxiously, "There's going to be a catastrophe in the mortal realm." Because of this sentence, the immortal kings gathered together on the boundless plains, surrounding Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. Among them was Xuanhuang Jiatsua, the living Buddha of the Western Desert. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton didn't talk nonsense. They immediately took out Lin Jiufeng's analysis, plan, and all the evidence. Every immortal king was shocked. They watched in a daze. Looking at the terror of the 7 races of the ancient age, at the things that the 7 races of the ancient age had done, at the old friends that had once disappeared, at the familiar eras of the past. They were all filled with indignation. At this moment, all the immortal kings were truly enraged. Damn it! I was wondering why the court of the gods and the immortal court from 20,000 years ago that existed side by side would fight each other. It turns out that there's actually such a deep story behind it. An immortal king was angry and cursed. My wife, my children, my family, and I all died in the 7 races of the ancient ages planned to sweep through the mortal realm. They actually still want to repeat this move now? An immortal king was so angry that his hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were filled with killing intent that he couldn't suppress. This time, I'm going to take a good look at this son of a B*TCH from the 7 races of the ancient age. With immortal King Lin on the other side, we will cooperate from the outside with him and set up a huge array to lure them to their death. Another immortal king joined in without hesitation and said through gritted teeth, "I'll join too. This time, I really want to kill." The moment the different teams of the 7 races of the ancient age enter the mortal realm is the moment they die. Everyone, follow immortal King Lin's plan. Hurry up. Those who have the materials, take out the materials. Those who don't have, provide your labor. Hurry up and set up the life-reversing Great Tao array formations. If we work together, we will definitely be able to kill all the teams of the 7 races of the Ancient Age, Black Skeleton said excitedly. We only have 2 days. 2 days later, it will be time for them to attack the mortal realm. White Skeleton said solemnly. When the other immortal kings heard this, they were instantly filled with motivation. At this moment, the unanimous goal of the immortal kings in the mortal realm was to destroy the army of the 7 races of the Ancient Age that was going to enter the mortal realm. Chapter 400, Unknown. Under the pressure of time, the immortal kings of the mortal realm worked together to set up the life-reversing Great Tao Array formation. And in the 7 races of the Ancient Age, the military preparations also began. The young leaders of the 7 races led their respective troops and were ready to go. The killing intent of war was instantly filled up. In the past 2 days, Lin Jiufeng didn't go anywhere. He just toured around the 7 races convention. In reality, he didn't know where to go either. The true territories of the 7 races weren't here. They were scattered all over the spell realm. Even if Lin Jiufeng wanted to sweep through them, he didn't have a chance. He can only wander around the 7 races convention to see if he could sign in for anything good. Reality proved that there were indeed many good places near the 7 races convention. De Lin Tu's powerful strength was now well known. No one suspected that he was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng, so he was unimpeded. On the first day, Lin Jiufeng arrived in the sky and saw the place where King De Lin and the other king lords usually discuss things. Here, he triggered the sign-in. Do you want to sign in at the King Lord's meeting place? Lin Jiufeng immediately agreed. Sign in. Sign in successful. Received King's strike. This was definitely the best thing for Lin Jiufeng. He was overjoyed. Being able to sign in for this item on the eve of the war was definitely a pleasant surprise. This King's strike was enough for Lin Jiufeng to withstand a move from a King Lord. Although it was just one move, it was already very terrifying. Ordinary people didn't have such capabilities. Lin Jiufeng carefully put it away and looked at the mortal realm under the setting sun. After the array formation was broken and the great millstone of destruction was taken away, the passageway between the spell realm and the mortal realm gradually became clear. Standing in the spell realm, one could see the mortal realm. From the mortal realm, one should be able to see the spell realm too, which was once the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng was expressionless, but he was cheering for Black Skeleton and the others in his heart. They had to make the best use of their time and set up the life-reversing Great Tao Array formation. This way, the army of the 7 races of the Ancient Age would be caught off guard. But strangely, Lin Jiufeng also discovered that after the array formation was broken, the king lords of the 7 races of the Ancient Age, including his father, King De Lin, had disappeared. Lin Jiufeng was certain that there was no King Lord in the 7 races convention now. Because he didn't feel that terrifying aura. In fact, the auras of the immortal emperors were also gradually disappearing. What did this mean? Lin Jiufeng immediately remembered that King De Lin had previously said that after the array formation was broken, they discovered that the people who had survived for several eras were all hiding in the wasteland. The wasteland was originally called the Mountain Sea Realm, but it was destroyed, so it was called the Wasteland. The Wasteland was the same as the Mortal Realm, they were both parts of the main world. But the Wasteland was cut off from the Mortal Realm. The former powerhouses were all hiding and cultivating on the Wasteland. The Mortal Realm completely fell into the hands of the 7 races of the Ancient Age, becoming their testing ground. Until now. The King Lords have already left the Spell Realm first and headed for the Wasteland. They're going there to kill the people who survived from the previous eras. They probably don't have the energy to care about the matters of the mortal realm, so this is a good opportunity. Lin Jiufeng looked at the vast mortal realm, his thoughts running wild. He was thinking about the future of the situation in all aspects. As far as I know, the former top powerhouses are still alive. There's the King of Gods, my younger brother, and my nephew. Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised that the King of Gods was still alive. He was surprised that Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming actually walked out of the death realm. Lin Jiufeng once promised to revive them, but from the looks of it, they didn't need Lin Jiufeng to revive them. They took the initiative to walk a new path. But Lin Jiufeng couldn't figure out why they could enter the death realm from the mortal realm and then walk out of it. Something must have happened to Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming, something that Lin Jiufeng didn't know. Perhaps in the future, we brothers can still meet again. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. To be honest, after 100 years, he really missed Emperor Yuan. The younger brother who inherited his position as the crown prince and became the new emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, started the reform tide, and worked his entire life to eliminate the drawbacks of the dynasty. In the end, his younger brother even gave up his life for this goal. In Lin Jiufeng's memory, regardless of whether he was the crown prince or the Emperor Yuan who always called him brother cordially every time they met was the younger brother that he cared about. Just as Lin Jiufeng's thoughts spread, with a bang, a terrifying force pulled him into the void. Lin Jiufeng was shocked, but then he relaxed. He discovered the source of this power. King Dilin. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and said, "Lord Father, why do you want to construct a space in the void to meet me?" King Dilin's voice sounded. "I'm no longer in the spell realm, so I can't appear with my true body." Lin Jiufeng's heart moved. Sure enough, the king lords of the 7 races of the ancient age had already left the spell realm. "Father, you guys went to the wasteland?" Lin Jiufeng continued to control Dilin too and asked. "Yes, we're in the wasteland now. There are many secrets here. We just came and were directly attacked. The matters here are very troublesome. I will probably need to focus for the time being and don't have time to come and take care of you." "You have to take care of yourself," King Dilin said with concern. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too to agree and said, "Father, you too, take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'm a king lord. Who can possibly kill me?" King Dilin laughed out loud. "I saw you deploy the army of the 7 races. You did well. Although you are the leader, the people of the mortal realm in this era are very weak. You got the young leaders of the various races to lead their own troops and to sweep through the mortal realm, but after they succeed, the credit is yours. You solved this problem once and for all. Not only has your talent improved, but your thoughts have also deepened. I'm very satisfied. This way, I won't have to worry about you anymore," King Dilin praised. After his impression of Dilin too, who he once looked down on no matter what, changed, he felt that his son was improving greatly every day. He was very satisfied with what he did and how he acted. This was also the reason why he spent a lot of magic power in the wasteland to come to the spell realm to remind Dilin too. But what he didn't know was that the mastermind behind Dilin too was actually Lin Jiufeng. But you also have to remember that during this period of time, Augusto and I both won't be able to return. Remember to pay attention to the immortal emperor powerhouses of the ancient race who may try to kill you. Augusto is a very narrow-minded person. You beat his daughter into such a state. No matter if he takes revenge or not, you have to be careful, King Dilin advised. I understand. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too and agreed immediately. But Lord Father, where exactly is the wasteland? Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin too to ask curiously. The wasteland is actually in the mortal realm. It's the back of the mortal realm, or it can be said that it's the shadow of the mortal realm. As long as the mortal realm isn't shattered, the wasteland will always exist. Although the wasteland had once severed its connection with the mortal realm, according to my deduction, the current wasteland and the mortal realm are connected again. This is bad news for us, so we need you guys to clean up the mortal realm while we clean up the wasteland and completely remove this poisonous tumor. Then, we won't have to expend so much effort in the future, King Dilin explained carefully. After hearing this, Lin Jiufeng completely understood in his heart. It turned out that there was such a story between the wasteland and the mortal realm. The wasteland was the shadow of the mortal realm. But because of the previous war, the former wasteland cut off its connection to the mortal realm. This made the 7 races of the ancient age think that the wasteland was completely abandoned, so they didn't care about it. But who would have thought that the powerhouses who survived would rebuild the wasteland to deal with the 7 races of the ancient age? Hence, the king lords of the 7 races of the ancient age had entered the wasteland in large numbers because they wanted to destroy it. But this also gave Lin Jiufeng a surprise. The top combat power of the 7 races of the ancient age went to the wasteland. Then what about the mortal realm? Didn't this mean that the mortal realm was able to resist the army of the 7 races? It was even possible that the mortal realm could also turn the 7 races of the ancient age into targets to hunt. When Lin Jiufeng thought of this, his body was filled with enthusiasm. As long as the king lords didn't interfere in the mortal realm, there was hope for everything. Lord Father, are you guys going to fight for a long time this time? Lin Jiufeng immediately controlled Dilin Tu and asked. It should take a long time. But as long as you guys clean up the mortal realm and take control of the mortal realm, we will be undefeatable. King Dilin said. I understand. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin Tu to answer. But in his heart, he sneered. Now that he knew, it was even more impossible for him to let the 7 races of the ancient age destroy the mortal realm. Alright, the situation in the wasteland may change at any moment. You have to take care of yourself next and pay attention to the immortal emperors of the ancient race. King Dilin didn't talk anymore. He dispersed his power and instantly returned Lin Jiufeng to his original place. King Dilin also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. But Lin Jiufeng's eyes were bright now. He saw hope. Black skeleton, white skeleton, the two of you listen. This time, we must protect the mortal realm. We must buy time for the powerhouses of the wasteland. Lin Jiufeng immediately sent a voice transmission to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. As the passageway stabilized, it became easier and easier for voice transmissions to enter the mortal realm. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton soon received it. Their resolute and decisive answers sounded. Immortal King Lin, don't worry. This time, we will definitely leave the army of the 7 races of the ancient age here. No matter how many people come, they will die. Black Skeleton laughed out loud. The immortal kings of the mortal realm have already taken out all their resources. This time, we will definitely be able to complete the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation. Moreover, this array formation involved the Earth's veins. We have already added the Earth veins into the array formation. Once it erupts, the power of the Earth will help us too. White Skeleton said excitedly. The two of them didn't expect that the immortal kings of the mortal realm would be so united. In the beginning, a few people were skeptical, but as the passageway stabilized, everyone could see the spell realm from the mortal realm. Especially on the spell realm, with the surging battle formations and surging killing intent, no one doubted it anymore. Everyone was united and prepared to completely bury the army of the 7 races of the ancient age that was going to enter the mortal realm. When Lin Jiufeng heard this information, a cold smile appeared in his heart. He looked at the unaware appearance of the 7 races of the ancient age and said coldly, the confidence that you guys have from exterminating the mortal realm in the past will definitely give you guys a heavy blow this time. The mortal realm has indeed wasted more than 10,000 years, but the mortal realm isn't a pushover either. If the King Lords don't come, the outcome of this battle is still unknown. Chapter 401, Complete Annihilation. 2 days finally passed. On the 2nd day, Lin Jiufeng signed in for something. The flesh of a true dragon. True dragons had the densest bloodline in the dragon race, and this meat was the most valuable part of its body. Even if immortal kings ate it, they would also accumulate a huge amount of energy and gather it in their bodies. Some of them could even break through to the next realm using this energy. On the night before the expedition, Lin Jiufeng ate the dragon meat. Hot blood ran through his entire body, and energy accumulated in his body, surging, making him feel energetic. Unfortunately, Bai Mao wasn't by his side. In the middle of the night, Lin Jiufeng raised his cup to the moon, his thoughts running wild. Early the next morning, the army was about to enter the mortal realm. The world that had finally calmed down for 100 years was going to receive the flames of war again. What Lin Jiufeng was more concerned about now was Bai Mao. Was she okay? At this moment before the battle erupted, he had a myriad of thoughts, but they ultimately gathered on Bai Mao. His wife. His officially married wife. It had been some time since they parted ways in the imperial capital. He had experienced the death realm and the spell realm since then. He had traveled a very long way as he walked through the wind and rain, leaving countless bones behind him. But at this moment, he wondered what Bai Mao's situation was like now. Tomorrow will be the time when the mortal realm will shock the 7 races of the ancient age. I won't need to use this identity for much longer. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flickered. The identity of Lin Tu was really useful. Unless he had no choice, Lin Jiufeng didn't want to abandon this identity. But Lin Jiufeng needed to return to the mortal realm even more. He needed to reborn his flesh and blood and become truly resurrected. He was only a spiritual body now. His body was still in the mortal realm, guarding the imperial capital. He needed to retrieve his body. When his divine soul and body truly became one, he would be able to be reborn and live a second life. In that case, Lin Jiufeng had to give up his identity as Lin Tu. Hence, although he couldn't bear to part with it, it was already very good that Lin Jiufeng could use Lin Tu's identity to lure the army of the 7 races of the ancient age to their death. There are only a few hours before the battle. Lin Jiufeng drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He stood up and looked at the end of the endless passageway. On the other side was the mortal realm. Boom! 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 The army was assembled and their auras were surging. Even the weakest of them were at the ancestral immortal realm or above. Each race had sent out the youngest generation to let them feel the atmosphere of the war. They treated the mortal realm as a battlefield to temper their descendants. Celestial race, ancient race, wind race, earth race, blood race, destiny race, and Holy Spirit race. The army of the 7 races, a total of 70,000 people, was gathered in front of Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng watched expressionlessly. If he didn't speak, the strong army of 70,000 troops wouldn't dare to speak. The current Lin Tu was completely different from the previous Lin Tu. Everyone was afraid of him now. Lin Jiufeng looked at the army below. The lowest level was at the ancestral immortal realm, and all the leaders were at the immortal king realm. Even the centurions had also entered the immortal king realm and reached the first heaven of the immortal king realm. An army of 70,000, a total of 2,000 immortal kings. This was just the younger generation of the 7 races of the ancient age. From this, one could see why the king lords of the 7 races of the ancient age weren't worried about cleaning up the mortal realm. They weren't worried that there would be any trouble in the mortal realm at all. With these 2,000 immortal kings, what waves could the mortal realm stir up? But they absolutely didn't expect that Lin Jiufeng would conquer the depths of the death realm and bring a large group of immortal kings into the mortal realm. The current mortal realm wasn't as weak as the 7 races of the ancient age thought. Thoughts floated in his mind, but Lin Jiufeng was expressionless. He looked at the strong army of 70,000 people and waved his hand coldly. Move out. The strong army instantly let out a deafening roar. Sweep through the mortal realm. Sweep through the mortal realm. Sweep through the mortal realm. Huge sound waves spread to the sky, shattering the white clouds and emitting a powerful aura that was spreading and terrifying. Lin Jiufeng raised his head and saw the scene. Sweep through the mortal realm? He. The corner of Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up as he sneered silently. Dong dong dong. The army started mobilizing. The army of 70,000 was led by the 7 races themselves. They followed the route given by Lin Jiufeng and flew out of the spell realm. When these 70,000 troops flew up together, they were really like shooting stars, bringing with them a huge airwave. In the end, they gathered together, forming a killing intent that was brilliant like the galaxy. A bridge was built between the spell realm and the mortal realm. When the common people of the mortal realm saw the scene, their mouths widened in disbelief. When the immortal kings in the mortal realm saw this scene, their faces turned solemn. Black Skeleton had already withdrawn from the immortal king's body that it had originally possessed and revealed its true body. It didn't even have the time to be reborn. It still had the appearance of a black skeleton. It stood on a piece of yellow sand, its soul fire jumping. They're here. An immortal king who had long been reborn said in shock. Everyone could feel that galaxy-like terrifying killing intent from a world away. But Black Skeleton only said this sentence, since they are here, then don't let them leave. Today, this mortal realm shall bury the immortal kings. Xuanhuang Jiatsua, who was sitting on the land of the western desert, held Buddha beads in his hand. His eyes were emotionless. Under his feet was a lotus platform, making him look even more holy. The Buddhist platform is about to be stained with blood too. Xuanhuang Jiatsua murmured. He rotated the Buddha beads, his eyes bright. On the vast sea, White Skeleton stood on an island with a group of immortal kings. They all looked at the galaxy beyond the sky. Everyone looked solemn. But no one had fear in their eyes. An immortal king said, "In the early years, I was still an inexperienced kid in the mortal realm. At the beginning of my cultivation, I had a grand dream. I dreamed of cleaning up the sins of the mortal realm. I dreamed of protecting this world. But as time passed, these dreams disappeared. I didn't expect that they would appear again today. I'm really lucky to be able to fulfill my childhood dream." This immortal king said with a smile, recalling his youth. These words also touched the people beside him. When they were young and ignorant, who didn't have lofty ambitions? He wasn't the only one who was determined to protect the world. Then, let's protect this devastating